And Quartus left the group chat, waiting for him to come back.
Hello, hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm absolutely gobsmacked that
I'm so frustrated.
Flat Earth Math believes in chiropractic.
I'm losing my fucking shit. I don't know how to speak through my frustration. I'm losing it, dude. It is such woo-woo. It's like believing in fucking Scientology. It's unreal. Outside of America, it's an unreal thing. You just don't, oh my God.
The most charitable thing I can say for them and naturopaths and so on is sometimes they are able to activate people's own sort of healing by the placebo effect, right? But if somebody believes they're getting the gerbil is going to cure them, then it cures them. But
that's it. But he's admitted it's an anecdote. He knows he's a smart man. He knows it's an anecdote. But oh God, I think I'm going to have to excuse myself from the conversation because I'm going to start swearing and I'm going to lose my temper really badly. I'm just going to have to stop. I just don't have patience.
Change the topic.
I think so. I think so because I'm gonna lose my shit, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, what about the YouTube link so we can view the live chat?
Oh crap! Yeah, that kind of helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, give the YouTube to the old chat so they can. I mean, it can always find you through your page. So if there's.
Oh yeah, I'll just go to your thing.
I'll just give it to them anyway, save them the effort.
Yeah, I just went to your channel. Really easy to get to.
Is it? Okay, good.
Yeah, just click the channel and do that shit.
I'll still give it to them.
They don't know that. They may not think of that because they can't hear.
I'll give it to them.
I'm pasting it now. I'm pasting it now for you, Ben.
Oh, thank you. Thanks. Yeah.
So Bash, I am 100% with you with regards to, mainstream science versus like pseudoscience, but where my perspective diverges is when I've studied what mainstream science has done in the past in the name of mainstream science. For example, I happen to know a bit about childbirth, pregnancy and childbirth, and what mainstream doctors used to do to pregnant women who were about to deliver is, I mean, if you read the descriptions, you would say there's no way that happened in a civilized society. I mean,
up until 1986, it was legal to operate on an infant without anesthetic because they didn't believe that they could feel pain. It was realized that they could feel pain. Yeah.
So that's an example.
That doesn't mean that if you eat wolfbane, it's going to give you a massive boner.
That's a cartoon version. But you will acknowledge that mainstream science has occasionally got some things really wrong. For example, that infants can't feel pain. That's just one thing.
How did we find out, though? How did we find out? By empirically testing it. And beforehand, it wasn't empirically tested. It was assumed based on anecdotes.
That's why I'm interested in the empirical studies about chiropractic. I'm very interested because I am a scientifically minded person.
What investigation did you put into it before even proceeding with it? Before making an appointment? What did you do besides what people had told you before? Did you look it up?
Yes.
You didn't know about subluxation, so where did you look it up? You didn't look it up on Wikipedia even.
Well, because subluxation is not part of chiropractic.
Dude, go to the main Wikipedia page, and the first fucking lead, the lead has it.
So Bash, one of the arguments that flat earthers have is that the only reason why we know about gravity is because of Cavendish. And that's not the only reason why we know about gravity. The only reason why we know about the circumference of the Earth is because of Eratosthenes, and that's not the only reason. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like it's the genetic fallacy. So if the creator of chiropractic, right? If the creator of chiropractic was off his rockers, and had this thing called subluxations, there's no chiropractor in the country chiropractor. My chiropractor does not believe in subluxations, and I don't believe any mainstream chiropractor does. This quack did, the originator, sure, he did. But that's the point, is that chiropractic has gone beyond this dude who was clearly thinking some woo-woo stuff.
Let's read this. Chiropractic has two main groups: straights, and they're the ones outside of America who make up the majority outside of America. Now the minority, and I guarantee you, if you cite that they are the majority outside of America, that will be instantly reverted because I have PR agents camping this fucker. Emphasize vitalism, innate intelligence, and spinal adjustments. Mind you, the others do as well, and consider vertebral subluxations to be the cause of all disease. Mixers, the majority, are open to mainstream views and conventional medical techniques such as exercise, massage, and ice therapy. Now, Listen to this. Mainstream views and conventional medical techniques. So the witch doctor gives you aspirin, it cures your headache. It wasn't the witch doctor that cured your headache, it was the aspirin. They're using conventional medical techniques mixed in with woo-woo. They are woo-woo doctors that have no very, very limited medical training, if any. They're not real doctors. I mean, the American Medical Association called chiropractic an unscientific cult. Like, what more do you need to make you think that they might not be right?
But isn't that in their best interest to call them a cult?
Yes, it's a conspiracy by Big Pharma.
What names do Republicans call Democrats, right? What names do Democrats call
You literally just said that Big Pharma are out to get them. You realize that,
what?
right? You literally just said Big Pharma or Big Doctor is out to suppress
any
them.
of those.
Look, there is no, if I may, there is no chiropractic science. They're not using the scientific method. They are not furthering the frontiers of medicine. If they came up with a technique that worked, it would be adopted by the medical community.
Of course.
They're not doing science and are not scientists. They're not scientists, mate. Anytime they're actually using real medicine or real science, they're taking it from the medical community. They are not
the voodoo doctor using the aspirin.
Yeah, they're not advancing chiropractic science, chiropractic technique. If they've avoided some of the worst bullshit of the past, that's one thing. Yeah. But they are not advancing science. They're offering massage and conventional medical advice. So that's it. I mean, if that helps you, great.
Manipulating one's vertebrae is not done in massage. That there isn't a single masseuse who, other than a chiropractic who's also a masseuse, who manipulates someone's spine.
Do you think spinal manipulation
is subluxation? It is subluxation treatment. Yes, it is.
That's renamed. It's renamed because that way it sounds a bit more realistic than having to explain what subluxation is. And it's an energy treatment. Spinal manipulation. Do you think that spinal manipulation can cure irritable bowel syndrome and asthma? Do you truly believe that?
Well, if the nerves that are going to the bowel are being pinched, then I think that is a worthy course of study to determine whether pinching the bowel's nerves, pinching the nerves that are going to that region, whatever, pinching whether that can harm the function of the bowel. I think that is a scientific question to ask. Right? I mean, I'm against woo-woo just like anyone else, but it seems like knowing what I know about the human body, and knowing how incredibly painful just nerve pain is. I mean, just banging your funny bone on a coffee table. I mean, it's not inconceivable to me to imagine that if there is a nerve that is going between two vertebrae, and those two vertebrae are, a 1/16 of an inch closer than they should be because of spasm, then it's not woo-woo
so
to
wouldn't
imagine.
You go to a spine doctor?
Well, the spine doctor may inject. I mean,
if I have irritable bowel syndrome or asthma, wouldn't I go to a spine doctor?
No,
because it's mental.
You wouldn't think to do that.
Because it's mad. Yeah.
But here's the thing. Where did these treatments that are now mainstream, where did they come from? They came from the imagination of somebody who was considered to be crazy.
It usually comes from science.
Do you know anything about
the origins of medicine are not in the insane. They're not in people who are considered insane. They don't come from crackpot places and gradually
outside the box treatments, if you're going to go inside the box, sure, it's probably a logical progression. But outside the box treatments, they have a huge uphill battle. So, for example, learning about stomach ulcers.
When we corner flat earthers, right? Have you noticed that they get caught up on all the peripherals, but don't focus on the evidence that's right in front of them?
Well, I'd love to see the.
Might I submit to you that you are getting caught up in all the peripherals and nerves that go to your lungs and your bowel, causing irritable bowel syndrome and asthma?
Well,
that you're getting caught up on the peripherals and missing it.
I did not raise that point.
That's because that's insane. That's insane that you defend them being able to cure asthma.
The subject, so I just let the record show you were the one that brought up the bowels, not me.
That's because what was right in front of us that we're talking about. The website that I had open that we were talking about, I was reading to you from. said that it
But
cures
the
irritable
thing-
bowel syndrome and asthma. That's one of their main claims. So it's like, why not
Well,
address that?
now,
You know, while I've got you here.
But you are reading a Wikipedia page. So whether
Which you haven't even
chiropractors
read. Because if you had
cause-
have read, you would have known about subluxations.
Wikipedia cites
Well-
sources, by the way.
Right, but you can't say that chiropractors claim that is one of the leading things that they do is irritable bowel, and I don't think they claim any such thing. That may be one of the 100 things that they can claim to.
Yeah, they claim
treat.
they can cure everything because they think that everything stems from the one
No,
cause.
they do not claim they can cure everything. That is, would you believe that my chiropractor actually told me about the quack founder of chiropractic? I mean,
I have been told so many things by people who are into that stuff that I would believe anything, dude.
all right.
I would believe
So-
anything.
But here's the thing that I really would like you to understand about at least the medical community in the United States.
I'm sorry, dude.
It
I
is
don't
a-
drink the Kool-Aid.
It is a fraternity, okay? It is a very, very skilled scientific fraternity, but a fraternity nonetheless. And if there are folks who are on the outside, they're very skeptical. Okay, so the medical community is extremely skeptical about chiropractic. Now, one of the reasons why chiropractic is now, like my insurance paid for my chiropractic treatments.
Of course,
why
you're in
is that?
America,
It's not,
but they've been
it's
skeptical
not,
of it for.
But it's
Go-
not because of a political. a public relations firm.
Yes, it is.
There wasn't a,
Of course
a
it is,
PR
dude.
firm that
You're kidding yourself.
convinced
You think it's
the
not.
insurance to
PR.
pay for
It's
it.
strictly PR. It's
It's the
PR,
efficacy.
lobbyist pressure. That's all it is. Mount Sinai Hospital in Toronto
They tried
offers
to do the same here and they
acupuncture
failed.
treatments. They
Yep.
offer fucking acupuncture. There isn't a doctor in that hospital who would willingly admit to anyone that acupuncture has any scientific validity, and it has none. It has zero. But it's fucking offered in the hospital because
There's
people will pay
cupping
for it.
available. Cupping is available in American hospitals
Jesus
as part of
Christ.
their health insurance. Cupping.
No,
Are
I
you
don't think
fucking kidding me?
cupping is a bit extreme.
We'll go back to what's the harm. After we've dealt with this, we'll go back to what's the harm, and we'll address cupping next.
The
So,
fact that your
but-
insurance will pay for it does not lend
doesn't
it
mean it's
any
real.
validity whatsoever.
No. But my point, though, was that my insurance wouldn't pay for it just because they read some pamphlets from some public relations firms. That was my point. Okay. And I mean, insurance, they don't even pay for LASIK eye surgery. All right, which is proven to be extremely effective. Part of the reason why
No, the insurance companies are not peer-reviewed scientific journals. They are not
Sure.
the agencies that sit around validating whether something is science or not. It's not. It just isn't. It cannot be used
Right.
as a metric for
Okay.
whether or not something is valid science.
Let's try approaching this a different way. Let's try
Of course
approaching this
not.
a different way.
I was just
Flat
trying
Earth
to make a
math.
point.
Flat Earth
Yes.
math.
Yes.
What
You can go with
evidence?
Charles.
What evidence do you need to abandon this belief?
Well, that would be kind of like abandoning my belief in the globe because of my
Okay, so
physical,
you-
my first-hand experience.
So
Speaks
no evidence.
volumes.
No evidence would change your view on this.
No, I'm not saying no evidence, but what I'm saying is, like, if you go to what'stheharm.com, I have no doubt that they have some horror stories
They have a huge
Of-
death toll, dude. It's bigger
of
than most
people
other things.
of
It's like a
people
Colombian
who
drug
went
cartel
to,
worth of dead.
went to chiropractors or people calling themselves chiropractors. I have no doubt, and there's probably some very
Well, no,
tragic
hang on.
stories.
You're using weasel words there. People
but
who
you-
call themselves chiropractors, they either are or they aren't, because they're either assessed by the chiropractic body in whatever area they're trying to set up shop in. They've got to pay their dues, so they're being approved by this body under the same approval conditions that all other chiropractors in that body will be approved. So it's not a dodgy, wild cowboy chiropractor.
So
They've all gone through the same approval.
And I'm going to catch you on this one, Bash. Are you claiming that of all the stories in the What's the Harm website talking about chiropractors, are you claiming that every single one of them was a licensed chiropractor? Because I'd be willing to bet you don't know that information.
Well, what's the difference between a licensed chiropractor? What kind of licensing do they have to
You said-
have?
You just talked about it.
No.
You just
what I'm
talked about it. How they had to
would
go
have
through
to.
this
No.
certification
They'd have
process,
to.
and you're either a
They'd have to pay
chiropractor or
their
you aren't.
dues, of course.
Sure.
They'd have to pay their dues. But is that a license?
No, well,
A license
Chiropractic isn't just a matter
is a
of paying
completely
dues
different
to a
thing. A
club.
license has legal
Okay.
obligations.
Yes. Yes.
So
And
they have
my
licenses.
So my question to you, and I don't think you'd have this information off the top of your, at your fingertips, is in the what's the harm. We probably don't know how many of those people who were injured by a chiropractic therapy type whatever, there's my weasel words, we don't know if they were all licensed chiropractors, and I'd be willing to bet that not all of them were.
But would you be willing to bet that some of them were?
Sure.
So even if one death was attributed to this, would that be a problem to you? That it's sort of something that has no scientific evidence and it's killing people.
And you know why? Do you know what the death toll is for medical?
Of course.
Just medical procedures. I mean,
do you know what the death toll? Do you know what the death toll is of not intervening medically in those situations, though? What would be the death toll if all doctors ceased to exist tomorrow? Do you think it would be anywhere near the damage that they do?
It would be. It would be very high.
How many people will die because they don't go to a chiropractor? Zero. Zero.
Yes, it's probably next to zero. But we can argue
nailing me on the license thing.
But one of the points that I want to raise to both you and Cordis, who you probably have lost all respect for me, is
after this, I am taking these hangouts down because your respect in the entire community will be damaged by this. I honestly, like, for your reputation, I will be taking these down.
No, please, you publish it all.
No, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Dude, the harm you do to Flat Earth and other idiots out there is a lot better than them having this as fodder on you, because they're just gonna gun you down with this because you're using their arguments.
So if I could just do a slight segue into, maybe a huge segue, into how the medical establishment considered stomach ulcers. And stomach ulcers were considered, and I could remember this, like when I was back in the 70s and I was reading articles about stomach ulcers and how doctors were like, well, it's because you've got a hole in the lining and you need to eat bland food and you don't want to stir it up, whatever. And there was this one guy, this one doctor, he had this concept that it was a bacterial infection.
Yes,
and he was a doctor, but the entire medical community basically shunned him. I mean, they
he scientifically
proved it.
They didn't censure him, but I mean, he was put through the ringer. And the more he advocated his theory, the more he was ridiculed.
And how did he eventually prove it?
Well, it was eventually proven through clinical trial.
But
exactly, through empirical evidence.
But you got to hear what comes before the end of the story. The middle of the story is he said, well, why don't I take a biopsy? And so he did a biopsy of a ulcer in an actual living patient's body. Took it out, the analysis or whatever, found the bacteria. You know what the medical establishment said when he found bacteria in the ulcer just as he predicted?
What?
They said his sample was contaminated.
Well, that's something that you would assume if you've got one ulcer that's showing that.
When they
and
saw
it's
the evidence, they rejected.
No, that's not evidence. That's not evidence. One sample,
in other words,
one sample is not evidence, dude.
Yeah, you understand. That's part of the scientific method. They didn't say it could be contaminated. Shut up, you evil doctor, and stop bothering us.
Yeah.
They said, can we confirm that this information is not contaminated by external bacteria? Can we repeat this?
And that's why you do clinical trials.
That wasn't exactly how they phrased it. Okay? That was not exactly how they phrased it. They rejected him. He had to go to another country to actually perform clinical trials. Because, get this, the clinical trials he proposed by treating ulcers with antibiotics were rejected. In other words, he wasn't even able to test. That's how far outside the mainstream he was. He wasn't even able to test his hypothesis. He had to go to another country. And now here we are,
What country was he in?
30 years later. He was an American.
So this is an indictment against your medical system and no one else's.
Well, notice that you're changing the subject.
This might be your system only. You're making this assumption that must be everywhere in the world.
But you're changing the subject and you're not getting the point. Okay? You're not getting the point. The point was he was outside mainstream. Mainstream science, mainstream medicine said that ulcers are caused by a hole in the lining, and that's it. A hole in the lining, period. He suggested that it was an infection. And
is it peptic ulcers?
And he was right. Yeah, peptic
Yeah,
ulcers.
you want to
Okay,
look up
he's an Australian doctor, and there's no evidence of any expulsion from Australia for it. It was from Kalgoorlie. I don't
Yeah,
see
so was the other
any.
guy. John
Well,
Robin
it was.
Warren is also an
It was.
Australian pathologist. He worked
Yep,
together.
I don't see any supporting evidence of this story. Where did you get this story?
I don't. It's from 20 years ago. So it was before the internet was even invented.
So it was a
Yeah,
book.
30 years
What
ago.
was the name of the book? Or
No,
who
it was a
wrote it?
magazine. It was a magazine article.
Okay.
This is
And
you might have been
the
reading a
title of the
scientific
magazine
report.
was the Woo Woo Science Journal.
But
Shut
you
up.
might have been reading
Smart
a
ass.
biased report.
I was
But,
actually thinking, how am I going to search magazines that were 20 years ago? And then it's like from Woo Woo Science Journal.
Marshall and
So-
Warren.
so I got you to laugh.
Marshall and Warren were Australians who worked together on this. So
Yeah.
So
they.
I thought when you said that, I thought I'm pretty sure that was an Australian dude because I remember hearing
Yeah.
about that when I was at school. You know.
They did it all in Australia. They never left Australia. Warren developed the diagnostic test for detecting the bacteria. They got a Nobel
Maybe
Prize
you
in
wanted
medicine
to
in
still-
2005 for this. They got a Nobel Prize for medicine for
Yeah.
this in 2005.
So it's pretty well accepted around the world. It doesn't seem that.
Sure, but they were not run out on a rail. They were not even required to leave the country. None of this happened.
But then again, when you think of like most medical breakthroughs, they were usually by the CSIRO. You'll always see that in like Nobel Prize lists where people like have their name and where they work. It'll always be CSIRO, and that's actually a small government-run research laboratory in Australia that just happened to come out with a freakish amount of disproportionate things because they imported really big brains from around the world.
It says here that it was ridiculed. The theory was ridiculed by establishments. It's been claimed anyway that it was ridiculed by establishment, who did not
That was
believe
after
bacteria
failed
could live
attempts to
in
infect the
stomach
people,
acid.
so.
This was the key point. They didn't think bacteria could survive in stomach acid.
Yeah.
And Marshall said everyone was against me, but I knew I was right. Well, that's fine. That doesn't mean he was pilloried. It doesn't mean
Yeah.
he was censured or that he had to leave the country. It says, on the other hand, it has been argued also that medical researchers showed a proper degree of scientific skepticism until the hypothesis could be supported by evidence, which is, God damn it, is the scientific method front to back.
A lot of people don't like scientific skepticism because it's their research and they're emotionally invested in it, so they do tend to get a little bitchy about it, you know.
I mean, there are people
right.
who everyone was.
Scientific skepticism, I'm all for.
Here's
There
the
are-
Lancet. You don't get better than the Lancet. Let's have a read of that. You guys
I
carry
just
on. I'm gonna read
posted-
through this.
I just posted a link from Canada. Therefore, it's got to be good.
Yeah. I
In
don't
the
know.
in the side, whatever.
I'll look it up there. Yeah.
But basically, it was talking about the discovery and acceptance. So one of the things I like to, and it's just an interesting mind. A little what do they call it? A thought experiment. So you go back 1,000, 10,000 years, and somebody says, I'm really cold. I'd love some heat, and the other person says, well, you have to just wait for the sun to come up. And the guy was like, well, why don't I light this tree on fire? And the guy was like, no, you can't light a tree on fire because wood, tree is a living thing, and we all know that living things don't burn. And then obviously, wood does burn. Okay. Then you go forward a bunch of 1,000 years, and somebody's like, I'm really cold, and we don't have any wood. Why don't I try burning rocks? And the other guy's like, well, no, rocks don't burn. We all know rocks don't burn. But then, he discovers coal, and then you can repeat the same process with oil. I'm going to light this liquid on fire. Hey, we know that liquid does not burn. Water doesn't burn. And then, of course, he discovers oil. But then you go even further, and then you say, well, I want to burn this rock, but I don't want to use a flame. I want to harvest energy from this rock, but I don't want to use a flame. And then everybody would say, even mainstream science would say, well, that's crazy. Well, it turns out it's uranium, And so it's like, it's just a cute little silly story.
And then it
but
turns
the
out
idea,
that radiation isn't deadly, and they're lying.
there's no
But
radiation poisoning in my silly story.
Did Big Fire hear about the magic rock and shut it down?
Big fire. No.
Big fire.
But
That's the real question
point,
we should be asking here.
But the point that I'm trying to make is that yes, scientific skepticism, but sometimes scientific skepticism is like skepticism with like all caps skepticism, where
Yeah,
it's
why shouldn't it
it's
be?
like total rejection skepticism.
But the
Why
good
is
thing is-
scientific
the good thing is
skepticism
if-
required
if
to be
you-
moderate?
Yeah. Even if it is skepticism in all caps, the truth will still come to the surface because you can say what you want, it's not going to change what's happening in the test tube or in the agar plate or in whatever you're testing. You're still going to get the same results whether you're angry at it and yelling at it or smiling and singing songs.
Which is why I'm thinking the same thing about you and chiropractic. You are yelling at it, and I'm singing songs about it, and the truth has got to be in there somewhere. So either chiropractic is completely imaginary, or it actually is an effective therapy.
Is it just me, or does flat Earth math sound a little bit like when flat Earthers talk? I don't know why, but as I've been listening in the background doing other shit, it just feels like he sounds like he talks like them.
Oh,
Yeah.
Because I'm a little bit outside mainstream. I'm willing to acknowledge.
No, it's because you're dogmatically protecting something you're emotionally invested in. That's why.
No, it's not just like the words he speaks, it's like the way he talks is what I'm getting at. It feels like I'm listening to slightly offbeat Jared.
You know what? The reason Bash and I are possibly more irritated about this than we would be from a flat earther. It's the same kind of thing. The reason is because he's willing to accept a separate standard of evidence for chiropractic than he is for anything else.
No,
and we know full well he's capable of accepting that standard of evidence. But he won't do it here.
I'm interested in the...
He won't accept any evidence.
I'm interested in the research. I am genuinely interested in the research.
So if we provide
chiropractic research is there, sir? What chiropractic discoveries have been made?
Chiropractic
science has been
NASA
invented.
has never taken a photo from Earth of Earth from space. So
I'm sorry, I don't see the connection at all.
But
no, that is a fair question. There aren't any. There aren't any scientific breakthroughs from chiropractic science.
You know what Tim Minchin said? He said
there has been
alternative.
science
You know what they
testing
call?
it. Yes, I said that. I said that earlier.
So then here's the question. So you guys are yelling at something that you have not seen a scientific
No, we've seen the answers. We've seen the research. That's why we're yelling, because we expect better from you. We've seen the research. That's what we're basing our worldview on. You're basing your worldview on anecdotes and feelings. We're saying we've seen this.
I'm genuinely confused. I just said I am genuinely interested to seeing the scientific studies, and I could have sworn that your response 30 seconds ago was, "What research studies?"
No, research.
Did I misunderstand you?
No. Yeah. When you said the scientific studies, that was when you were corrected and said, "What scientific studies have there been from chiropractic science?" He was saying as if chiropractic is a field of science where its findings just like any other field of medicine.
Okay. Oh, I get you.
Yeah. What I was saying was the science is well and truly in. It's been thoroughly tested, because if you were paying billions of dollars to PR firms to try and get your woo-woo into mainstream society, wouldn't the fucking easiest thing to do be a double-blind test to say, hey, look, it works. It's now medicine. Yay, we're real doctors. Of fucking course, it'll save you billions of dollars. So why would you instead not test it, because big pharma or whatever, any excuse, but then spend billions of dollars hiring people to say, I swear to God it works. I know it works. It really does work. And if you guys pay for it and put it in your hospital, we'll give you a cut, You'd go the easy route. You'd prove it works.
Sorry, that's my daughter shaking a bunch of cat treats. No, I mean I'm with you there. It's just that one of the reasons why I was heatedly debating or defending chiropractic is what I was hearing from you was the same types of attacks that aren't, that seem to be emotionally based. Like it seemed like you had something emotionally invested against chiropractic.
Yes, I'm upset. Yeah, for sure. But what I'm asking is, call me an empiricist, but show me the fucking data. What has chiropractic science ever done? What frontiers are they researching? What new discoveries have they made? Nothing. They have made none, and their treatments are bogus. The most they can offer is massage and vitamins.
And anecdotes. Lots of anecdotes.
Right,
Every single person I've spoken to about chiropractic has been not just overwhelmingly positive, but very vehemently positive, as in like, I don't know what kind of Kool-Aid they've been drinking, but I've never met someone who believed in chiropractic who wasn't willing to argue the toss forever, even when presented with evidence. Like Steve. Steve is a really rational dude. You would not think that he believes in witchcraft. But he will argue it till the cows come home, even when presented with the fact that there's one research paper, and he holds that research paper to his heart. That's the only...
In witchcraft? Yeah. I'm going to cry. I'm going to cry.
He believes in chiropractic. He holds that one paper that showed that chiropractic was... It had near parity to remedial massage for one injury only. One injury out of all the millions of things they claim they treat. Only one had near parity to remedial massage. Not medicine, massage. He holds that document so true to his heart that it was the first thing out his mouth trying to defend it. Like, yeah, and what other papers? And that was when he sort of realized, well, fuck, there aren't any, you know, because he wanted to present scientific evidence.
Okay, fair enough. I've just posted two. They're all, the links all run together because the thing in the side chat.
That's fine.
You know,
that's fine.
It just runs them together. So if you click on like the bottom half, taking charge, whatever, it's I forget what university that is. University of Minnesota. And then the one below that is from obviously some chiropractic website, but there's links to the, you know, the links to the studies in question, which, you know, doesn't prove anything, but it is, you know, something that I would point to.
Hang on. For
Sure.
starters, taking charge of your health and well-being doesn't sound very medical to start with, but let's get into this. Throughout chiropractic's history, the profession has conducted clinical research despite limited funding. Almost all of its testing was when it talked other agencies into doing the testing, and limited funding, it is a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. What limited funding can a chiropractor possibly have when they're charging for nothing?
This is the flat earthers' argument that we've only had 2 years to work on.
Look at this, look at this. Chiropractic does not... Oh, wait, no, sorry, yeah, I read it wrong. Sorry, what was that, what you said?
It's the same argument when the flat earther says, you've had 500 years and we've only had 2 years to work on our model. That's all. That's the first sentence of this. Saying, we tried hard, but we know we haven't had 100
years.
So.
They've had 100 years, and they've had infinite funding. Because
right, and then NASA comes out with, well, actually, Universal Pictures comes out with a nice ball that they stuck in our face since the 1910s.
Well, see, the thing is,
NASA comes out with the ball, and that trumps pretty much everybody civilian-wise
I didn't mean
doing
to trigger the flat earther. We're still talking about chiropractic. I was drawing an analogy.
Yeah, go back to your civil warring. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Even if they diverted their PR funding, the amount of money that they spent inventing public relations for 1 year, they would still have near infinite, as far as research funding goes, they would have near infinite, they would have the biggest research facility on planet Earth.
Ash,
the kind of R&D that
we just noticed that you are not arguing the point. You're arguing something that's tangential to the point.
What now? Yeah, of course I am. I'm arguing what I'm looking at in front of me.
Well, no, you're arguing about whether or not chiropractic can pay for studies.
Yeah, because you're presenting this. Well, you're presenting this as evidence, and its claims are
not
false.
Evidence. A possible list.
Well, I'm not interested in a possible list. I'll just close them.
A possible list of studies,
give me empirical evidence,
which could then be. Oh my goodness, you sound just like a flat earther. This is so funny. A list of studies which you may or may not find interesting in terms of whether chiropractic is effective. And then you're caught you're caught up in the gears of like the opening paragraph where it talks about research funding.
Well, if you can't get the lead of your article right, what's the point in reading further? If you're being dishonest, 3 times in the first sentence.
Bash, if you could only hear yourself. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I don't disagree with him. If this leads with, we've had limited funding, we just haven't had the time to do the research, it costs so much, fuck you, that's not true. Yeah. So what's the second sentence going to give us?
The links. The key is the links to the studies. Like somebody reading a Wikipedia article and Anais was pointing out that it's referenced, so then you go to the references.
It says go to PubMed and search for them yourself. That's what it says. Where can I get more information? That's it. It says go look for it yourself.
You have to be a doctor. Go to PubMed, but you got to get your medical degree first. Just kidding. But the point that I'm trying to make to both of you gentlemen, the point that I'm trying to make is that with time comes acceptance of things that are outside of mainstream that need to be proven with real data, okay? Not just emotionally, invested people like me, but like real data, okay? And I fully support the gathering of real data. But the one anecdote of the gut bacteria and the ulcers, and then the other anecdote is like how they used to treat women for in childbirth. I mean, they used to strap them down to a chair or to a table and drug them. and
Really,
they'd wake up
seriously.
a week later, you know? And
It
that was
doesn't matter
mainstream
if
science.
it doesn't matter if mainstream medicine eats babies. It doesn't not add any credence to chiropractic. It doesn't.
Well, okay, but Cordis, think about what you just said. It doesn't matter if mainstream science eats babies. I think it actually does.
No, fuck
okay?
off. That's
It
not, I'm
actually
not
does.
saying it's bad, it's a good thing to eat babies. You know I'm not. I'm saying it doesn't matter how much you can discredit mainstream science. It does not add any additional credence to the value of chiropractic treatment. Like the second
It's
page
like
of the link
when
has 10
it's like
things
when
on
a
it.
creationist tries to disprove evolution in order to prove God and young Earth.
You're missing the point entirely. The point is that if you have a continuum of experiences, and you have in the past mainstream science rejecting certain therapies, and then data and empirical studies prove that those therapies are valid, and then finally they get accepted. Like, I hope you would call that a continuum.
Yeah, you know what Tim Minchin says about
rejection to
alternative
acceptance.
medicine, right? Tim Minchin says, you know what they call alternative medicine that works? Medicine. And that's
Right,
because
but
it goes through a scientific process
it's
of analysis,
alternative to
peer
begin
review,
with.
and repeatable results. You know this. You know this is how
So,
science works.
If an alternative medical practitioner uses medical methods to cure you, it wasn't the alternative medicine that cured you, it was the medicine that he employed that cured you.
Right, but what you're missing in this is the continuum. You're missing the history lesson.
Yeah,
What you're doing is you're
people.
taking a snapshot of 2016, and you're like, and you're like, well, that's the be all end all. 2016, the way things are in 2016, that's the be all end all. And anything that mainstream medicine is rejecting in 2016, it's because it's permanently bad.
We're looking at the lack of evidence in 1 century of giving them unlimited funding to be able to prove something, anything. A century, over a century.
Chiropractic has not been a licensed profession for a century.
Okay, so how many more centuries does it need to prove its second point? Just give me an estimate. Give me an estimate, and I will sign up for cryogenics, and I'll defrost myself and come back,
century,
and I'll check,
okay?
And I'll check the working out and the sources too, if I find any typos.
But the point that I'm trying to make is that just because something is on the outside of mainstream doesn't guarantee that it's woo-woo. The potential exists that it's woo-woo. Okay,
something
that's
that
the point.
all of science claims is woo-woo. Something that every rational person who applies any basic requisite for evidence would consider woo-woo. Something that self-declares as alternative medicine, when in its very definition, even if you don't look at it from a legal point of view of, say, the Acts Interpretation Act, even if you accept the natural, ordinary meaning of words, alternative medicine, if it worked, it's medicine. There's no way around that. That's the anchor, dude.
But you do realize that a good part of alternative medicine is medicine that is performed by somebody who does not have a medical degree, an MD. Okay.
Well, no. If you're practicing, if you're practicing medicine without an MD, you're practicing medicine without a license. You're not practicing alternative medicine. If you're practicing alternative medicine, whether you have a license or not is irrelevant.
What if you heal somebody and you don't have an MD after your name? Okay. Now you could say you're practicing without a license.
Wasn't the first vaccine made by a guy who didn't have a medical license?
What is the difference
he got told
about
by
the license here? It has nothing to do with licensed or unlicensed medicine.
Well,
it has to do with the scientific process.
But that's the key of the alternative part.
It's just a double blind.
If for example, a chiropractor in the United States today does not have a medical degree, or does not require a medical degree.
I hope so. Because if they were passing themselves off as doctors, that's mental.
Well, no, I mean to pass himself. Well, I call my chiropractor doctor.
I'm sure he loves it. I've seen 2.5 Men. I know how desperately they strive for the recognition for people to call them doctor.
Oh my goodness! Did you just cite a sitcom?
No, as for their ego, yes.
You cited a sitcom. I'm never gonna let you live that down.
No, that's 2.5 Men. That's not a sitcom. That's empirical evidence, dude.
Oh, it's a documentary. I'm sorry.
It is. Yeah. It's a reality TV show.
You know who the half is, right? It's Charlie Sheen.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness. Tiger Blood.
I actually like Charlie Sheen. I think he's a character. I wouldn't like to be around him for more than half an hour. I think working with him
he's a
would be
shitty
hell.
person, but he's entertaining as a character.
It's funny. It's funny to watch other people suffer him. Like when people try to interview him and he goes off reservation and they're just like, oh shit, what do we do?
But he is actually also a horrible human being. Like
he does
his mistress came up to him in he was eating dinner with his wife at a restaurant, and his mistress comes up and is like, hey, can I get a picture? And so the paparazzi snaps a picture of Charlie Sheen with his mistress on one arm and his wife on the other. I mean, that's cool.
Yeah, that's really bad. Didn't he beat his wife or some shit too? He did some woman bashing thing, and it was real nasty. And it was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And then you realize everything.
But he is his own person, though. He is definitely his own person. He doesn't answer to anyone.
He's definitely mentally ill, though. There's no doubt about it that there's something going on upstairs that needs a psychiatrist or 3.
Sounds like winning.
Hasn't he got HIV?
And then there's Will Smith.
Doesn't he have HIV? Someone said.
I think he does.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Which actually, untreated, and I don't know how long he had it before he knew it, affects the brainstem. It actually affects your brain.
That's possible, because it is treated
now.
They have
a cure for it, though. It's
his
money.
viral count is,
Magic Johnson figured out a cure for AIDS.
Yeah, sure, if you get treated early and keep at it, but I mean, who knows with Sheen how long he was infected. And
apparently his viral count is down so low that he can have unprotected sex and not pass the disease on. It's that low. But
he could still have
also got scammed. He also got scammed. He went to this woo-woo doctor who was an alternative medicine guy, and to prove that he'd cured him with this magic silver bullet thing that he gave him, it was like some magic herb or something, he allegedly injected himself with Charlie Sheen's blood. And he does this trick for his $1 million clients. He's a known charlatan. He does this trick for his $1 million clients. He'll draw blood from them and inject it into him. So I don't know whether it's a gimmick syringe or whether maybe he already has AIDS and that spurred his interest into it. And then he saw a way to make money to pay for his viral drugs, But he goes round and he's conned a lot of really, really big names. I forget his name for the life of me, and it's really irritating me. He's from an ex-Soviet state, and he claims that it was secret cures for AIDS that the Soviets were working on, but shut down, and it continued on in Russia. But then mafia bosses were trying to keep a monopoly on it because they didn't want Americans to get it, or all sorts. He tells all these big stories. He's like Robert Pisano, basically. His story changes based on the audience.
Yeah.
But not curing AIDS, but stopping AIDS is pretty.
But does he visit a chiropractor? That's what I want to know.
He is a chiropractor. No. I don't know. We'll have to ask him. I'll track him down. We'll email him.
So here's a question for the two of you. Is it possible that if you study, say, world history, world religions, and the way the East does things versus the way the West does things, is it possible that there are some therapies that are considered to be Eastern practices? Maybe it's a long history of culture, maybe a long history of religion, but we'll call them Eastern practices. Is it conceivable that there may be some Eastern practices that are not mainstream today that are actually technically, clinically effective?
Yeah, of course it's possible.
But he did a double blind with it and showed it worked, of course.
Well, sure, but before the double blind is performed, right? Then
we have no way of saying whether it works.
Right, but is it in other words, let's talk about the continuum. We're at the continuum where modern medicine would consider this practice to be alternative medicine. But so we haven't done the double-blind studies. We haven't done the scientific, skepticism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We're at the far left end of the continuum. Is it possible that there is a therapy that currently is in practice in the East that, just given enough time, given enough acceptance, given enough double-blind studies, might actually become accepted?
Yeah, of course.
Because I would say
that's always true.
Not without the testing, not without the double blind, not without the clinical trials, not without any of that.
Right.
And I hope they do it within a century.
Here's my point, though. Here's my point. My point is that at the far left-hand end of the continuum, the treatment exists, but the studies don't. That's my point. And it's just a hypothetical.
That's the woo-woo end of the spectrum. Yeah.
Well, no, but let's not change the therapy. Let's not change the therapy, but it's before the studies have been done.
Yeah, and then in chiropractic,
fast forward
chiropractic treatment, why have they not been done?
I'm sorry?
And in chiropractic treatment, why in a century have these fucking studies not been done? And any study that has been done on this crap like subluxation, acupuncture.
And you got wrapped around the axle of the first paragraph without even looking.
I read the page.
The first one was from
page.
spine. The first one was from spine. What was it called? It was like spine.
It was some
spine
healthy well-being woo-woo thing.
No,
holistic healing or something.
No.
Your second page of top 10 chiropractic studies in 2013 lists 10 things, all of which could be attributed to massage and massage alone.
Massage does not manipulate the spine. Okay?
Massage manipulates the spinal erector muscles, so yes, it manipulates the spine indirectly.
Did you just say erector?
He did.
Yeah, I did. Don't get too excited about it.
Too late. But no, the first one where it was like taking charge of your health, and you're like, whoa, that sounds really alternative. Well, you got caught up on the paragraph, the opening paragraph. But if you look at the study, the first study is from Spine Journal. All right, the second study is from the Cochrane database of systemic reviews, and again, this is like from apparently a pool of research. Okay, and then the last one as well. But my point is that not that studies have never been done, it's that we need to seriously look at them, and that's why I said when Bash was saying, he's got all this data, this research, I'm like, I'm all for reading the research, right? I mean, I hope you guys would disrespect me if I said I'm gonna not care about the research. I'm interested in the research. But I also am emotionally
None of these are links unless you have a PubMed account to go and read the individual things. They don't even give you the abstracts here. They give you the fucking titles. For all I know, each of these tell you that it's bogus. I have no idea. I can't even see them.
But Cordis, that's different than saying, why aren't there any studies? Which is what you were kind of saying a few minutes ago. Do you understand the difference?
Chiropractic, what my point is, where are the studies showing it to be effective? The second page you does give a list of 10 things, and you can have a look at some of them.
Yeah, the first link has 3, which look like they might not be the studies themselves, but actually pools of studies. And then the second link gives 10. And again, I haven't clicked through those links, but what those links tell me is that chiropractic is not just 100% woo-woo. Okay, maybe it's 50% woo-woo and 50% medicine.
The articles on that page and the links to they're not the links to studies. They are in fact links to articles on chironexus.net.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm going through the Spine Journal online. It's also a chiropractic site. I'm just going onto the Cochrane database of systemic reviews, which doesn't sound very good. Systemic reviews.
I am not at all surprised that the chiropractic websites speak well of chiropractic treatment.
Of course.
I would be rather surprised if they didn't. But I would be impressed if they, in fact, took an unbiased view. I would be amazed. I would consider them scientists if they were actually figuring out what it is they sell that works, what it is that doesn't, and proceeding according to scientific process.
The third group isn't actually a journal. It's a Cochrane review group, a company. I'm still giving it a go and having a look through anyway. So this is, how many links did you go through so far? I've gone through 4. This is my 4th one.
What, off the Chironexus?
No, of the article that he cited, I've checked their sources, and every single one was a chiropractic website linking, it was a chiropractic article linking to a chiropractic website. It wasn't like...
Are there not only 3 on the first page?
No.
The second page has 10, is that right?
I think I'm on the other article.
The top 10 chiropractic studies of 2013?
Yeah, I'm on what does the research say.
Yeah, well, I'll start at the bottom and go up.
Okay, I'll go from the top down.
Each one of these that I'm looking at, I hope we're not talking cross purposes. I'm on the Chironexus page with their top 10 list of things that happened in 2013. Is there a different link I should be looking at?
I'm looking at the University of Minnesota taking charge of your health and well-being page that he pasted us. Right. What does the research say? And it's got a bunch of links there.
Links.
Yeah, sorry, links. A bunch of references there. Here are 3 examples of analysis of pools of research,
right.
And
So
the first 3 were there's 3. Yep, sorry. And the first 2 were Chiro websites, and the third one
I haven't dug up the Cochrane database of systemic review. I have no idea what it is yet.
I'm trying to. I can't find them saying what they are. It's the Cochrane research base of systemic review or whatever goes to the Cochrane Research Group, which is a subsidiary of Wiley Online Library, and that's where I'm up to now. So I'm trying to find who owns or what Wiley Online Library is.
If we're talking about the Cochrane Library, I hope it's the same thing. But
it's hang on. No, it's the Cochrane Database of Systemic Reviews.
Which links straight back to the Cochrane Library. It's called the CDSR, which is just the initials of the thing. It includes the Cochrane reviews, systematic reviews, and protocols for Cochrane reviews. This is not telling me anything yet. Cochrane reviews are Cochrane reviews. So.
Yeah, they're owned though. They are owned by the Wiley.
No doubt of that. Let me just check out.
Just linking me back to them as well.
The Wikipedia's got probably some provenance on the Cochrane Library. I'm just looking. It's named after Archie Cochrane. It's a collection of databases from other places, with the look of it.
But is that the same thing that we're looking at, the Cochrane Database of Systemic Reviews?
The Cochrane Database of Systemic Reviews is part of the Cochrane Library, along with the Database of Extracts or Reviews of Effects, which is the DARE database. I know about these databases from my work in the hospital. So DARE is definitely one that's in common use. I don't see possibly so is this one.
No. We're going off the site. The Cochrane Database of Systemic Reviews. When you Google that, yes, it starts to talk about what's this Cochrane reviews are systemic reviews of primary research, but that's not the same link that I was going to.
No, I'm looking. Second one. Hang on. The Cochrane database is one of the things the Cochrane Library administers.
Hang on, I'm swapping over to your screen. You carry on talking so I can see what you're showing.
Can you?
You're not showing my screen? It's okay. I'll defer to your professional judgment on this. I'm too asleep to even fucking look at the screen.
No, I traced the Cochrane database is one of the things the Cochrane Library administers. Okay, and the Cochrane Library administers several databases. They sell access to them. So the Cochrane database is one. The database of extracts or reviews of effects, which is called DARE, is another. The Cochrane Central Register of Controlled Trials is another. So they're a clearinghouse for trials.
Okay.
For trials and
so what are the odds of us being able to get access to that reference?
How much do you want to pay?
Oh, okay.
Hang on.
Well, that's the three there. Let's go for the three on the other website. I'll go through them.
There are no useful medical databases that don't cost money, unless you happen to be, with a license for an organization that allows you to use it.
Aren't there many public databases in the US?
Yes, there are databases and databases. This sort of thing, the scientific community in the United States, not just the United States, but also the United States, paywall every fucking thing.
Do they? Okay.
It's all you'll pay $35 or more, or sometimes hundreds of dollars just to see anything beyond the abstract of an article. This is a problem that I think will eventually solve itself, but it hasn't yet. No, I'm back at the front of the Cochrane Library again. This is frustrating. I certainly know that access to the DARE database is a paid database for sure. If this one isn't, I'd be very surprised. It's how they do business. So.
Yeah.
They have a subsection on the here. You can browse. It says you can browse the Cochrane database of systematic reviews. There's a link for complementary and alternative medicine, so I'll take a look at that.
Do you remember how I got caught up on the first paragraph of that article? I'm now caught up on the second last paragraph because it also mentions in the same breath to find studies on the use of chiropractic and other alternative approaches such as acupuncture.
Yeah. No, it's collecting it. It's lumping it in. And many chiropractors here in Canada, I don't know about anywhere else, also do do acupuncture and cupping, and cupping and naturopathy, which is advising people what vitamins to take.
Holy shit, dude! TakingCharge.csh.umn, the one that I got hung up on because it was already lying to me in the first thing. Scroll down to the bottom and read that. Acupuncture aroma fucking therapy, dude. You link me to something that mentions aromatherapy as a healing practice in the same breath.
Cupping, don't forget.
And cupping, dermal friction.
Wash your keyboard or rinse your eyes. I'm going to
clear my history too. Prayer. It has prayer there. Look, it has prayer. It has prayer there. And Tibetan medicine. That's where we were too. Naturopathy. Qigong. Reiki. It's got Reiki and fucking yoga there. And this is
Look, I would believe Yoda could cure me before Reiki, so yeah.
And this is what what does the research say? That was the first of the two links that you gave us. I knew when I saw taking charge of your health and well-being, I thought, well-being, health and well-being, that sounds a bit hairy-fairy.
Isn't this funny? I've gone to the Cochrane database now, and I don't know exactly what I'm trying to find. What's the name of the article that's supposed to be in the Cochrane database?
The article in the Cochrane database, there's two of them here. Hang on. Bronfort, G. Nelson are non-invasive physical treatments for chronic/recurrent headache.
Okay, that's interesting because it's there is no subcategory for chiropractic in the database at all. So
I noticed that. That's where I got stuck, and I thought maybe I was just really tired and not looking straight.
Yeah, maybe I can search so it's non-invasive, non-invasive.
Physical treatments for chronic/recurrent headache. I think we need to do a full-on fucking takedown of this shit once and for all.
Yeah, I found it. I found the article. It's free. It's fucking free. Great. One free article. Okay. Holy shit. Yep.
That's good.
Reason for withdrawal from publication.
Are you serious?
Yes. This review has been withdrawn from the Cochrane libraries, but you can access previous versions. That's not a reason.
No.
It's out of date, apparently. It was corrected. It says it was correct at the time of publication. It was published in 2014, so God knows what changed between then and now.
No, this is 2004.
Not according to this. First published 26 August 2014. Now, who are your authors?
Bronfort G, Nilsson N, Haas M, Evans R, Goldsmith CH.
Yeah. Gert Bronfort, Mitchell Haas, Ronnie Evans, Charles Goldsmith, William Assenfeld.
Well, they fudged the date on this to 2004.
Yeah, they fudged the date backwards to make it look like an older study. Fucking hell.
Okay, let's try the next one down. Manipulation and mobilization for mechanical neck disorders. This isn't shaping up very good for chiropractic. I can't word right now.
Mobilization for what? Give me another keyword.
Mechanical neck disorders.
Not free.
Okay.
Actually, I can't find that article at all. I can find therapeutic manipulation versus mobilization in patients with. Who's your author?
No, it's Gross AR, Hoving JL, Haynes TA,
search for mechanical neck.
Yeah, mechanical neck disorders.
Mechanical neck disorders. Oh,
that'll be a lot of fucking things. Yeah.
Sorry, one author again. One last name.
Gross AR.
Gross. Okay.
Gross and Hoving.
Gross and Acker, Gross and Pelson, Gross and Goldsmith, Anita Gross.
Yes. Well, no. Hang on. There's Gross and Acker are on this one, and again Gross and Acker are on this one. Gross and Goldsmith are on this one, so they're working.
Yeah, Goldsmith. All these same people worked on. There's two papers. Okay, Anita Gross, Peter Acker, Charles Goldsmith, and Paul Michael and Jay Peloso. So that's
It's the same people from the first paper that was recorded that they fudged the date on.
Yeah, and there is no article by the title you name at all in that database. There are two with those authors that have to do with mechanical neck disorders in the title. One is patient education for mechanical neck disorders. The other is physical medicine modalities for mechanical neck disorders. Neither of these has anything to do with chiropractic. This entire page is bullshit you've given us, sir.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me because I was browsing porn?
I was talking to you. Your browsing porn is better than what you've been doing up till now. The list of links you gave us is utter crap. We have dug down.
Yeah, it's not very good.
Well, I still have my my emotional attachment. Thank you very much.
I certainly do. Oh God, if I came along as a man of science and told you I believed in astrology, I would expect you to attack me worse than this.
What evidence? My mom used to read palms. Did I tell you that? My mom was a palm.
That's probably got more scientific basis than chiropractic.
Your mom used to read palms, and your dad worked for NASA. I could see why they fell in love.
No, my dad worked for General Electric.
Well, what is the NASA stuff then that he has?
Oh no, I never claimed it was for NASA. I said space, but it was company confidential stuff. So they had a lot of stuff dealing with Apollo, but also the stuff that was supposed to come after Apollo, which of course never did.
Yeah.
But also lots of stuff about satellites and spy satellite recovery methods of the ejected film canisters. That's the stuff I found in my dad's papers.
That shit where they caught it before it landed, kind of stuff.
Yes.
That was so fucking awesome.
Yes.
But as to going back to Heliobacter pylori bacteria as the cause of ulcers,
yeah,
it's absolutely fine if the scientific community screams that they think you're crap. It's not about how they scream. It's not about the degree of their reaction or the nature of their reaction or the polarity of their reaction. It's about the fact that enough testing needs to be done to convince them. That's all. That's it. So it is not the vehemence. They certainly he was not pilloried or run out of Australia or whatever. Neither of them were. So, which the scientific community just doesn't do. If you're discredited because your science is bad, that's much more of a hit than they could ever possibly do to you in any other way. Being discredited because you're pardon?
But don't you get the sense that there's like an inside crowd and an outside crowd? Okay? Like, don't you get a sense that there is a closing of ranks, that it's not, purely about the scientific method? Like if you object to a therapy, a proposed therapy, on scientific grounds, that's one thing. But I mean, if you, almost are emotionally invested in your rejection, like it seemed like these guys, at least the story that I read, I mean, maybe it was dressed up for an article. But it did seem like, and I think the quote on the article that I just sent you, it had a quote about, like, if you were to suggest that this blah 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 blah, and it was like the most ridiculous thing I'd ever heard in my life. I mean, like those are not simple words. Those are not skeptical words. Those are, charged words. So
not every scientist is Mr. Spock, right?
Oh, sure.
Humans are fallible. Humans are emotional beings. Humans create attachments to ideas. Yeah, all of those things happen. But this is why we have the scientific method and the peer review process. They rise above the individual's emotional state in terms of to provide real, repeatable results, so that something can be accepted because it cannot any longer be discarded. That's exactly what it's for. It's to prevent the prevailing opinion from being the deciding factor. That's the nature of the scientific method.
Now here's a question for you. Let's say you wanted to do a scientific study regarding chiropractic. That would mean you'd have to have random assignment of patients to treatment groups. The chiropractic treatment versus I don't know what the alternative would be. No treatment at all, or would it be traditional means? Would it be massage? But it's like you're going to be going on an uphill battle if chiropractic isn't established enough for the study to even be conducted. Do you see what I'm saying? That's why I talked about the continuum.
No, you realize you're making a flat Earth argument. You really are. How can we possibly prove it when they're keeping the tools from us?
Well, no, that's why I called it a continuum.
That was why I got annoyed with
acceptance. What'd you say?
That was why I got annoyed when they were pretending they didn't have the money for limited funding for research, and it's like, if you spent 1 year's worth of that research, of your PR on that research, you'd be, yeah.
Okay, I got to go for a second. Hold on a second.
Yeah. No worries. I'm going to use this opportunity to go take a leak. Yeah. Unlike Red, I pee when I'm annoyed. I don't poop. I'll be back momentarily.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I'll stay until he comes back, so there's not massive dead air on the recording afterwards.
You're calling me massive dead air.
Well, I don't know. Do you talk to yourself? Do you have a habit of talking to yourself?
I'm changing my title to massive dead air. Fuck this quarter.
Who else is in the room? I haven't actually opened the chat thing. I've got like a billion.
I don't know. Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Oh, you're still here. Hello.
Hello.
You have a very high tolerance for our ranting and raving and...
Oh, I've heard and been through and seen the worst there is. So,
yeah.
Well, at least, Jibby, I hope you appreciate from listening to this that we're very concerned with the methodology and the method. Like, it's about the science. And if one of our people comes along and says, oh, by the way, I believe there's pixies living at the bottom of my fucking garden, we're going to have Adam tooth and fucking nail. The same as we would...
A lot more than anyone else, because it's like we expect a higher standard than, from you.
But there are pixies living in my garden. That was going to be the very next subject I brought up. Gentlemen, it's been really nice talking with you. I really appreciate your skepticism. And please keep up the good work. I got to run. My wife needs me. And, I think the world of you guys. So keep...
No worries. Take it easy.
We'll talk to you again soon.
Take care of yourself.
You guys, gentlemen, take care. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Now I have to actually get all the evidence together and formulate a decent argument that he can't refute. I can't have one of us believing in a cult. It's just
this is madness. This is madness.
It is.
I get that he had a problem and that he saw a chiropractor and it got better. And
it was the same with Steve. It was the same with Steve. And it's anecdotes, and it's like if anyone came to you with this story, holding that level of evidence as acceptable on one thing.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
I need to go in a little bit. I just wanted to know, are you guys still talking about chiropractic and whatnot?
No, he's left. We can talk about whatever you want.
All right.
You better refresh the page.
I didn't have anything to add. I was just curious as to what the discussion was at.
Yeah.
Oh, it just eventually eventually Flat Earth Math had to go. So.
Yeah. Although we did go through all his sources and they didn't really sustain his argument.
No, in fact, they're out and out crap. They're just PR intended to make you think that there's science behind what they're talking about.
This is something that, like, outside of America, it's a known thing. It's a known thing that in the US that you guys have a bit of a problem with woo merchants being accepted as mainstream healers. It's usually through women's magazines and, like, Oprah and stuff like that. It's not something that...
I'm telling
woo
you.
is such big business in America. It's ridiculous. It's all about the woo. It's not about the substance. It's about the presentation.
Yeah.
The educational levels have fallen so low in the United States that people will believe any fucking thing.
That's why I said to him, 65% of people believe in ghosts and 50% believe in, a god or some kind of god. But one thing that I am happy about is in Australia, I'm not sure if it's the same in Canada. I know it's the same in England. They have things like the Fair Trading Practices Act, where if something is sold that's not fit for purpose, you cannot sell it. They can seek legal remedy against you. So if I sell you a treatment for something, and there's no medical efficacy report saying that this treatment actually does X, and I say it does X, and that's why they use a lot of weasel words if they do try and set up shop out here, because they can't say this will cure your asthma, and then flop you over the bed a few times and claim that you're cured. You could sue the arse off them. And America needs consumer protection laws. I know they're very free market, Yeah,
it actually has them. It's just that there's a lot of people in America and there's a lot of work to do. They are shutting down quackery all the time, but another one crops up over here. Like these people get prison time.
This is infiltrating hospitals even from the sounds of it, this thing.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's
like
terrifying.
I say, acupuncture at the Mount Sinai Hospital. Mount Sinai is not a poorly regarded hospital.
They're
doing. You can go there for acupuncture. Acupuncture does nothing. It has been proven to do nothing.
Do you know what's crazy about that? They're the hospital who don't offer transgender transitions anymore.
Yeah, well, you understand with Mount Sinai that
they cite the reason being that the evidence does not show that it helps them in their condition, doesn't help them. In fact, it hinders them and usually leads to a higher rate of suicide and other sorts of problems.
Actually, I think I'm of the personal opinion that is true. So they're taking a hard line on it.
But what I'm saying is that they're basing that on empirical evidence. We've seen that this doesn't work, so we are no longer offering this service. So in other words, we're not corrupt, we're not doing this for money, but they've seen that acupuncture and cupping and all this other shit doesn't work, but they're still doing it.
Here's the problem with Mount Sinai. They're, at least up here, 75% faith-funded, which means they reach out to the community for most of their money.
Yeah.
Those people are not necessarily scientifically minded.
Yeah. So if all of them, lots of them come in saying, I want this...
Yeah, you can rebuild your entire obstetrics floor. It's going to cost $300 million. But by the way, it would be awfully nice.
You got to start aromatherapy.
See you guys.
Take care.
It easy, dude.
Oh, and get some sleep, Bash. Jesus Christ.
I will eventually, dude. I will. I'll do it tomorrow. You'll see me tonight. You'll see me tonight, and I'll be in another fucking hangout or something.
Right.
But yeah,
right,
so. I mean,
take it easy.
Nice fella. But I wish I wouldn't interrupt quite so much. So you could easily get someone making a huge donation saying, it sure would be nice to have acupuncture here. My grandson used it, and boy, he likes it. There you go. And when you're dealing in hundreds of millions and you have to schmooze it out of people, you're going to stray over the line too much.
It's really worrying how many people get sucked in by this shit and really believe in it, and then they go to them instead of a real doctor.
You know what they have at Sinai as well, and they maybe have this in other hospitals, is faith representatives. So they'll have a rabbi, and all he does is rabbi stuff there. That's it. He just advises on whether the elevator button should be pressed on Saturday, whatever, right?
Yeah.
And you have a Catholic, someone or other from the Catholic faith who's there, who when they put out a new floor goes around and sprinkles holy water in various corners to make sure it's blessed. I'm not kidding about this.
I know.
We've seen the woman who goes around and sprinkles holy water on,
In Australia, we have a big thing with indigenous people, so they wander around and like blow smoke through every building to like clean away the evil spirits and stuff.
Yeah.
But it's like it's mostly because of the Marxists that they do it. It's like the lefties, and they make their ablutions when they stand up to make a speech. They say, I wish to acknowledge the indigenous ancestors of this place and blah 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 blah, and they go through this, like they rattle off this ablution. And all of the SJWs do it whenever they stand up. It's like even Sargon of Akkad has noticed it and made a piss take video about their ablutions, their religious ablutions.
Yeah, they're ridiculous. And just the idea that a house of which medicine is science. It's nothing else.
Yeah.
It never has.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So that men of science would allow some voodoo person to come in and
I can understand maybe in the palliative care ward and in ICU assisting families with crisis situations to sort of calm them down, but I don't think they really need to sprinkle holy water on things.
Yeah, at the general hospital in the oncology ward, they have women who dress as clowns, and crazy looking clowns too, and they play with the kids. It's all fine, right? Whatever.
Yeah,
that's not medicine in the strictest sense of medicine at all. But it's a kind of therapy, so whatever.
Yeah.
But having a woman come at 12 o'clock at night to a floor that hasn't been opened to go around and sprinkle holy water on everything.
Yeah.
I had to make sure she didn't sprinkle it on the computers. So.
Oh, fucking hell.
You see, so it's just madness, right?
It really is. And every single person I've spoken to who's been into this stuff has been so into it. They're like crazy about it. They're fanatics. But it's like what goes on where they get sucked into this shit? What happens? Why do they fall for it so hardcore without thinking, well...
And thinking men.
Yes,
do you find Steve McCree an intelligent man?
Yeah. For the most part, yeah.
And do you find Flat Earth Math an intelligent man? He's quite capable of understanding the scientific method, the reason for it, how it works, and why it's needed. But then he just hangs his brain on a hook and starts talking about this other thing.
Yeah. That's what I don't understand. How you can believe something with no evidence, but then go off at people for believing something with no evidence.
Yeah.
And that's
I don't know
why
how anyone maintains that. I was never into something I needed to come out of. I've never been into a bizarre belief, never in my life.
Yeah.
So I don't understand what it's like to have come from the dark side.
Yeah.
Which is a disadvantage for me in some ways.
It is. I mean, I was raised Roman Catholic, but I don't think for even 1 second. I mean, maybe like to the same extent I believed in Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny. But then as soon as I was old enough to reason and realize, wait, that's not Santa eating that shit, that's my dad, Yeah. I then thought, oh my God, my dad's God. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, you grow out of it, you put aside childish things.
There may be at some point that I believed in Santa. I don't know. I don't remember. But besides that, I mean, I have never been into any kind of cult that I had to come back out of. I've never been in the conspiracy theory world or, anything.
Yeah.
I
loved conspiracies when I was little, but it wasn't an irrational obsession. A lot of the times I was turned off the conspiracy the more I read about it, because it was sort of like, what are you basing this on? This is silly. Why are you saying this? I wanted there to be something more, though. I wanted there to be something cool. I
read all the same books Isis did when he was a kid, like the all the crap from the 70s. That was, incredible woo, right? Pyramid Power and UFOs. I read them, but we had an encyclopedia in my house. So I checked things. Whenever I saw something, I thought that smells really odd. This is a fantastic claim nobody else is making. I'm going to go just read up on that.
Although then again,
that'll cure you.
Harry Balzac said Wikipedia is as accurate as Encyclopedia Britannica.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
I think probably the Encyclopedia Britannica is fact-checked a little better. But
I'd hope so.
Science and mathematics, Wikipedia is excellent. The articles on science and math are very good because nobody goes and fucks with them. There's no reason. They're just facts. They're just listing scientific facts. Nobody argues with them. There's not somebody going in there and changing 93 million miles to the sun to 3,000 because they're flat earth. It's not happening. So, and it would be killed by scientists. They'd look at the edit and go, "What? Just change it back."
Yeah. But also realistically, even if you actually want to use it to understand something, you can just go straight to the references and base your understanding from there, or you can just simply read through it and then do your due diligence to make sure that what you're saying is accurate from another source.
Sure. And the notion that no written sources are valid is absolutely absurd, as much as saying all of them are absolutely accurate. nevertheless.
It's like saying that big medicine is suppressing reality.
Yeah, or the government always lies about everything is
Yeah.
demonstrably untrue.
Mm.
And so to believe that is asinine, but also to believe they never tell a lie is also asinine.
It's also asinine. Yep. Yeah.
But when you cherry pick and decide, I don't like this fact, so they're lying, you have made a critical error in thinking.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
So I know I'm preaching to the choir with you.
Yeah.
But
well, no, this is also the recording. If I do leave it up, other people will listen to it over time.
Yeah. So, but no, it's alarming. It's like finding out someone you know is rational, believes in horoscopes, and I've had that happen.
Yeah. I've met a few people who believe in some weird shit, but usually if you present them, usually you can say, what evidence do you need to see to disbelieve that?
Yeah.
And then if you present them with that evidence, they'll be okay with it. Like, he didn't even know what subluxations were and sounded like, yeah, bullshit. Well, for starters, he made out as though there was no harm to it. So I pull up, what's the harm? And I was going to do the same with cupping. Go through the cupping page, then find other sources backing up the fact that there's no medical efficacy behind it, that there's no empirical evidence, that there's no double-blind testing, that there's nothing to it, you know?
Yeah.
But it's a case of someone believing in something irrational and assuming that the world owes them to take them by the hand and spoon-feed the reality. It's the same thing that creationists do. It's the same thing that feminists do. It's the same thing that flat earthers do.
Yeah.
And we shouldn't have to, you know. It's not our duty to give them the education that they shirked as a child.
I was amused that Flat Earth. It was immediately when we countered him, and we didn't counter him with unreason. Said that we were using faulty arguments.
Yeah.
Which we weren't. So that kind of struck me. It's like, well, no, we're not. I thought about it because
I'm glad you
right?
stepped in when you did, though, because I am so meandering in the way that I'm talking at the moment. It's because I'm really fucking tired, man. I've been up for, well, I was up for 25 hours at 5 a.m. and it's now midday, so I can't math. What is that? That's 30 hours?
Yeah, you should probably shut this down and get some sleep, pal.
Yeah, I'll be right. I'll be right. Oh, yeah, we'll bring Harry in. Hang on. Give you the link. Harry's awesome. You'll see him in the sidebar and he'll just be like pawning noobs and shit. I was like, what the fuck? But then he'll make the odd troll comment and I'll do a double take and it's like, hang on, Harry's a flat earther? What? I thought he was sane, you know?
His brain is on little wings, so I guess we'll find out.
So I don't know whether he's pretending to be a globe earther and he's like just really good at faking it and he's secretly a flat earther that's trolling us by emulating a globe earther. No, he's definitely a globe earther.
Who knows? Maybe he doesn't want to offend anyone, you know, or everyone.
Play both sides.
What was it in The Sound of Music, the musical, when they asked the fella, do you renounce the Satan and all his works? And he was about to die. And he said, well, at this point, I don't want to make any enemies.
What was that from?
The Sound of Music.
Was it really?
Yeah.
That's a bit fucking dark, isn't it?
I like it.
Yeah,
meant as a joke. It turns out he's not dying after all anyway, but it's it's a musical comedy. But yeah. All
I remember of The Sound of Music is there was like Nazis and shit in it. And it was like a lot.
Yeah, that's what it's about.
Than I expected. Yeah, I just didn't remember that as a kid growing up. I thought it was just like a lighthearted, happy musical, and then I watched it again, and it's like, this is kind of fucked up, you know.
I had a girlfriend who performed a live version of it on occasion, so I've seen it several times. So
really, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is.
Harry pointed out, I am displaying the absurdity of their arguments, but it never works. That's so true, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, they did the Pirates of Penzance and Jesus Christ Superstar too, which are great plays.
That would have been awesome. I hope they were free tickets.
Very fun. Oh, I used to get in, all the time. We used to go to the after parties, and of course there were very gay people in theater. I think the theater has the gayest of gay people.
It does, yeah.
Like absolute covered in pixie dust gay. Like they don't look human.
Oh, Harry Balzac. You're a hairy ballsack. I've never actually looked at your user icon up close. It's always been too small for me to notice.
Yeah, it looks like Zeiss's head when he shaves his hair.
Can you guys hear me?
Condom full of
yeah,
walnuts.
we can hear you.
Okay.
How you doing, Harry?
All right. How are you guys?
I think this is the first time I've actually spoken to you.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Why don't you join in more often? You have so many cool quips in the sidebar. You could just like butt in with that randomly and like porn noob's voice.
You guys seem to be doing a pretty good job.
I don't know, man. My brain stopped working about 12 hours ago. Yeah.
So where do you come from, Harry? We wondered if you are part flat earther? Like, what's going on with you?
No, I just I get frustrated trying to talk to them like
It's
reasonably.
bad. Yeah.
So I will try and display how absurd they sound by talking like them, but kind of like amping it up a little bit, like make it even more crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they don't get it. But it's
Well,
funny for me. I laugh.
That's what flat Earth math referred to me as when I was turning it into a toy argument or something you were saying. It's like, yeah, I'm trying to show you. This is your argument. This is how silly it sounds, you know?
Yeah.
So, do you believe in chiropractic?
No, but well, my dad's a doctor, and he's actually one of the top, like, I don't know how much I want to narrow this down for you guys. This is being recorded, but I'll say 200 in the country, and he has referred people to chiropractors. And I remember the first time he said this to me offhand, I was like, what? I was under the impression chiropractors were bogus. They're spurious science. And he was like, well, generally speaking, they are, but there are certain conditions that they can be beneficial towards. And I think you guys mentioned that.
Yeah, and I think there was also just be the massage that's beneficial, and why not send them to
And it's also human contact. There was a study done in the UK to find out why so many people go to chiropractors in the UK, and back then it was like a very small amount of people, but for them it was a pandemic of worry. So they did sort of like, it was BBC, it was like an investigative journalism cross pop sci sort of report. And the thing that they found was the big difference is the chiropractors will spend a lot of time with you. They'll put their hands on you, they'll be up close to you, and they'll make you feel human contact, they'll listen to you, there'll be a shoulder to cry on, and on average, they spend something like 600% the amount of time that a normal doctor would with someone. Yeah. And it's like just talking to them before even starting anything. So there was this big human contact beforehand, so you like them. And you want to believe that they're going to help you. And in a lot of cases, placebo, if someone is easily persuaded, and if you're a doctor and it's something that you think is in their head, and you've tried other things and it's not working, and it's like, well, what am I going to do with this guy? I'll send him to them. You know, it can be their problem. And in those instances, they get really good results because it's human contact and it's more the psychology aspect and the placebo aspect.
Indeed.
They're
I've
very
heard that
good at
too,
that.
and I believe it. I believe that can be very beneficial for someone's healing in any context. It's not medicine, but it's just, you know, obviously you're going to, if you're a happier person, you're going to be healthier. I mean,
that's why therapy is, every second person in America has a therapist. It's because we live in such we're in the most communicated stage in human history, but we're all so fucking alone. So having that human connection is something that people end up paying money for. I mean, you'd probably be better off going to a hooker, but hey, there's always that disconnection within society. You know, we're becoming more and more isolated with ourselves. So having someone to talk to and get things off your chest can have a huge placebo effect of generic healing. You know.
Yeah. And if, you know, Flat Earth Math said, well, you know, nothing else was working, and this just seemed like, you know, I enjoyed going to the chiropractor, and and the massage, I think, was helpful. So, you know, I don't regret it. I get that chiropractors can have negative effect, and I've seen the what's the harm website, but all the same, at that time, it was good for me. I would say, yeah, I understand that. That makes sense. Yeah. But if he says, no, they have secret alternative medicines that haven't been accepted yet by the West.
It's been suppressed by science. It's just like, no, that's just not how it
pharma doesn't want the secret out. They're like, no, you've gone mad. You've gone mad. Your brain is loose.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was very, very sad to hear that. It's like, I really am in a moral dilemma. It's like, this is a very interesting conversation. I would like to let Steve and other people listen to it to see, well, not just what they think of it afterwards, but also what they thought of the way that we handled it. I handled it very poorly, and I'm so glad you stepped in on so many occasions there, because my brain is just scattered, dude.
Well, I don't know. I'm just as furious about it as you are, so I'm not sure I did very well. But...
Yeah. It is hard when you're angry as well. Yeah, it is.
If McRae started talking to me about chiropractic, I'd give him the shit too. I mean, this is just
of course. Madness. Yeah. It's like someone turning around and saying that they believe in pixies or fairies or a flat Earth. It's something that, like that Jibby Jedi guy. When I said to him, you know, normal people don't think about things like that. Normal people have no interest in that, and he seemed to actually pause for a while because he started to realize he's right. You know, like. Normal people don't have an interest in that, and you could sort of hear the tone in his voice that he started to realize he's not normal, and he's not. He's believing in something that isn't a normal obsession. You don't devote your life to something that could be utterly wrong just because you watched a couple of YouTube videos, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
I hope he does that. I hope he does that thing that we told him to do and actually goes, takes photos of things and extrapolates the lines and notices the 2 points. Because that's an instant defeat. There's no way around it. It proves 3 dimensions, and it doesn't matter whether they want to say we're on a cube after that. Fuck it, we can be on a cube.
If they're going to say instead, well, because of atmospheric effects and things about the dome we don't understand, maybe it just looks that way. Like
maybe it's a reflection of the other pole.
Yeah, maybe we're seeing things that are, you're just confused about it. And I haven't really seen it myself. I've never been down there to take the pictures. How many people are going to go to Australia and take a time-lapse photo of the southern sky at night? I mean, none, right? So.
And that's where it stems from, the fact that they haven't been out of their country, you know?
Yeah, but even if they go out of their country, right, they're going to be visiting the McDonald's and banging the local hookers. They're not going to be taking time-lapse photographs at night.
Looking up at the sky, yeah. But they can just do it from where they are and extrapolate the southern part.
Yeah, but again,
notice
extrapolate.
below the horizon.
Extrapolation is, baller theory. Come on, what's this extrapolation, sciencey crap?
Yeah. So they'd still have to have some level of sanity. But then again, also, when he was talking about how the stars are below the horizon, and from his viewpoint, if he doesn't actually go to the South Pole and see that, he can't prove that it's not just a disk with the stars moving around in a sphere on the outside, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
So he can't use the extrapolation method and eliminate that as a possibility.
When they drop into pure empiricism only when it suits them, I get angry.
Yeah.
This is not kosher. And the conversations where you believe in China though you've never been there.
Yeah.
You do not rely on empirical evidence for all things. Then it rattles them a bit. They don't like it, and they usually gish gallop at that point.
Yeah. And he did. Every time I brought it up, did you notice he changed the subject instantly?
Yeah. He didn't respond to anything. He did a couple of them. He said, well, I don't know about that. Maybe that's
I'm glad that you actually responded when I said gish in the sidebar.
Yeah.
I didn't want to really point out to him. I didn't want him to notice. And I started to think am I starting to am I thinking he's doing this? Am I getting paranoid? So yeah, if you hadn't have reaffirmed in the side chat that was correct, I probably would have started to think I was tripping balls and just dropped the issue completely.
They all do it. His was more of a mild case. I've seen much more radical gallop than that.
Definitely.
Some of them stop your answer to ask you another question in the middle of your answer. So,
Yep.
Or they'll ask 10 questions at once and then go, yes, so prove it. So, which is worse.
Because if you're the one asking the questions, you're giving them rope to hang themselves with and fuck up with.
Yeah.
So it's usually better to to play the inquisitor than be the inquised.
This is how they've been coached. I've seen them being coached, so I'm not making that up. Whether or not this guy was, I couldn't tell you. Maybe not. But
What do you mean coached?
Coached.
They have other people tell them what to say, like the argument angles and the tricks of rhetorical tricks and.
Harry, I hung back in one of the chats after the YouTube folded up, after 8 hours. The chat's still there. If this one timed out now, we'd still be talking, right?
Yeah.
I was on mute because I was getting a coffee, but the 3 guys who were there were 2 relatively new flat earthers and one who'd been there for a while, and he was telling them how to do it. He was telling them, make sure you question, just keep questioning, doesn't matter what they say, you just keep question.
Yeah.
So it's something they're actually coached to do. And they think this is an effective debate technique. It does badger the crap out of people who are trying to explain something to you.
They win because you give up in frustration, not because they win because they were right, Yeah.
That's a victory for them, and I can explain why that's a victory for them.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a way I can type to you guys that no one will see in the recording?
Yeah, over in the side chat.
In the side chat.
Where's that?
The panel you're in, the Google Hangout, you can, not the YouTube page, but the Google Hangout page?
Yeah, I'm on there.
Click the top
over in the
left
side,
button.
you can see some, I'll type something there now.
Okay, I see it, I got it.
Oh, is it open already? Okay, cool, yeah.
I just typed a hi in there so you can see it, right? Halsoy's over in the flat Earth debate. You should message him and bring him in here.
Okay, I'll do that now. Hang on.
No.
No? You don't want Halsoy in here?
Oh, I thought you were talking about gamer hate. I was like,
no.
Do I look crazy to you?
I don't know who you're talking about.
Dude, I would believe in chiropractic efficacy before I would invite gamer hate in here.
Can you message him? He's not on my. Oh wait, is he? No.
I thought you were bros.
Yeah, we talk a lot, but I forget to add people on Skype because I'm mildly retarded by the time I end up at the end of the hangout because I haven't slept for a long time. That's why I'm always like, okay, before I forget, add me here and here and here because I know that I'm going to end up forgetting.
But I was going to say, do you remember, or you see what I typed in chat, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I've seen that in action, him in action, in person, and see, the average person doesn't know dick about science. They know the Earth is round, but they don't remember from
why.
5th grade science what they were taught, and they can't express themselves properly. So when a flat earther comes at them with all these questions, they end up going, I don't know, or just getting frustrated and walking away. And to them, that's a victory. They're used to that. That's normally what they get. So when they come and meet someone who actually has a science background, they can't handle that. They don't know how to handle that. So they just go for what they know, which is just get them to walk away. Just get them to walk away, and then I win. And that's all they have, so that's all they can use.
I've noticed that. I've noticed that they do disregard things, and they'll just keep going over and over again, like butting their heads at stupid things. And it's like, that's not even an arguing point. Why would you even aim that way? And that must be what it is. Yeah.
It's basically they take advantage of people that don't know enough to rebut them, and that gives them confidence to go forward until they hit someone like us. But by then they're already so invested psychologically and emotionally in what they believe that nothing we say is going to change their mind.
It's just very hard. I've only heard of one person leaving.
For your personal connection.
Yeah, that would be hard to deal with in real life because you can't, and especially if they're a friend. Is he a friend?
He's a very, very nice guy.
That makes
if it wasn't
so
for
harder.
the flat Earth madness, I would get along with him great. But whenever
you appreciate
he talks
though how he presents. You saw him in Flat Earth debates. You appreciate that how he presents is not as a very, very nice guy.
Yeah, and in real life, he's a genuine person. He has a job and a girlfriend, and
every one of them.
I'm sure
every single one of them I've spoken to in private, they're the polar opposite of their persona on the internet. One-on-one, they are lovely people, and you feel so bad for all the times you laughed at them and shit. But as soon as they get online, they're a different persona, and it's like, are you fronting for your mates? Like, I don't try to impress the people around me who are on my side because it's like, I'm not here to influence them. I'm here to try to help you see reality because this is fucking your life up. I feel bad for you as a human being, It's like, imagine, some people like to help starving children in Africa. I help people who have got brain defects in the Western world,
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's my thing, is they always say, hey, why do you care that I believe in the flat Earth? You don't care if... I heard one the other night that I remember. You don't care about the goofy guy that drives around in the Batmobile dressed up like Batman, helping people, giving him presents and shit. That guy's delusional. He thinks he's Batman. Why don't you care? Why aren't you going bothering him? Well, that guy is contributing to society, and he's not.
Yeah.
He's not stymieing scientific progress by infecting people's brains with nonsense.
He's not running over doctors and strangling children who could have had vaccines.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not out killing muggers one at a time either, like Batman would do. Like, come on.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not even a vigilante. He's just some guy who's a little nutty, but he's not hurting anybody. In fact, he's actually doing some good.
Yeah.
There's no reason to attack him.
Well, does he give you any reason for his involvement? Do you know anything about his history, how he got into it, why he's still into it? Is it part of an organized sort of thing?
Is he a pothead?
I don't know him that well. I met him recently at a pool party this summer.
Okay.
He's a friend of friends kind of thing.
Yeah. How old is he, or you?
I'm 32. I believe he's 35 or 34.
I would have said early 30s, yeah.
Yeah. Is he a stoner?
I don't know.
Okay.
He drinks a lot. Well, he was drinking a lot that day.
Something like 80% of them are like real hardcore stoners.
Yeah, I think that's more has to do with the fact that the whole reason they're into flat Earth is because they had the time to sit around and find it on the internet, and the reason they have that time is because they sit around smoking weed all day.
And so much of it is stoner thinking, though, right?
Yeah.
So much of it sounds like stoner thinking, where it's like, well, man, what if there was like a big dome and all the stars were in it?
They've watched a video while really ripped, and they just believed it, and it blew their fucking mind, because they were in that mindset. But yeah. It's not good. And anyway, constant use of psychotropics does have like serious psychiatric effects on people. And in the US, it's like marijuana is treated like beer, when heroin has less of a mindfuck value to it.
Well, personally, I think all drugs should be legalized, but
yeah, I've got no problem with decriminalization. I think that even heroin and methamphetamine should be decriminalized because otherwise you get the cyclic prison system.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's something insane like 80% of people incarcerated are there for drug crimes. I mean, that is just madness.
Yeah, it's big. It's big. But a lot of the times also they are criminals who've done other shit, but the only thing that they could pin them on eventually. It's like Al Capone
Absolutely, but most of that criminal behavior is around drug enterprise because it's illegal.
Well, bear in mind, especially in American black communities where a lot of these people come from.
That's right, it's huge there, isn't it?
It's not, the drug-related activities are in no way benign. Like they're not just, they're murder and extortion and other things.
They take it really seriously.
The gun violence in America the vast majority of it is directly linked to the illegal drug trade.
Yeah.
Vast majority.
Correct.
And it's usually ego.
Weapons trading, all kinds of bad things are happening.
Yeah.
There's seldom just some guy and all he does is sell weed. That's not the guy in prison. That's
the sort of another benefit of decriminalization, because then it breaks up all the like organized crime and stuff like that. It gives they've got to re-gear. They can't sell drugs anymore. They've got to retool, and that sort of fucks them over for a while. So you usually get a big drop in crime for a while.
Mm-hmm.
But I read a Time article many years ago.
Yeah.
I think it was Portugal had legalized all drugs, or decriminalized rather.
Yeah.
And their usage dropped like crazy.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
what they were doing was when they caught people catching drugs, they would offer them treatment instead of throwing them in jail. And
but see, the problem is in the US, they've decriminalized marijuana, and marijuana use has increased exponentially. Everyone has a medical marijuana license.
I think that's a temporary post-prohibition effect. I don't think it's going to last. Yeah.
Then why didn't that happen in Portugal, and why didn't that happen in Switzerland, Sweden, Germany?
Different culture. We saw the same thing at the end of Prohibition, actual Prohibition back in the 30s. We saw the same thing happen, where there was a big boom in drinking for a while, and then it settled down to its normal level.
Yeah.
I don't know about other places, but here in California, weed. When I was younger, weed had like mystique behind it, and if you could get it, it was something special. But nowadays, it's so mundane. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares at all. Yeah.
That's because anyone who does care is stoned at home and doesn't leave the fucking lounge room anymore.
Well, I also think they don't, because no one cares, because it's no longer that rebellious thing to do. A lot of people just don't do it. I think it actually causes reduced effect because
it's just
they don't see it as something cool to do. It's just like something else.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people who drank during Prohibition at speakeasies and so on did so because it was prohibited. It was the thing to do.
Yeah.
And so when you take something off the hook.
It would be good, though, if the marijuana was at least looked at as bad as alcohol abuse, or at least as bad as smoking, because it's still smoking. You're still getting carcinogens in your lungs. You're still smoking particulates, Who's vaping?
Oh, that's me.
Well, we've got a lot of vapors up here. I don't know what's going on.
I wish we could vape here. Then I wouldn't have to smoke and get cancer.
I quit drinking and I'm craving something, so I'm using a vape.
Yeah. Does it have nicotine in it?
Yes. I'm substituting.
We can have flavors, but we can't have nicotine. It's stupid.
Nicotine isn't necessarily bad for you.
No, it's not. It'll be a wonder drug if it didn't kill you. If the source of admission didn't kill you.
Right, so vaping nicotine I can see it having beneficial effects. Now it's still highly addictive, and that's one of its problems. So you're going to wind up spending a lot of money on this stimulant.
Well, no, that's the best part about it. It's $72 for 1 liter, and that liter will probably last you 2 years.
Yeah, it's so cheap. It's ridiculous.
It's insane, dude. You're paying it's the equivalent of 1 cent per packet of cigarettes almost.
Mm-hmm.
It's really
anything's
good.
cheaper than cigarettes. Cigarettes are absurdly expensive.
That's it. They can't tax it either. They can't tax it in the same way that they tax vices like cigarettes.
Well, they're working on that up here. They've already prohibited vaping in a lot of places that the same places that would prohibit smoking. Like for a while, people were vaping indoors, and it was pissing people off because it stinks, and there's these huge clouds you're walking through.
Yeah, if it's obnoxious like that, I suppose. Yeah. But realistically, that cloud's only water.
I don't use flavors. I use straight tobacco. Nobody can even smell it. Nobody smells shit.
If you don't use a scent or a flavor, there's no scent, nothing as like a third party thing.
The hipsters up here that smoke, and it's almost all hipsters, that vape, I mean, they started using these things that put out so much cloud. It looks like
that's
a
the
steam
cool
train
thing for those kids. Yeah.
I expect to hear the sound when they breathe it out. You know,
it's called it's called cloud comps.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
they try to pull the fattest clouds. It's
but they look absurd.
Vape
They just
Nation
look
stuff.
ridiculous. Yeah.
It is. They're total. He Productions made a video like taking the piss out of these people, and he called it Vape Nation. Yeah, Vape Nation, and it's just he totally behaves like them, and it's like, oh my god, everyone knows one of those people. You know, everyone's met that guy, and they're like trying to blow the fattest clouds possible, and it's like so obnoxious that like it's filling the room kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I walked into the local vape store like a month ago. At it's like 8 o'clock on a Friday night, and they were having one of these vape comps. There's like 20 people in there. It literally was like San Francisco in the fog. It was insane. I was like, crazy.
Well, you can see where people in environments like hospitals or wherever that they might be sensitive to fragrances. Never mind, huge clouds you can't see through. So I can see why they want to prohibit it in a lot of It's just it's grotesquely.
If they limited it in that regards, though, if they limited it if it was being obnoxious, I'd understand. But banning it all, it's just another way to...
What are you going to say? Only if it's something other people can't smell? That becomes a subjective measure, and then somebody has to go and police it.
You use the reasonable person standard, and you apply it to interfering with another party.
Yeah, but you still need someone then to police it. If you just prohibit vaping...
You always do. If you just prohibit it completely, you're going to have someone come out and write them a ticket. So you've got to have a policeman.
Here's the thing. Supposing the hospital says no smoking, no vaping, then they don't expect anyone to do it. They expect them to read that and abstain. If instead you say vape, but only if you're going to be nice about it, you're going to get a whole lot of people vaping. And you're going to have to stop some of them. So that requires an active process of policing, as opposed to just if you see anybody puffing something out of their mouth, tell them you're not allowed to do it here and chase them out.
Don't your hospitals have active policing anyway?
Yeah, security doesn't, patrol the floors up and down, but sure, if you came into the lobby and started smoking, somebody would come over. If you were gormless enough to smoke in the hospital.
Ours regularly patrol. They're sworn-in officers. They're sort of like pseudo-cops.
Right. Well, there's a security force. There is a security force at the hospitals. There's no question, but they're not, they're not monitoring cameras 24/7 in every corner to make sure somebody's not doing something unseemly.
Yeah.
Hey, if you guys ever fly, or I know one of you vapes, right?
There's no nicotine over here, but I'm looking at buying some online. Oh yeah, when I'm out of cigarettes or something. I bought some like
I could have sworn I heard somebody vaping.
No, it wasn't me. No.
Like the other night or something. Must have been someone else. But I was just gonna say. If you go on an airplane, you have to carry your vape, like on your carry-on bag or on your person.
Yeah, of course. Is that why they stop you?
They wouldn't expect it, of course. But if you put it in your bag that you check, this happened to my friend. He put his in his bag. He didn't know any better, and he wasn't allowed to board the plane. And
really?
Yeah, because he had a suspicious device in his bag. They put his bag on the plane, and they wouldn't let him board. He had to get a new flight until they could determine what it was. They thought it was like a stick of dynamite or something.
That's retarded.
Well, I guess say better. Their policy is better safe than sorry.
I suppose, but they're trained professionals who should know the difference between a stick of dynamite and a fucking vape.
Yeah, they're trained. Okay, I'm going to argue with their trained professionals.
Well, they're supposed to be. They're meant to be. They shouldn't have a job if they're not.
I had a woman pull her 9mm Glock on me because there were batteries in my bag. So
Are you serious? Holy fucking shit, dude!
It went through the fluoroscope, and I look up. She's pointing a gun at me, and I said, "It's batteries. I'll show you." Well, she kept that trained on me while I pulled those batteries out with one hand.
Fucking hell, dude! That's nuts.
I vape on planes. Don't get mad at me.
That's what I want it for, because if I ever do travel outside the country, I only used to smoke during exams, and now I'm mad addicted after the last exams. So I'm worried, like, if I fly overseas next, I'm not going to last 20 odd hours without a cig. I'm going to have to smoke in the toilet. So if I can get a vape with the nicotine stuff, at least that way it won't set off a smoke alarm, and I won't put any flavor in it, so there's no smell either. So as long as the cloud dissipates within a few seconds, which it will,
Yeah.
I'll be fine, you know.
But Harry, if you're sitting next to me and suddenly huge fucking steam clouds of apricot vapor are coming out of you,
You'd probably
I'm going to
notice.
hurt you with my peanuts.
Yeah, you'd go to the toilet.
Number one, no, I don't. Number one, I never use flavors, so it doesn't smell. But when I'm doing it somewhere I'm not technically supposed to be doing it, I actually always take small hits. I'm not one of those big cloud guys. I just take a little rip. But when I'm somewhere I'm not supposed to be, I hold it in.
Yes, I've noticed that.
Exhale,
if you hold it in for long,
nothing.
it comes out. Yep. That's because
I hear you, but you hear me. I mean, if somebody did that, somebody sat down and said, "I'm going to vape," and these huge clouds are coming out, I'd throttle him.
Oh, absolutely, but I would never do that. Also,
if some
not
dude
only
sat
because
next
it's
to you
rude,
like
but
Vape Nation bitch just started blowing clouds in your face, you'd be pretty fucking annoyed. But yeah, you would get busted and you'd get thrown off.
Yeah, I don't even know what they would do.
If you survive a flight and you've got a nicotine habit, you could wear a patch, right? And you could do that.
No, patches do not satiate. That's why people who use the patches fail most of the time. It's the same with the gum. Most quit aids, they even say in the instruction manuals that this doesn't give you the fix that nicotine will. And it's sort of like, you do understand that the reason we smoke is the fix, right? The whole purpose is the fix. If you can't emulate the fix, that's why the inhalers are very popular. But if they can't emulate the fix, you're not going to be able to get off the cigarettes because you need that fix. That's what it's all about. It's that hit in the brain.
Yeah,
so there's more to it than that.
How much of the fix is the act of smoking as opposed to the nicotine itself? Like I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of it is.
You can simulate it. You can simulate it to try and wean yourself off. That's why the inhalers are shaped like cigarettes, so that you're still doing the hand motion and that sort of that part of it. But like even when I was overdosing, and that's why I was overdosing with nicotine with the patches on me, because I didn't, even with like 3 or 4 patches on me, I wasn't getting a fix out of it at all.
I can't say I've never had an addiction. If I don't drink coffee, I'll get a headache and withdrawal symptoms from it.
I get withdrawals. I get really. They're that bad. They're debilitating.
They're not for me, and I can forget to drink coffee for 3 days, and yes, I'll get the headache and go through it. I just ignore it and carry on with my day. So I've never been compelled to consume a substance, so I'm not quite sure what it's like, right?
You're lucky. You're very lucky.
Yeah.
I read a while ago
that way, dude.
People who fail quitting, the majority of them fail because of social interaction. They have so many friends that smoke, and they're so used to going out on cigarette breaks and stuff that they don't want to be left out, so they just give in.
Yeah.
I don't think that was
people who have someone quit with them are like 5 times more likely to quit.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, when I was in high school, the only interesting kids in the school were the stoners out back, and we had like 6. This was our quote-unquote drug problem, because I'm from a very small town, right? If only they knew how it would be later, they wouldn't have tried to fix that drug problem. But so, I wound up smoking a lot of weed in high school, but it was just because we were back there, there's nothing else to do.
Yeah.
But those were the interesting people. Like, literally no one else in the school was worth talking. There were 200 people in the school, to give you some idea of the size. And there were 6 guys that didn't go to class, basically.
Yeah, yeah.
But they went to school because if they stayed home, their father would kick them until they went to school.
Yeah,
so,
that's usually how it is, yeah.
Yeah. And so we'd hang out back there. But and I had extra spare classes, so I actually did go to class, but which I hope shows. But
what do you guys do?
I'm working for myself right now. I'm starting to write iPad apps.
Oh,
well,
that's
I don't
awesome.
necessarily mean your job. Just how do you define yourself? Like, what would you call yourself?
Oh, I see.
Shit, that's a tricky question. I'm a lawyer. I mean, that's both
just
answers.
talking to Bash for the last couple of days, he has been into and is into so many different things. Lawyer wouldn't even come to mind when I think about him.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I get that you're a lawyer, and it probably occupies a huge part of your sky.
Unfortunately.
But when you talk about the work you've done infiltrating cults and
they're hobbies, though. That's just sort of like a
but you have a lot
problem.
of them. You're involved with farming. You just
the
from
family.
what I picked up, you drive a motorcycle, you fly a plane, right?
Yeah.
I mean, shit. And lawyer doesn't come to mind when I think of it. It's cool that you're a lawyer, but the other things are fascinating. You've traveled widely, like you're.
I never even think of those things in context.
Yeah.
That's weird because I don't think of that. I always, whenever people are like, what are you? What do you do? Or whatever. I always just think, wow.
You collect antique books, right? You collect antique books. Like none of these things. I know lawyers in there, but I don't think, there's this lawyer, and by the way, he does these other 8 things. I think of the other 8 things first.
So my answer should be Aspie nerd.
Yeah,
with ADHD.
You could say you've got a lot of interests, which you do, right? And then you can detail them.
Jack of all trades.
Yeah.
I definitely keep myself busy because otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I do a lot of things, but if I had to define one thing I've done my whole life, it's write computer software. So
That's awesome.
I'm a programmer, I suppose,
Yeah.
at heart. That's what I am.
Nice.
But
I
I've
would have
actually
loved to have gone that
I've
route.
never done it professionally until now, trying to write iPad apps that sell.
That's really cool.
It's always just been an interest.
I'm a drummer, occupational therapist, carpenter, skater guy.
Cool.
That's a lot of things. That's awesome.
My father's an amateur carpenter for many, many years. He builds lots of things. So I've done a number of projects with him, and I really enjoy the work.
Do you want to know something kind of embarrassing? I can lose entire nights watching people woodwork.
Yeah, isn't it great?
I'll find videos of people doing it, and I'll just start watching something because it's like, I wonder what he's doing that, and then I just end up watching the whole fucking video, and it's like, where did the night go? It's so addictive.
Not to mention you too, Bash. You're a Freemason. That comes to mind before lawyer for me.
That's
that kind of thing. So.
Yeah.
Chop with Chris. Check that out.
What? Where?
Chop with Chris.
What is that?
It's a YouTube channel, and it's a guy. He's a carpenter. It's my favorite carpentry channel on YouTube. He doesn't use any power tools.
I think I've seen a dude like him.
All hand work.
His name. Yeah. Everything that he does isn't just with hand tools. It's hand tools that he's made, and he makes different tools for different jobs and different machines for different jobs. And it's like, it's absolutely insane seeing someone make like a machine out of nothing but wood.
Yeah, this guy, I don't think he doesn't make his own tools because he's had videos where he's like, I got this for $3 off Craigslist. I'm like, Jesus, it's like an $8 tool minimum.
This dude like makes crossbows and all sorts of cool shit. That's really cool. I'm going to subscribe to that because I'll be watching that later.
Yeah, that guy's great. He has a Twitter that he updates a lot more often than his YouTube, like kind of how his projects are going, like along the way before he posts a video.
Yeah. By the way, what kind of apps are you making?
I've only just stuck my toe into it so far. I made a couple of apps that show you the surface of the moon in high resolution, so you can actually. It's based on the LROC data coming in from NASA from their current orbiter.
That's really cool.
And it simulates in the phase and the orientation of the moon. You can zoom way in and see the shadows on the craters. So I did that for the near and far side of the moon. So that's up there selling, poorly, but selling. And I did another one, which is a Nixie clock. Have you seen those?
I love those, yeah.
Nixie tubes? Yeah, it's a simulated Nixie clock. And I went to a lot of trouble with this. Is the other thing I do is 3D graphics for fun. And I went to a lot of trouble to make them accurate. So.
Yeah.
What's a Nixie clock?
Oh, sorry.
Let's find him an example.
Yeah, I can show you
Nixie tube. These are Nixie tubes. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
It's these things. It's like it's a light bulb with a bunch of filaments in it, and the different filaments light up depending on the.
It looks like the inside of my receiver. Vacuum
a little
tubes.
bit. They're vacuum tubes. They are vacuum tubes, and they're from before computers. This was how, if you had numbers displayed on anything, this is what was used.
It's a light bulb LED, basically.
Kind of, yeah. It actually works on a plasma principle, but
it does. Yeah.
They're very pretty, and these clocks, as you can see, various people have made these clocks. They sell for like $1,000. The tubes are old and rare. They're not making them anymore. They're Russian manufactured. Ukraine makes them.
Very hard to get the tubes.
You can get them, but they're about $80 each now.
It depends. It depends on the size too. There's one company that still makes them in a certain size, but a lot of people want the big old ones, so they aim for like the really old ones.
The bullet head ones, the numbers on the end are cheaper.
Yep.
And these tall ones are more money.
Yeah.
Anyway, I liked them, and I wasn't going to put out for a clock, so I decided to make a clock.
Yeah, that's a good idea, dude.
And anybody listening can track down my real name through that fact in about 8 seconds.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Mind you, they wouldn't have until you just said that.
Yeah.
Do you keep your real name secret?
No, I haven't. I've had no intention of so doing. It's just I haven't.
Yeah.
I don't work under my real name, so it's just not. No, it's not because I'm terrified the flat earthers are going to come and.
I gave mine out ages ago because people were hunting for it, so I was like, fuck that, just give it out.
No,
Same with my address, my phone number, everything.
I don't think I'm even hated in the flat Earth community right now. Even A4 couldn't manage to muster much antagonism toward me. So.
Yeah.
I think I was,
about that guy?
I was fair as I could be.
That guy is absolutely fucking insane.
He lives near me, unfortunately.
Oh man, I would be so tempted to physically injure him.
Hmm.
I know where he lives. I'm 99% sure I know where he lives.
Well, I'm going to post something in the side chat for you, and you're gonna. This will, if you ever need to cry because of carpentry, I found the fellow to make you cry. This is an Englishman by the name of Tim Drury. He lives in Cambridge and works at the university as a janitor.
Oh wow.
He is not a carpenter. He has been trying to build a police box from Doctor Who for about 2 years.
Yeah.
It is the worst carpentry you will ever see.
Are you serious?
It is astonishing. You would think he was doing it as a put-on.
As a joke, yeah.
But he's not. He never, unless he has to, he doesn't use screws. He only uses glue and clamps.
Yeah.
It is going incredibly badly for him. And this is a 40-part series so far where he does this.
Holy shit. A lot of videos.
I think in this one he's indicating the plans he's going to draw up and this and that and the other. But he gets into actually building it, and it will make you weep to see him do it. And he's gotten the worst wood you can get. Like, he's gone to Wix, which is the store, and he's ordered some wood over eBay. Yeah. And it's terrible. Like, he orders it more or less the size he needs, cut already, so he doesn't have to cut it.
Yeah.
Because all he has is a handsaw.
Yeah, yeah.
And a circular saw he's afraid to use, and thank God, because he'd be handless now. Like, utterly handless. But he will, if you watch these through, it's a kind of comedy it's hard to describe. And
Shade and proud comedy.
You will just cry. And the way this man exclaims in despair when things don't go his way, which is always.
Oh, no, the poor bastard.
In a moment of honesty, he calls these sessions shouting at wood. And he's amazing. That bench is the only one he has. He uses Gorilla Glue in gallon quantities.
Jesus Christ.
He's an astonishing human being. And before the Flat Earth, I would have thought he was very low on the totem, but I'm beginning to have more respect for Tim than I ever had before.
I knew a guy, and his hobby was he used to dig holes in his backyard.
Oh, yeah.
It reminds me of that guy. That was his hobby. He'd go out every day, he'd go out in the backyard and dig a hole, fill it in.
I mean, Tim seems like a sweet guy, but oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Yeah.
Even the way he's soaring, it's just like, you're not a full quid, are you?
No, he's not even the full thruple.
Oh, the poor bastard.
And of course the audio, he's never managed to injure himself, which is amazing.
Hasn't he? That's fair effort. We should find someone in England who is a good woodworker and organize an intervention, have them break into his house, steal his.
He's on another forum I'm in, and I told him directly. I said, use screws, for God's sake, drill holes. Like, you're using the clamps wrong. Stop pouring glue until it drips off the wood onto the ground. Like, just.
We could fuck with him though, and we could steal his shitty TARDIS and replace it with a really decent one, and he'll wake up one morning and be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, go and replace each. He has so far he's made the base and I think 3 or 4 of the upright corners. Yeah, and they're never going to fit together in a square, like ever going to fit.
Yeah.
And if he forces them to fit together, and he's going to put this outside, there's no room in his tiny house for this. Yeah, and he puts it outside. The first rain, it's going to fall completely apart. It's only held together with wood glue.
Why is he using only glue? Is that like a challenge, or is he just that inept?
No, he's that inept. Like, he used some screws in the base because there's no way he could have done it with glue alone. But he can't drill a hole.
Wood adhesive, Oh my God.
He fought it furiously. But when he puts on glue, it literally pours off, and the wood floats in the glue while he's trying to get the clamps on.
Christ.
Oh my God.
Like, it will.
I don't know if I can watch this. It's gonna.
It'll make your. It's addictive. Out. Once you start watching, like, I subscribe to his channel because I have to see the next every time he does one.
I've already subscribed. It's just, oh my God, he's not even trying to line them up.
No, he cuts off any excesses afterward.
Are you serious? That's how he measures
it's a little
things
like
up.
watching a guy do chainsaw sculpture.
I'm going to send this to my journeyman. He's going to flip his shit.
Oh,
do it.
Yeah. Tim is. I don't want to attack Tim, right?
Yeah,
because bless his heart, he's a useless human being, but bless his heart, right?
Somebody should donate a staple gun to this guy.
Yeah, that'd probably help him a lot.
Oh Lord, yeah, or a nail gun. Although he would have several holes, and he didn't need one.
Probably put it to his head straight away.
I imagine he wants this to look pretty. I would use a staple gun.
Given his limitations, given the limits he's got, suppose you could only use glue or very few screws, You had to use the wood you were given. You couldn't plane it. You couldn't cut it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You're gonna glue it, and screw it. God damn it.
Yeah, but even if you're not going to screw it, the way he aligns wood and the way he uses, like, if I were faced with those challenges, you can't cut this wood except at the end to length. You can't plane it. You can't shape it. You can't use anything but glue. Like, there are still a dozen ways he could improve what he's doing to get somewhere near something that looked like a police box when he was done.
Yeah, yeah.
He's doing none of those things despite some serious advice. He asked, when he finished this base, you can see him building it, he wanted to bevel all the edges on it because the original police box has all these beveled edges.
Yeah.
And the only thing he's got is a circular saw. And the guys on the forum were saying, "Oh, it's pretty easy. Watch a couple videos, use the circular saw." I said, "Tim, you're going to lose your hand. For fuck's sake, don't do it."
Yeah, yeah.
It's a tricky cut when you know what you're doing with a circular saw.
Yeah,
you are going to lose a hand. And he said, "I believe you. I'm not even going to watch the video." So I saved his fucking hand.
You did. You did. He probably owes them to you now.
Yeah, but no, this guy is a true phenomenon. I showed my father. He said, "That's a put-on. Nobody does that." I said, "He's not a put-on. He's been doing it for 2 years, and he is earnestly attempting this."
He has a reasonably heavy-duty tripod. That's not a cheap tripod there.
Yeah, and he's got an iPad. He's got a camera. He's got a few things.
But it makes me wonder: is it a professional setup? Like
no, he lives with. It's not at all. He lives with his parents, and he saves his money. And, you know, that's all it is. So he just bought himself some toys. That's literally it.
The poor bastard.
Is
it's
he
just Tim. No, Tim is genuine. Don't doubt that for a second. He is genuine.
Is he retarded?
Capacity or something?
Yeah.
No, but he's not very bright.
Listen to you, how polite you are. Diminished capacity. I'm like, is he retarded or what?
No, I don't think he's retarded. I don't think he's either retarded or I wouldn't say diminished capacity because that suggests again retarded. No, Tim is just ordinary. He works as a janitor down. He's not particularly intellectually inclined. He likes to go to science fiction conventions. He likes Doctor Who a lot.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, I wasn't trying to be PC. I was trying to be all-inclusive, like Asperger's, you know, all that shit.
Gotcha.
No, I wouldn't say it's any of those things. I think he's just, you know, he's the average. He's the 100 IQ. Except he has some predilections which are not typical. Like he likes Doctor Who a lot. He's a bit of a nerd that way.
Yeah.
So he collects little police boxes. He wears Doctor Who shirts and hats and that kind of thing. So
even though I probably count as Asperger's or autistic in some regards, I still consider that retarded.
Yeah, most people would.
Yeah, well, it verges on. I mean, even the worse that gets, sure, yeah.
But in Australia, we're not very concise with words like that. It's like, what kind of retard are you?
Yeah. I saw a video of an Asperger's, like 15-year-old kid doing his own cooking show. And
God.
Could not, like, it was just a complete catastrophe. It was an inedible mess at the end.
Have you guys seen Alan Tutorial?
Retarded.
Have you guys seen Alan Tutorial?
Doesn't sound familiar at all.
If you want compelling viewing, he's well, no, I won't say anything. Watch Alan Tutorial. Watch a few of his videos and see where it goes. You might want to skip through them because they're a bit weird and a bit strange. He runs a tutorial show on YouTube. It gets very fucked up very fast, and the more you pay attention to it,
there's another channel called Alan Tutorial Explained.
Yeah, it was a phenomenon on YouTube, and people were like, "Is this guy for real?" They didn't know whether to call the police, or he's actually a horror director, and he directs really fucked up stuff for like Adult Swim in the US, like real crazy mindfuck stuff. Like, have you ever seen unedited footage of a bear or This House Has People in It? He made them. He's terrifying. He's probably one of the best horror directors I've ever seen. And in this, he plays this autistic guy teaching people how to do these tutorials. But really, he's actually kept prisoner by his brother because he's autistic, and then the brother locks him out the house because he's finally sick of him playing with his equipment and breaking shit. And then he's like making tutorials from like the bush of what kind of nuts you can eat to survive. And then one day he's like covered in blood, and the next day, like next month, he's got like long Fu Manchu fingers and lots of hair on him because he just hasn't cut his nails or anything or cleaned himself in ages. He's covered in dirt. Then eventually, I don't want to spoil it for you. It just gets really weird. It's the journey of a crazy guy in a bad world that takes advantage of him. It's messed up.
I'll have to check that out.
I'll check it out, and I get trying to one-up me on this Tim thing, but the Tim thing's better.
Tim definitely sounds more legit. I'll link you Alan Tutorial so you get the right one.
All right.
Ow, stop treading on my bladder, cat, or I'm going to wet my pants. You could probably watch Alan Tutorial Explained and still get it all.
How many cats do you have, Bash?
I only have 3 rescues, a geriatric old cat and 2 younger cats.
Oh, yeah.
And I've got the geriatric old cat on me because if he's not on me, he'll be trying to pee in my computer or something fucking retarded like that because he's a moron. He's really good natured, but he's just stupid.
I love cats, but I don't have one right now.
A lot of flat earthers think that there's something about cats. They've noticed that a lot of ball earthers own cats, and they think that it's some kind of like religious thing, and that we worship the cats or something.
Good lord.
I read on the David Icke website that cats are spies for the lizard overlords. Lizards can literally see and hear through cats.
Are you a spy for the wizard overlord? Hey, fucko? Hey, are you a spy?
Don't know what you're talking about.
He's chewing my finger. I consider that consent. Yeah, I was talking to my cat.
Look at what Tim's doing with that planer.
I was.
He gives up on the planer and never uses it again, I think. He's like, well,
are you serious?
He doesn't know how to use anything he owns, as though you would hold something in midair and start planing at it. But here we are.
I feel sorry for this guy.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, he's getting the planer again. It's okay, he's going to give it another shot.
I'm not sure he has the planer.
In a second he does. Because I'm looking at the thumbnail ahead.
I had a cat that lived to be 23, and he and I were thick as thieves, and he would have battled lizard people for me, so I don't buy the whole theory.
This old guy's 23.
Yeah.
We only worked that out recently, but yeah, that explains why he's like really old and falling apart and stuff.
Yeah, they get to where they're just skin and bones and fur.
Yeah. He had a little wife that came with him, and she died about a year ago, but I had another cat, and he couldn't tell the difference between them. We couldn't tell the difference between them. And after his little wife died, he started grooming the other cat, thinking it was her, and she'd look at him like, what the fuck are you doing? Who are you, you know? And he's like, I love you, licking her ear and shit. And she's like, whoa, what?
Look at how badly warped that wood is, too. I know England is wet. He stores all this stuff in his shed, but you can see the turn on that. You can see the twist on that.
That's twisted. That's twisted.
All of it is. All of the wood he's got is for shit. I don't know if he stole it out of Skips or what, but he claims he got it from Wix, which is a hardware company in England, and from eBay.
Look at it. It's warped as.
Yeah. All the wood he gets is warped badly, and then he glues it, clamps it, and of course it shifts as he throws it in the garage, and it shifts while it's drying, and then he thinks that's further warpage. But the wood to start with is bad enough.
Yeah, you couldn't make anything with these things.
I think if I were challenged to, I almost wish I could. Like, if I were challenged to use only the techniques and tools he has to get it done, I believe I could do it. But
is he using his iPhone to align things?
I don't know.
He is. He's using his iPhone as like a spirit level.
He must have a level on there.
A level program.
I hope so. I hope he's not like using the camera and trying to eyeball it.
He drops. You notice he just perched that on the edge of his bench there. He drops it several times. He smashed the screen on his. Oh yeah, he breaks things all the time.
Oh, the poor guy.
Oh, it's hanging off the edge.
Yeah.
No, yeah, he's
dangling.
Inept is the right word, right?
Yeah, it really is.
Fixedly inept. He did, when I told him to use less glue because his wood was floating, start to use less glue. That's the only thing he's ever done. I've advised him twice. Once I said, for God's sake, learn to use screws, right? Drill a hole, put a screw. Put blocks. When you want things at right angles, put blocks along, you know.
You should make him a video.
Yeah, you don't want things to stick down the glue, put wax paper so they don't, right? It's a basic process.
He's probably a visual learner.
Maybe. How long does it take him to line this fucking thing up?
Yeah,
he's still going, and now, okay, look, he's finally got it in there, and you think it's okay, and then watch this. He's like,
you don't get to hear the soundtrack here either. He's like, oh yeah, no, that's not good.
Oh yeah. Look, now he's pulled it fucking out again. He's pulled it out again. What's he fucking pulled it out again for?
That's not what I want. You know.
Now he's gonna line it. Now he's gonna stand it up. What? What the fuck is he doing? He's gonna plane it standing up like that.
So when I heard, Bash, you like to watch carpentry videos, I knew you would love this because this is not a carpentry video, but it's sort of carpentry noir. It's carpentry-esque.
It's carpentry by a flat earther applying the same logic and learning process.
It's carpentry pantomime. Like
yeah. He's pretending that he can carpentry. Oh dear God. Okay, are we lined up?
I don't think I remember part 1 because the bench is not now covered with drippings of glue, which by part 40 it definitely is.
It's leaning at like an 80-degree angle, and it's propped up, and the tip of it's going to be at an angle, but he's using his little spirit level on it to make sure it's straight. Straight
Like,
against
he couldn't
what?
get the fucking level. He's got to use some level program on his phone.
Yeah, yeah.
And he'll be talking to the camera now, saying, "Well, and he's not. Oh, you're gonna see his beautiful face again.
Oh god.
He stands so close to the camera, you can count the pores on his nose, like all of them.
Yeah.
And he looks to be what, 45?
Yeah, at least. Yeah, about that.
So
he's saying I was a bit pissed off. What's he looking at now? His phone.
He's probably starting his leveling it up again.
Yeah.
Right, that looks good enough. I don't know what I'm doing.
And now he's eyeballing it as well.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ, which is he going to use, the eyeball or the spirit level?
And bear in mind, he cut that board by just hacking at it with a saw.
I know.
The bench was moving, right? Yeah. So there's no way that's a right angle on the end of it. He doesn't own a square. He does not own a square at all.
Jesus Christ. What's he going to do with the... Oh, no. What's he doing?
You've got to watch.
He's like lining up and then stopping, and then lining up and then stopping, and then lining up, and he's like, I'm going to plane the shit out of you, and then he's...
That shit ain't going to work. What the fuck is he doing?
He just scratched his back a little bit.
I love to.
And that's it, he's done? He's undoing it again.
He's trying to get the right grip.
I don't know what he's doing. When he gets into trying to screw holes, drill holes to put screws in to put these things together on the floor, which I don't think is in part one.
Yeah.
He's sitting there, he drives the drill in, and then he's pushing and pushing, and something's not letting him go through, and he just stays there cursing for like 10 minutes. Just, it's not working.
Fuck hell. What is it, the
Look
tile
what he's doing.
beneath the
He's
wood?
standing on the bench. Look.
Fucking hell.
It's terrible.
I'm surprised this guy doesn't have more views for his insanity.
I'm surprised he doesn't have injuries.
Yeah, that's it.
I was about to say that, yeah.
But how is he not a meme?
He also owns no sanding blocks of any kind.
Yeah.
Or sandpaper. He has nothing. Like the very basics of carpentry, he lacks. He's got that sawhorse there. Whatever you call those. And
a sawhorse, a plane, a saw, and a drill. Is that it?
A drill and so much glue and about 17 clamps. And recently, unfortunately, his mother died last year, and he took like 3 months off. And because of it, and then started up again. And I guess she might have had life insurance or something because he now has a whole lot more clamps.
Well, she's fucking lucky that he didn't try to make a casket for her.
Yeah, no
she still wouldn't be buried. She'd still be in the refrigerator.
Yeah, she'd still be propped up in the yard.
Wood supplied by Wicks.
Tools by my dad. Yeah.
Stress was caused by my rubbish sawing, my even more rubbish planing. The filmmaker may require a build buddy.
Yeah, he wants somebody to come help him build it, but he can't find anybody to do it. But the advice he gets from his friends on the web is unfortunate because they keep telling him to use power tools.
Do they? Yeah.
But, no, Tim is beautiful, and I just wanted to... That's you've missed part 2 somehow.
No, we were just watching part 2.
Oh, okay.
And now we're up to part 3.
Hello!
Part 1 was mostly
he
him
starts
just
every one of them by saying, hello! Oh, yeah. Hello!
Are those chain gloves?
Are those what?
Chain gloves. They look like butcher's gloves.
Right, they possibly. I didn't see them. I'll have to pay more attention.
Those looks like those glasses that old people wear.
They are.
Blue blockers, yeah. He talks about what he's been doing lately and how the weather was, and those do look like super heat gloves or something.
Yeah, there's something. They're definitely not woodworking gloves.
You see his mother in one of the videos where you just hear this little noise in the background, and she says, "Jim, can I come through?" Because he's filming, and he says, "Yeah, right, yeah, right," and she just heaters through the frame, the other side. That was the best part of the video.
Yeah.
Can I come through? Because his parents must know he's an absolute nutter.
Yeah.
This is just something he keeps him off the streets,
Yeah, keeps him out of trouble.
He lived with them. I mean, he lives with his dad, I guess, now. But he just lives with his parents still. He's 45. He cleans a school. He cleans Cambridge, which is a cool school to clean, but still.
Well, Cambridge?
Yeah.
He's lucky. That's a beautiful place.
Well, I looked him up, and it said he works at the University of Cambridge. I thought, fuck me, that's impossible. And then I saw that he was a janitor.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that would have been a QQ moment.
Mm-hmm. So Tim's lined everything up. So God help me, he doesn't, fix anything in place. He's gonna start by trying to glue it together. because glue should be good enough, right?
Of course.
For something that would weigh about 300 pounds when fully built. Glue will do.
Totally not going to fall apart.
Yeah, any glue will do. And I don't think this is Gorilla yet. He hasn't graduated to Gorilla.
No, it's just wood adhesive.
Well, Gorilla makes wood adhesive too, and that's what he eventually uses Gorilla brand PVA.
But Gorilla can hold a significant weight, whereas wood adhesive is what you give kids, isn't it?
No, you're thinking of the polyurethane that Gorilla also sells. That does. It is very, very strong, but he's just using PVA glue.
Oh, okay.
There's nothing wrong with PVA glue. It's very strong, but not the way he's doing it.
Not that strong, yeah.
Like you need to put screws in to hold the joints together while the glue dries, right? And afterwards, you could take the screws out, throw them away. Screws are not what hold things together,
Yeah.
It's the glue. The glue is stronger than the wood was.
But would it hold together once it's got all the weight on top of it?
Oh yeah. No, glue is actually stronger than the wood if you make a good join, use enough glue, and clamp it or screw it in place.
I didn't know that.
The screws are secondary. And if the glue is done properly, you don't actually need them and could take them out. Like people don't take them out. Why bother? But you could.
Yeah.
So glue he's right that glue is the right thing to use, but you don't use it in the absence of fasteners because if you do, you're an idiot.
What is he flicking around there? Oh,
it's a clamp. He's clamping.
He's unscrewing it, yeah.
He's using a clamp wrongly. He does everything wrong.
I want to see the clamp. I want to see what he's doing with it. Here we go.
Yeah, he's frequently in the way, but you will see it. That's a corner clamp, but I'm pretty sure that's not how you use a corner clamp, but that's what he's done. So, that's not a sufficient clamp for that join, but here we are. So.
Yeah.
That's why you use screws, which would have taken him all of 10 minutes, and
I like how he disappears for like several minutes for no reason.
Yeah, sometimes there are 5 or 6 minutes of film where you're just looking at the piece clamped into his bench, and that's it.
He breaks guy.
Well, yeah, he breaks most of these clamps eventually and has to go and buy, or they fall apart and he doesn't know how to put them back together because he's unscrewed them too far. Yeah. And here he is going, no, it doesn't really meet up at the corner, but
yeah, it really doesn't meet up.
I guess I'll just it's that kind of thing.
He's insane, man. Hang on, I'm going to go to the loo before I wet myself. I'll be back momentarily.
But actually, having met quite a few flat earthers this week, I don't think as poorly of Tim as I used to.
I'm not sure who Tim is.
Tim's the guy in the video.
Oh, I see.
His name's Tim Drury. And I doubt that he's proud of this, but he lacks the shame to keep it off the internet.
Well, I don't know if he is that, damn retarded, whatever. He's probably pretty happy. Stupid people tend to be happy.
He does seem a jovial sort. This frustrates him, but he won't take advice, so it's hard to sympathize, Like if he took advice, that'd be something because he'd be learning, but he doesn't. Like it's fine not to know how to do something, right? But if you refuse to find out or listen when people tell you, that's different.
What am I looking at on that webcam?
It's a corner clamp, and I don't know why we're looking at it. What he's doing is showing that he's clamped these corners and they're not meeting up properly because he doesn't understand how the clamp works, and he's misusing it. Like all he's done is put glue between those two beams and then slapped on the corner clamp.
Oh my God.
Like when he speaks, if you listen to him speak at any time, he doesn't sound stupid, really. He doesn't, he doesn't sound like Mr. Wizard or anything, but he just sounds ordinary.
Did you link him? What's his name?
I linked him over in the side chat. You've got the link to his videos there. So his name's Tim Drury. Can you see him?
Tard.
You what?
It says Tard.
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 Oh, TARDIS. TARDIS is Doctor Who. I don't know if you guys get it in America much, but
yeah, it's that fancy phone booth that's infinite inside or something like that, or it's bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. That's
you got it. It's called in the show it's called the TARDIS. It's a really old TV show started in 1963.
Yeah, I've been meaning to watch Doctor Who because I've heard so much about it, but I've honestly never seen a single episode.
It had a revival in 2005 after being off the air for 9 9-10 years or something. And there's a new Who, right? It's all very flashy, high budget stuff, and it's what most people are into. I've been watching it since I was a kid in the 70s.
So, well, what's the better one, would you say?
That's a matter of personal taste, I guess. Like a lot of people liked the new Doctors they cast because they were good-looking men, and the girls thought they were terrific. You know, probably some of the guys did too.
Well, from a snobby critic point of view, which one would you think?
My very favorite was in the 70s. The actor, where I started watching it, was an actor named Tom Baker, who's this incredibly charismatic and eccentric guy. He was just a fascinating
Tom Baker
guy.
was amazing.
Yeah. I mean, back then the budget wasn't huge on the show at all. And
yeah.
So there'd be cardboard sets and rubber monsters, but that man could make you believe they were real. Like just the way
he was great.
He was so impassioned about, oh my God, like
everything. Yeah.
Everything ends. He was just this incredibly vivacious, and
yeah,
fascinating character. He brought it to life. So I love him.
Got a phone call. I'll be back.
No worries, dude. Yeah, he was definitely one of my favorites. Although I also like the asparagus doctor. I forget his name.
Peter Davison.
Was that him?
He was wearing
the one who
celery.
had the asparagus in his
Celery,
was it?
Yeah, it was celery.
Yeah, you're right. It was. Yeah.
It was a weak period for the show, but Davison was probably one of the best actors they ever had.
He was very good. It was bad. Yeah.
Incredibly well. I swear the man doesn't look any older now.
Why did he have celery in his pocket? That's what I remember as a kid, that he had something in his pocket like that. It was like, what
you have to understand, at the time the show was in the grip of the gayest man ever to be born on planet Earth, named John Nathan Turner.
Yeah.
He had very odd ideas about how people should be costumed.
Yeah.
And the celery was his idea. The supposed backstory was that it was sensitive to a gas. It would change color in the presence of a gas the Time Lord shouldn't breathe. So I guess the doctor was always looking at the celery going, is it orange? No, good. So
but he never did change it, so why didn't it just rot?
That's magic celery. Come on.
Or did he eat it at the end of each show and just buy another one?
It was made of cloth, so I'm not sure what the point was.
Are you serious? I would never have picked that. Holy shit.
It's meant to be real celery, but it was in fact just an ornament that they'd made.
You're absolutely rocking my reality here. It's like you've just convinced a flat earther that the world's a globe. That was
cloth?
Like,
fuck off. No, it isn't. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Paradigm shift, man.
Yesterday with the Hive guy, who was when you... I forget what you told him, but it was like, whoa.
All the time, yeah. Oh, God. Oh, man.
Yeah, I didn't mean to blow your mind there. Sorry.
I would never have guessed it was cloth.
Davison did another series later where he was called, I think it was called Dangerous Dan or something, like Dangerous Davies or something. And he played a policeman who was generally considered inept by his coworkers. Yeah, but he wasn't inept. He was actually quite clever. And it was really well acted. Like, the man is a nuanced, excellent actor. Which you never saw in Doctor Who. They never gave him any rope.
Yeah, he was very limited. Yeah.
And they paired him up with companions with whom he had no charisma, no chemistry.
Yeah.
Likewise, that's why Tom Baker left. So.
Yeah. Oh, was it really? He just got sick of it.
He got sick of John Nathan Turner.
Yeah.
He was just this incredible queen, right? And who everything had to be as gay as it possibly could be. And he brought on this beautiful young boy as one of the companions on the show. And Tom Baker just rolled his eyes up into his head and thought, Christ, I'm working for Caligula.
Yeah. No, I don't think gay doctors are exactly a good idea.
Yeah, and they kept tarting up Tom Baker's costume. By the end, he was in a purple robe and a chartreuse scarf. Like, it was just time to go, right? It's like, oh my God, what next?
Well, that sort of stuff. It's like peddling political agendas and adult things to children. Yeah. Don't fuck with them. Let them be children. You know.
They don't care. Maybe there's a market for an incredibly gay show like that. Like, go nuts. Do whatever you like. But this wasn't before. It didn't help it by becoming so. And what are you doing? See, Tim drove a screw in the corners here.
He has one screw.
Yeah, there's two in the other corner. He figured out that glue wasn't going to hack it alone, so I think he gave up on glue and just went to screws, which is its own mistake. But...
Give me a
Not much. Very little happens in each video, so. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, it's fine. I was just giving the cat a kiss on its head to make it behave.
And I'm quite sure he's using that clamp incorrectly, because it doesn't seem to be applying pressure in any way you'd want it to.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's even barely connecting on the top there. It's off at an angle.
Yeah. And here's Tim complaining about something that didn't go. His nails are always long and manicured.
I've noticed that. He always has really long nails.
Yeah.
I wouldn't quite say manicured. What makes you think that they're manicured?
Well, I mean, he obviously tends to them. They're not.
Oh, okay.
He trims them. I don't mean he's gone to a manicurist. I mean,
Because I was thinking, like, because I tend to buff my nails rather than, like, going to get a manicure or anything, but when nails are buffed, they're a lot shinier than that.
Of course, and I don't suggest he's had it professionally done. I mean, he obviously applies some modicum of care to his fingernails.
But then why doesn't he cut them?
He likes them that long.
That's weird.
Yes.
Especially for a guy.
It is odd, yeah.
I don't even like it with girls. It creeps me out, man. Like, if you ever put a girl's hand on an agar plate and do it yourself,
yeah,
and have a look at the amount of bacteria, and it's just like, yeah, I'm not letting you touch me until you fucking go wash your hands and cut your nails. And then wash your hands 3 more times.
My girlfriend has long nails, but I let it ride. So.
I can't.
Can't fight City Hall.
I'm a bit of an OCD hygiene freak in that regards.
Yeah.
In most regards, actually. I like things to be clean. What is he even... I don't understand.
You're never going to. Give it up.
How is he joining these things? Why does he think that...
He doesn't think. He doesn't know. He just sort of envisions a shape in his mind and hopes for
Tries.
Yeah. Oh, he's very trying, yes.
Well, he's determined. He's been at it for, what? It's at least 60 minutes now of video.
Yeah.
And all he's got to show for it is a slightly slanted oblong that was supposed to be a square.
None of the ends are trued up. And
yeah. Poor Tim.
He's making commentary on it, but you can skip to video to see his progress.
Oh wait, he's got
cross members in there.
Yeah.
We may have missed him screwing them in, which is one of the funniest parts of the whole sequence where he can't.
Is it? Okay, let's go back just in case. Because all I saw was him talking and then the black credits rolling.
No, it may be. I know there's a video with him trying to drill holes in that thing, and maybe it's coming yet. So go to the next bit, and maybe it's further in when he puts it in.
Yeah, because then it's the credits.
Yeah, so go to the next one. It must be further along when you see him screwing in further pieces. I guess he didn't film every moment of it.
Yeah, that's a shame. I would have liked to watch him film every moment.
See, you're going to get to see him try to do some of it. I mean, for all I know, his dad did these first three. Like, I have no idea, right?
Hey, you might be right. Because they actually seem buttered up a lot nicer than...
Yeah. Here he is using a clamp which has got sort of like a vice grip handle on it, and he's using it wrongly, too.
Oh, God.
He never understands how you tighten or loosen the vice grip part to change the tension on the handle. Like, never. Yeah. He never understands that. And so he undoes the whole clamp in order to redo it, and then, it's not tight enough, and he does it again and again and again.
He's turned it around like 5 times in circles.
And he found the wrong way to do it, because look what he's doing.
Yes, he did. He did.
He's amazing. He's an amazing human being.
He turned it around 5 times and then went with the wrong way.
My father just spat on the ground and said, I don't watch some idiot pretend he doesn't know how to do this. I said, no, you don't understand. He's real. He's real, yes.
Yeah. Oh, God, he definitely needs an intervention.
Yeah.
How long has he been working on this to date?
I think 2 years. I might be wrong. It might only be a year and some odd. What's the date on that? What's the date on part 1?
I don't know. Well, that's 2014.
Yeah, so since May 31st, 2014, so 2 years at a piece he's been working on this.
Oh my God. That's really bad.
2 years, 3 months.
His father needs to smash it up or burn it or something so he can't keep doing it.
Tim may well drop dead before he finishes.
He will.
This thing, I feel so badly for him because once he tries to put the corners he's made in place, he's going to realize they don't make a square, like you can't make a box out of them.
Yep. Oh, yeah, look at the one on the left there. It's like...
not even the base. The base is his best bit. You're not even seeing his bad work yet.
God.
This is the good work, where he started. Relatively speaking. And when he gets to the bad work, it'll make you cry and scream at the screen. But his corner post will not be square. And if he manages to hobble it all together into a box, I'm telling you, the first rain, it's going to be in pieces on his patio.
Yes, it will.
And if it held together by some miracle, it will rot. It will have absolutely no ability to stop water from getting ingress to every seam. And English weather isn't known for its dryness.
Yeah, no, it's not, is it?
How does he propose to move it once he starts to build it? How does he think he's going to move it once it's like 8 foot high and weighing a couple of 100 kilos?
Yeah, and it does. It's definitely going to be heavy.
Yeah,
I think he proposes to leave it there until the wind and weather take it from him.
I suppose.
Time and tide, you know. This poor bugger.
Bad
This
for him,
poor
man.
bugger is struggling so hard to misuse this clamp.
He is, isn't he?
Bless him.
I'm pretty sure that clamp's only got one leg touching. Oh no, it's got both legs touching. Okay.
And because he doesn't understand how a vice grip handle works, or whatever that's called, you know, the tensioning
Right.
handle.
Yeah.
I don't know actually what it's called. I know it's the same one that's on a vice grip.
Hey, welcome back.
This is welcome to Carpentry with Tim. We're glad you could come.
I don't know whether I should be presenting. Whoa, what was that?
No idea.
Weird noise. We'll make Harry watch Tim. He's still struggling with that fucking clamp, man. Oh, that poor bastard. I just...
Atheist Rex was watching it too, and he can't believe it either. He's in the chat.
I need to stop asking myself, like, what's he doing?
No, you just have to sort of take it in.
Accept, yeah.
Yeah.
Listen and believe, as the SJWs will say. Listen and believe.
Yeah, you're actually getting a rare glimpse into the life of someone like this. It's you think of it as a kind of an archaeological dig, or you know,
Yes.
some kind of fascinating glimpse into the bizarre.
Biology project, seeing what early human was like.
That's
He
very
feels
similar
that
to
he
flat
needs
Earth
to
in that
do-
way.
It is, yeah.
Quite a lot, yeah. He needs to do all his work with it laying flat like that. So he tries to get the drill down there to drill into it and can't. And he keeps hitting the patio and going into the rock. Like it's amazing.
He changes the camera angle. Let's have a look here.
And I
He just
promise
stood up
you,
and changed it.
this base is the best thing he makes. Everything else he makes after this is worse.
God.
Now, this is the drilling I was talking about.
Oh dear God, I'm terrified.
He doesn't hurt himself. You don't have to worry about that. But
Yeah, but there's the suspense. Him armed with a drill.
see, the
Oh
drilling
shit,
goes
he
fine,
almost
right?
touched the tile.
He's made his drill. Yeah, he nearly broke the bit.
Yeah.
He makes a couple of holes, and that's fine as far as it goes. He's probably using the wrong size bit because he hasn't measured it against the screws at all, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look long enough.
It doesn't look long enough or possibly thick enough, although it's hard to tell.
Yeah, yeah.
But he makes a couple of holes, and good for him. And I think he went and got a bigger bit. That's what he just did. I mean, he may have realized the hole was too small.
Yeah.
Everything he does looks painful.
No, that's a nail, is it? And he's testing the depth, or is that a screw?
I think it's a screw.
A screw. It is, yeah, yeah. But laugh if he pulls out the hammer.
Oh, yeah, that would be better than what he does, actually. Yeah.
Oh my God.
I've lost motion here. Oh, there it goes. So this is the problem. It won't go in. He didn't drill a deep enough hole.
Yeah, he didn't. He didn't even try to drill a deep enough hole.
That never occurs to him. Significant time passes while he tries to drive this in and doesn't understand why it won't go.
Oh God.
I was at the zoo once, and there were penguins, and they were mating, right? So the female has a nest, but the nest is made of little stones.
Yeah.
And the male brings these little stones to the penguin. It's what they do. They're like zombies for going collecting little stones and bringing them back. That's all they're programmed to do this. But there was a large boulder between the penguin and the little stones. Now, he could go around it if he wanted to. But each and every time he went to the little stones and came back, he went over the boulder. And a penguin is not exactly adept at climbing.
It's not, yeah.
So he would get a pebble in his beak and then struggle to get over this boulder and slide down the other side and then go and give her the stone and then back up the boulder and down the other side, another stone. He just kept doing it over and over.
It's Tim. Tim's the penguin.
Tim. Yeah, Tim's a penguin.
I'm going to be sharing him with a lot of Australians in the coming days, you know.
Tim is a beautiful, beautiful English penguin.
People need to see this.
So he's pulled it out. He's pulled it out.
Yes.
He's going to give it a think. Maybe it'll go in after he thinks about it.
He's lost it. Oh, almost.
I don't understand it. It won't go in. I don't know why. It's a screw. I mean, what, isn't it fucking supposed to?
Oh god.
And the noises he makes. You're missing out on the squeals of despair.
Am I?
Oh,
I
yeah.
might not hear it then.
We won't hear it, but you will. But, yeah.
Oh yeah, you can't.
Sometimes when he's working on something and it's all the clamps are on it and it starts to fall off the bench, because he hasn't tied it down right, and the whole thing's going over. Just the rage, despair that comes out of it. Whoa!
Oh god. Imagine being his neighbor though.
Yeah.
I was just imagining looking over the fence watching this guy. It'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they don't look. So he's going to try to drill a deeper hole with the same bit at the same depth in the chuck. So like in the drill. So it's not going to do any better. But maybe he thinks if he drills it twice, or maybe he thinks the hole isn't big enough or something. There's any possibilities here. He also has no idea what a countersink is and never will.
Yeah. I couldn't picture him ever understanding that.
And there is no glue in the joint, no matter what you're doing here. There's no glue in that joint. So, the screws are going to be it. It's the only thing that's going to hold this together ever. Laying on his fucking patio as though this has to be done horizontally. It's just amazing. Ah, Tim. And that clamp is literally holding nothing to nothing. He's not using it right, but it wouldn't matter if he was. It isn't clamping anything together.
Yeah. It's just clamped on the wood.
Yeah, it's not pulling the one piece of wood into the other at all. So no. Oh,
I honestly don't think he realizes that.
No, he has no idea at all. Well, on the other hand, what kind of clamp would you use, right? If you really had to clamp that end to end to do this, which you don't, he could use a pipe clamp, but he doesn't have one of those either.
Yeah.
Because you need a 5 or 6 foot pipe clamp to do it. Which is fine, but he doesn't have one.
Yeah. Look at the angle on that thing, would you?
Yeah. So he gives it the old school try here, but it does not go in. There we go. And he's like, oh, it sticks about halfway. It's just not going. And then a gap starts to appear between the two pieces of wood eventually.
That's because it's pushing the wood away.
Yeah, he's just pushing like a bugger. And
yeah. That drill is not happy either.
No, and what is it, a 12 volt or something? It's just some sand drill anyway.
He screwed it out.
Yeah, no, that wasn't working, so he's going to try it. This goes on and on. Every time Tim has to do something. You can see why he decided to eschew fasteners later, right?
Yeah.
Because fasteners just and him don't get along. They give him sleepless nights. I can see him actually cursing at the box of screws and flinging it into the bin. Like, I can imagine this.
For it.
Oh, yeah. You fucking screws. Boom.
Have you guys seen that video of the model of a TARDIS that looks like uses a hologram or something to look bigger on the inside?
I have. Yeah, it's wicked cool. There's a pattern in it that the computer picks up on and maps a picture into. So the guy holds it in front of the camera and you can actually see inside. It's bigger on the inside.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet. It just picks up on that one. He's got a zigzag pattern on a piece of paper inside the door. And the computer just actively replaces that pattern.
That's cool.
It is. It's extremely cool. So yeah, I have seen that, Harry.
It's like the polar opposite in craftsmanship from this guy.
Yeah, no kidding. I watched this initially because I have built my own police box for fun, and so I thought, I'll watch somebody else do it too, And then when I discovered Tim, I found a whole new joy. I didn't know was going to be there.
I'm just trying to will him to succeed with my mind, and it's not working.
Well, it's 2 years ago. You'd have to will back in time, which is fitting. It's thematic, but it's not fitting with the theme.
I'm definitely on his side, though. I hope he wins.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't hate Tim. You can't even dislike Tim.
Yeah, no. He probably can't even clean, he's not a good janitor either. They just feel bad for him and don't want to sack him.
It must be odd to work with him, because unless he does very prescribed tasks that can't be done wrong, I can't imagine.
He'd have to be really governed, yeah.
See the wood's pushing apart.
Yep, shoving it right apart.
He's lucky it didn't disrupt one of his other joins already. Like, well, he's doing
Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah, yeah.
He's written something on that plank.
Yes. I can't see what it is.
Nor can I. But he cannot get this screw to go fully in, no matter what he does.
Yeah.
He just hammers on it. But at no time did he hold up the bit to the edge to see if it would actually go far enough, or compare it to the length of the screw, for instance, which you might.
Yeah.
But I think he eventually gets it just through persistence to go in. But you've still got this gap, right? And he talks about the gap for a while.
Yeah.
So you say he's got 40 episodes. How far has he gotten?
I think it's either 34 or higher. I actually haven't looked at it lately.
How much has he constructed?
Oh, he has built the base, as you see. If he finishes that, and then he's nearly finished building all 4 corner posts, and that's it. In 2 years and 3 months.
Wow.
Yeah. So there's your join. That looks water resistant and permanent, doesn't it? Was to me. He's written the length of that in millimeters, I believe. Because that says 1262 long, which can't be inches, so I think it's millimeters.
God.
I think. I don't know. That would be what, about a 4 or 5 foot piece. So yeah, that's
yeah.
millimeters.
Yeah.
And in England, they do sell wood in millimeter length and width, and so that's.
Oh, okay. So he's not buying it in like imperial, and then.
No, you can usually they market in both, but
yeah.
In England. Yeah. Oh, Tim, you're so beautiful. Look at that face.
What's he saying?
Something for the ladies. There's another piece of wood destined to become waste wood. And he bought that one from somewhere. There's a price tag on it. It probably came from Wix.
Yeah.
But he talks often about how I know wood is expensive in England, like ridiculously expensive.
Is it?
Yeah, it's not a hobby you can really take up unless you have enough cash.
Yeah.
Wood is quite inexpensive here in Canada. I was comparing prices with someone after I built mine, and they were appalled at the price difference.
Wow.
They paid something like 4 times as much for their wood as I did. And I actually bought it. I bought extremely expensive wood. I wanted it to be a permanent. It's an indoor thing, but it's still permanent, right? So I bought. Oh
my God! He's not even trying to gauge it up. He's just freehanding it and hoping
for it. Yeah. And in England, when the wood they bought isn't even very good wood for much more expensive. Right? Like this white pine we're looking at here isn't too bad.
He framed the shot pretty well.
Yeah, he's got some talent there.
Yeah. See, that's what makes me wonder. He's lining the shots up nicely. He's got a nice tripod. Maybe he is a fake.
No, I guarantee he's not.
I'm in denial. I'm in denial at the moment. I need to believe that he's a fake. I don't want him to.
No, he's not. I guarantee he's not. No, there's no way. There's no way he is. That screw will not even reach through the wood he's putting it through.
No, it's not. It's just going to lift that crossbeam up.
I don't think it's going to even reach to the other side of the plank. I don't think it's a long enough screw.
Right. Yeah.
I might be wrong, but it didn't look long enough to me.
Oh, he said something.
Oh, maybe it is long. There you go. I'm wrong.
By like a few millimeters.
Yeah, he'll get 2 or 3 turns on the other end of the screw.
Yeah.
Into the other piece of wood, and that's all that's going to be holding that.
Yeah.
It's probably just as well as Mom didn't make it to the end, because she'd probably say, "Look, Mom, come on, come into the box," and it would collapse on her or something.
Yeah.
Now, here's his effort at countersinking. I think if he thinks just brute force will cause this to countersink, the drill hole is obviously not deep enough. The drill does not want to even turn.
Yep, that's nicely sunk, dude. Just run your finger over.
I don't know if he's going to hammer that flat or just saw it off or leave it there. Like, I don't know.
Oh my God.
Oh,
fucking hell.
Oh, that poor drill.
Oh God, that's the furthest it's gone down.
And it's got almost no torque, right? It probably is like a 14.4 drill or something. So he's cranking it around.
It looks like the drill's spinning and he hasn't properly. He didn't chuck the bit.
Yeah,
It
so
does,
it's just
doesn't it?
spinning off because you can't actually chuck those. It's finger tightened only, like it's hand tightened.
Is it?
So
Okay.
you could well be right that the drill is spinning and he's not. And the drill bit is not turning.
Or he could just be stripping the shit out of the screws.
Yeah, that's true.
I think they're Phillips. I think, and so
Yeah,
yeah,
I
you
think
could
they are.
easily strip the shit out of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here in Canada, we use almost exclusively Robertsons. I mean, you can buy Phillips, but
What's
Robertson's.
Robertson's?
They take there's this. It's a square head, and it's fantastic. The world should use it, but for historical reasons, they don't.
Yeah.
They don't fall off the bit. You can have pretty much infinite amount of torque. You're never going to strip a Robertson. It's never going to happen. It's just a better design in every way. Phillips is possibly the worst design next to a slot head. Yeah. Oh, Tim, what have you done? Bless your heart. I didn't realize this would fascinate us to the exclusion of all else, but
Yeah, it's terrible. It's hypnotic, man.
I guess after that flat Earth math travesty, we need a rest.
Yeah. It's something lighthearted. Although it's very relaxing. I'm starting to like doze off just watching it.
Yeah, there are various reasons why I enjoy watching it.
Yeah. I wish people would be more honest and just say, I believe this and I want to believe it, and that's how it is, instead of pretending like they want some sort of alternative information to change their mind.
Yeah, it makes me happy to think the Earth is flat. Would be something I could respect, actually.
Yeah. I think the Earth is flat because it makes me feel good in the pants. I'd even accept that one.
Yeah, exactly. Because the chicks dig it or something, right?
Yeah.
Because Patricia Steer, what the hell? It's better than most of those fellas will ever do. So.
I don't think I've ever seen her. Who's that?
Patricia Steer is more kind of with the Antonio Subarats and the Nathan Oakley crowd.
Okay.
Glowbusters, maybe, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
All sort of together. Steer is in her 50s. She's not a bad-looking bird. So, that's who she is. Yeah. If you had a choice between Antonio Subarats and Patricia Steer, you'd pick Patricia Steer every time.
Really? Yeah.
You've seen Antonio, haven't you? Have you seen the video, the latest music video?
I'm trying to think of which one Antonio is.
I'll find you a picture.
What's his username?
I think it's Antonio Subarats, but I'll find it.
Oh, okay, thanks.
He's hated by A4 for some reason. I don't know why.
Because he's alive and has breath.
Yeah, but he's a flat earther, like a hardcore flat earther.
Yeah, true. That's a bit strange.
He came on to talk to Reds in one of the hangouts when Jaron also had come in or something, and he lectured Reds on how Reds was wrong about things, and just eventually left. He's a snarky fuck.
I think I remember that. At least I remember when Jaronism came on. Are you serious? He's undoing them again? Oh no, he's going forwards.
No, he's trying to countersink them with the force of his mind.
Yeah. Well, that eliminates that he's going to come back through and cut the screw heads off because that one's too flush. And so is the other one closest to the below. I couldn't picture him being able to do that.
You know Sly Sparkane?
Vaguely.
He's debunked a bunch of these videos, so I didn't know if you knew his name, but
I'm pretty sure I have, yeah.
Yeah, he does pretty good work, actually.
Yeah.
That's an Antonio Subarats video. It's not as fun as this, by any means.
Yeah. Oh my god.
And there's more to do. You can probably skip ahead some, but he never gets to countersink those heads. Here he tries to drive a screw diagonally to try to bring those pieces together.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah, and of course he doesn't know what a pocket hole is, or
yeah.
He doesn't have any of the tools to do it, so he just sort of does this and hopes for the best. The best never comes.
Yeah.
But he is at least aware the joint he's made is fucking useless, so he's trying to shore it up with... you can see how long it took him to drill that hole. You see the burn mark on the wood?
Yeah.
I like that he's made a little X there, as if it fucking matters where he puts the hole.
Just arbitrarily places an X.
Yeah, I think we'll do it there.
Yeah. He probably pulled his iPhone out to gauge that too.
Yeah, carefully. But neither side is joined up, probably because the lengths are wrong. Look at how he starts his cut and his drill. Ah, that's the stuff. Yeah. And my father is a very careful carpenter. Everything has to be square and true, and if you're not going to do that, why waste your time, right?
Why do it? Yeah.
Yeah. So every angle is squared and checked.
Most carpenters very much like that, yeah.
So this makes him bleed from the eyes.
This is actually a really relaxing video. I think it's just, I don't know, because he's not really doing anything.
Yeah, it is relaxing, I admit.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but it reminds me of the Useless Duck Company.
I don't think I've ever seen them. What are they?
You haven't seen it? Alright, hold on.
No.
See, he's desperately hoping, that screw went almost all the way in, he's desperately hoping the last two threads will somehow cinch these two boards together.
Yeah.
Put the link in the sidebar.
Oh, okay. I'll open it. Hang on. So I don't forget.
Never forget Tim.
The Useless Duck.
He'll be buried in this damn box. Boy, I'll bet that guy's a hit with the ladies. So is this some kind of swing arm that cuts your toilet paper off?
I don't know.
It is.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, God. Wouldn't that just... Oh, wow, it did cut it. I thought it was just going to, like, fling the toilet paper or something.
No, it went straight through the wall, too. It's impressive.
Yeah.
He makes all kinds of wacky stuff.
If that was how toilet paper got cut, I would shit twice.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Oh my.
That's the second one. His first one was a cleaver. It wasn't effective enough, so he upgraded to chainsaw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't see a cleaver working. Hey, you can use that to go into space. No.
This is the most ridiculous shit.
So he's illustrating the problem in infomercial fashion. So now, there you go. Now this is the way to do it.
I just think he's a goofy guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks like a character. Well, pick your poison, Bash.
Watching this one now, I'll watch the other one.
It's not playing. You're gonna, yeah.
I forgot to hit play. I started to doze off just sitting here. I just vagued out.
See, he isn't even pulling the boards together to attempt this feat.
He's not even
Now
trying.
it sort of is, yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
Too late and not well enough. What does he think that screw is doing? Because it's as far in as it's ever going to go. So he's just making it go around. Like, does he think that does something? It does nothing. Look.
I have no idea, dude. Oh, look at that. Poor bastard. It's like, look how connected that is. Oh, wait. It's not at all.
Oh, bugger. What'll I do about that? Now, he just keep at this piece until he has something which is, it's stable. It is a base, right? It is roughly squarish. It doesn't have any boards popping up or anything. So he does keep at it until he gets them all sort of attached to each other in whatever way, well enough that it doesn't immediately fall apart.
Yeah.
As you see. This is the one they had in the oven for to have the studio audience look at.
Yeah.
Look at that fine work, those clean lines. Now, it doesn't matter for the base inside as long as those things were strong. They're not strong, but that matters.
Yeah.
The angles don't. You're never going to see this because you're supposed to line it with something. Some floor, some plywood or something.
I remember I remodeled the deck. Some rich people are real assholes. That's all I could say. But when we got done, the journeyman, my boss, he went up to the guy and he's talking to him, and I heard him say, he goes, "You know what frightens me? Is you think that you're done."
I like that.
It's not. He acted like we didn't do like everything was finished. I don't know what he wanted from us. It was crazy. Rich people are insane. He wanted us to like hand engrave the wood or something. I have no idea.
I just fell asleep sitting up.
Wow.
I dead set was just out cold. How long was I out for?
It wouldn't have been more than a half a minute.
Okay, good.
I think you need to go to bed, pal.
I think I do. I'm starting to lose consciousness randomly.
Yeah, they're putting these things are putting you to sleep. Watch one more, you'll be out like a light.
How long have you been awake?
It's playing in the background.
Well, 31 hours.
Yeah, it was 25 hours at 5 a.m. and I lost count after then. I can't count past that.
Why are you staying up so long?
I don't know. It was just hangout after hangout. Got carried away.
Hello, this is Tim.
He doesn't have any upvotes. I'm gonna have to give him upvotes on all his videos.
You're kind.
One of the recent Scientific Americans is all about how sleep is paramount for health.
Really?
It's one of the most important things.
I don't have a lot of respect for Scientific American anymore. I think they're neither scientific nor American these days.
It gets like that, doesn't it?
Their incredible focus on bogus science relating to global warming.
What was it? What did they have?
I don't even remember anything about it, honestly.
Damn, the plucking laundry list of things. It's not something they focus on all the time, but when they do, they're wrong. So it's disappointing.
Not very good.
It's politically motivated articles that are not based in science, and I find that incredibly distressing.
Well, I suppose they're looking to sell copy, aren't they? They're not looking to.
Of course they are. They're not a scientific journal of any kind. They're pulp magazine for consumers.
It's pop sci. It's pop sci.
Yeah, it's pop science, and it's bad pop science, and that angers me.
Am I listening to someone else's audio, or do I have audio playing somewhere and I'm just tripping balls?
You're tripping balls. You probably have that other video with the guy with the prank. The prank.
Where do I have it open? Holy crap! It was me that whole time.
Yeah.
God damn it.
So there's his bass. This is his best work ever. This will be the thing Tim is remembered for, is this bass.
It's not that bad a bass for a child.
I wouldn't walk on it, but sure.
Yeah.
I doubt
it's pretty wobbly.
I think if you picked it up by the two central corners and shook it, pieces would fall out.
It would definitely fall apart.
I don't think he used any glue in the end at all here. Just these fucking screws, which makes it even worse.
Because he's just eyeballed them and stuck them in randomly, and they're holding in by one thread.
I guarantee the thing is not square, and he doesn't even check, mind you.
Yeah. I don't think he cares about square.
Atheist Rex is enjoying this, I think. He's watching this from the chat, and he's making all the comments we're making. He says, oh my god, is that a proper pilot hole? The bit isn't nearly long enough.
It's totally, it's hard to swallow, isn't it? It's just,
This man is in his way kind of beautiful, so there's something to it.
Yeah.
What the fuck is he doing?
You have to watch. There's no way to know in advance. He probably told you before in the audio. So I'm going to draw lines on it pointlessly in 7 directions. I'm going to stand back and look at it for a bit, and then well, I don't know why he's wearing that glove. It must be cold.
Maybe they're thermal gloves. Yeah.
Well, it was May, roughly May. No, this would have been summer. No, this is summertime. It has to be, doesn't it? What's the date? What's the date?
28th of August.
Yeah, that's not cold. Never cold on the 20th of August. I'm cool, maybe.
Maybe he's delicate. Maybe he has delicate hands.
That's a week from now, and we're still boiling in this latitude, so.
Yeah, we're freezing here. Isn't it funny how it's boiling there, but it's freezing here? It's almost like we're on different sides of something.
No, you don't get how it works, man. Like the sun still goes like north and south, but it just goes in a kind of a spiral, like over top of a pizza.
Oh, God.
Let me tell you how it is. I'm seeing through your fucking baller lies, okay?
I need to meet this bloke. He sounds like a character.
That's Tim's dad. I've never seen. I don't remember this at all. That's Tim's dad with a measuring tape, going, "Christ, son, what have you done?"
Yeah. Apparently he helped him with the first bits. Oh my God! Look at those angles.
Yeah. Again, none of that matters internally, as long as it was strong.
Yeah.
Which you could do them anywhere you wanted to put them, as long as you wound up with a strong result.
But realistically, how could you even fuck it up that badly?
Yeah. Yet here we are. You know why? He had to drive the screws in from one side, and they were interfering with the screws from the other side.
Of course. Yeah.
You can reverse engineer all of his thinking. See, his dad is measuring it in order to help him do this cut, probably with his... Oh, God. The man is on top of the wood cutting.
He is. This is where he gets it from.
I've never seen his dad. I don't remember this one at all. This is great.
Yeah. Like father, like son. I'd laugh
I
if he
see
just
where he
cuts
gets
his
his
tie.
carpentry skills from.
Yeah, definitely.
Look at that ancient saw. That's from 1961. Look at that thing.
It really is, isn't it? Yeah.
I guarantee it's never been sharpened, and it's probably been used to cut metal. Like it just... Oh. Yeah, this just keeps cutting and cutting.
We'll fast forward a bit. Oh, no, it just ends.
Pictures of Tim
What
at
are
his
you doing,
dad's
Kat?
funeral. Yeah. So the dad didn't. His heart exploded with a considerable bang.
I feel so bad for this guy. Wasn't his aim to mark out all the little squares and like cut the squares out and sync them somehow? And now he's just got one big panel.
No. He's just going to overlay some flooring, which is actually fine. It's not the worst technique. I would say seat them in. Sure, I would sink everything. I'd use smaller bits of wood on the inside. Sink in the floor. Because why wouldn't you? This is not his worst decision.
Oh God.
Hello, this is Tim. Hello.
Okay, so it hasn't come very far.
No, that's where it stopped last time. They don't own a circular saw. Tim eventually bought one. I don't know why, because he shouldn't use it.
Yeah, he shouldn't use any machinery.
Tim did make a drawing first to plan out what he wanted to do, which is...
That's a fair effort, yeah.
Yeah, for him it must have been a considerable effort.
Maybe his dad did it for him.
You're probably right. This must be the rest of the base. He's going to cut a piece off.
I think so, yeah.
He's got the table out of the kitchen there holding up the other end. This is his old man again, still cutting.
Still fun.
He's wearing a tie. The man is wearing a fucking tie, kneeling on a piece of wood, cutting through it with a saw that's older than he is.
Yeah.
He sounds like
cool
an
if he cuts through his tie. He does, doesn't he? Yeah.
What's that, Harry? I didn't hear you.
He saws like an accountant.
He does. Oh, look at that nice flush.
Well, it's good enough, right? For Tim, that's it's done.
Yeah, for Tim it's good.
I don't know if he's going to nail it in around the corners or glue it or wait for later or what he's going to do.
Or just let it slap around in the wind.
It would help keep his structure intact if he nailed it down or something. But
definitely, yeah.
Part 7. A sane person would use countersunk screws, but there's Tim.
Yeah, of course.
But even if he just used nails, he would be impressing me. We'll see what he does. You don't even need to hear the sound for this. You absolutely know. You could overdub this.
Yeah.
Right, one here, one here, one here. And along here, I'll just try to remember where the boards are underneath, because,
Here he's marking an arbitrary line.
Yeah, this is good enough right here. He's probably going to put one in at the join, which is incredibly stupid, but... Yeah, it is at the joint.
I love the look on his face.
And it's getting colder and colder, but he wants to press on, right? He has some vision that he's going to get this done soon, and 2 years later, as it turns out. Of course, what the English think is weather too cold to work, we would think was fine, you know. They don't get particularly severe winters or very cold weather there, usually. Occasionally. And they're all caught completely with their pants down when it happens. Nobody takes insurance against snow there. Just a waste of money, right?
I've always frozen to death in England in winter.
But every 50, well, yeah, but you're from a hot place. Every 15 or 20 years, they have a very bad snowfall, and some people are wiped out because they just don't have insurance for snow.
Really?
Yeah.
I remember winter in Canada. That fucked me up, man. It gets really cold there.
Yeah, it'll make a man out of you.
It'll make something out of me, that's for sure.
I enjoy them, but they're hard to take. And my whole life I've lived with them, but they're still sometimes quite hard to take. It's like, wow, this is obscenely cold.
Anything under 10 and I'm starting to get really cold.
Under 10, good lord.
It's the torque or whatever too low.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he does some he cranks it one way or the other. He'll crank it all the way over to nothing and crank it all the way over to highest. So,
yeah.
God, it's probably not that the bit is spinning in the chuck but it's probably that it's the torque mechanism is clicking out. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, probably. Yeah.
He just fixed it.
Yeah, he did.
Good job.
He finally figured it out.
You feel a little victory joy, don't you? He's like,
yeah. Finally, he almost did one thing correct in it.
There's a bend in it.
Yeah, a really bad one.
Yeah, probably caused by him sitting on it while he was working on it or something.
Probably, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Tim is right-handed. Tim is very right-handed.
Yeah, so he is. I'm left-handed.
Yeah, me too.
Are you? Cool.
Yep. All my life. Well, I'm fairly ambidextrous. I expect you are too.
Yeah, I am in a lot of regards. I shoot right-handed. I play guitar right-handed. I do a lot of things right-handed.
I play hockey right-handed, but I not that I played hockey for a long time, but when I did, I played right-handed.
I used to be able to fence both, and that was a really big advantage because a lot of the times people are fucked up if they go up against a left-hander, but then if I went up against a left-hander, I'd swap over to the right hand because he wasn't used to a left-hander fencing with the right hand.
Somebody taught him crow's feet.
What?
Those marks, crow's feet. That's what carpenters do. Somebody taught him that.
I think he's just made an X.
Oh, was it?
Were those X's? I thought they were V's.
No, they're X's. He wouldn't know a carpenter's technique from anything else. He'll zoom in.
See if he zooms in and we'll see it.
I guarantee they're X's. They're X's.
Yeah, they're X's. By the way, that weird noise was my cat sneezing straight into my microphone.
My cat used to walk up to me. The first time he did this, I had no idea, and he just made a funny face. He looked right at me and made a very funny face, and he showered me in cat spit. Yeah.
It's that you're about to get hosed face.
It was the oddest face he'd ever made. I was like, what's wrong? What you?
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh.
You're looking at him like, what's wrong with you?
He used to love to drink water out of a glass because he thought he was a person, so he had to get him a glass of water.
Yeah.
And I accidentally drank it one morning. And I'm not super allergic to cats, but drinking cat spit is a very bad idea.
Yeah.
I had to take 2 days off work. I called into work and said, I can't come in. They said, why? I said, I drank my cat's water.
Yeah. Yeah, well, their mouth is full of bacteria.
Well, that wasn't it. It was just the reaction to the cat.
Oh, okay.
It just made all my joints swell up and ache like I was for 2 days.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Jesus. So you're like allergic to cats?
Not super allergic, but I think anyone who drank cat water would have a reaction. I don't think there's anybody who's going to be like, that tasted odd, and just finish the glass. That's not going to happen.
I always take a glass of water to bed in case I get thirsty, and when I had cats, I don't have any anymore, but when I did, I'd randomly wake up and they'd be drinking out of my water glass, and it used to piss me off so much because I'm like, now I don't have any water. Thanks, cat.
I had a cat that would always try and steal my coffee. She was such a jerk.
My cat, I found him once rocketing around the house like a bottle rocket, and it turned out he was drinking the coffee on my desk. He liked the
Really?
cream, I guess, right?
Oh no.
The caffeine riled him up no end. He was just tearing around. I was like,
Yeah.
what's wrong with you? And then later I see him going from the coffee. Like, oh, that's it.
The cat that used to always drink the coffee, if I shooed her away, she'd run over the cup instead of like stopping and running away, and she'd put her like, back foot in the cup every single time.
Yeah, and coffee all over the house.
Hey, on this cat needs to go.
Tim drove 27 screws into that. Look at this. Look at how many screws he put down the side.
I had a dog that would eat anything as soon as it hit the ground, like if you were cooking. He just, because he knew you wouldn't let him. If he had more than a second, you would stop him, so he'd just snatch it up. And one time I was making salsa and I dropped a jalapeno and he snatched it up and he was dragging his tongue across the carpet for like an hour. It was hilarious.
Poor fucker. That's funny. It must have hurt. Like they're very sensitive.
Oh, I'm sure he immediately regretted it. His name is Zach. He's a crazy dog.
Oh, Tim. He's only got a few screws down. Well, that's the middle. I guess maybe he didn't think it mattered. But the edge, he just drove every screw in every like millimeter. And he's doing it here too. Like another one in the corner. And he's going to run directly into the screws he's driven down there below if he's not careful.
Did you grow up with educated parents?
Who are you asking?
Well, I think you're the only one here at the moment.
Oh shit! I didn't realize. No, Bash is still here. I think he probably fell asleep again.
He said he had to step away for a moment, which
I didn't. Maybe I fell asleep. I didn't hear him at all. Yes and no. My father is educated. My mother doesn't have a college degree, as far as I know at all.
Scientific background?
No. My father was an educator, teaching principal in grade schools for most of his career.
Okay, so he was in education.
Yeah, but not technical education, like just grade school type stuff, grade school or high school type.
Well, I'm just curious because most people on here that I've talked to had grown up with educated parents. They were probably a good influence on them.
My father has his master's of education, so he went that far with it, right? He didn't just go to teacher's college. He went all the way through.
Yeah. I guess what I'm getting at is I haven't been able to get anything out of any flat earthers because they're so weird, but I have a theory that most flat earthers did not grow up with any kind of influence like that, which is one of the reasons they're so susceptible.
I suspect that's true. I mean, I grew up in a house with a lot of books in it. We had an encyclopedia, right? And we used to get the annual supplements to the encyclopedia, so it was a reference for us, right? And we often, when we wanted to know something, we go look it up, right? And I think that's probably the make or break. I think households that don't encourage that, don't provide that for their kids, the kids do a lot less learning.
I agree. My parents used to just buy me tons of books, and I remember waking up when I was a kid and running over to my closet and reading for hours. Like, that's what I loved to do.
Too. When I got a library card, I would take 10 books out, as many as you could. I would take that many books out of a Saturday, read them through the week, and then go get 10 more.
That was the best ever, library cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, my local library sucked. It's like worthless.
Well, ours wasn't great, but I still read everything they had. Like I
was the same.
I mean, my hometown is fucking small, but we had a small library, but I worked it as hard as I could.
There's always that book that you wanted that somebody had and would just like they just were keeping it.
Never brought it back. Yeah.
I remember a book in the reference section there that had a piece on witchcraft, and it had pictures of naked women dancing over the fire, and that was just a fascinating discovery pre-internet. It was like, oh my god, nude.
Yeah, I think all the occult books were good for that, weren't they?
Yeah.
I read the entire occult section of like 3 different libraries by the time I was 12, 13.
Mm-hmm.
I never read about any of that stuff.
You're smart as I am.
Like William Cooper. I read Pale Horse. Behold the Pale Horse.
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to know if there's any truth to any of that shit, you know?
What were your favorite kinds of, like, did you, you're a science fiction reader, or did you like other things, or what? Harry?
Anything really, but I'm more into reference now.
No, yeah. But I mean, as a kid, what did you read?
Oh, a lot of sci-fi.
Yeah, me too.
Asimov and, you know,
classic age sci-fi, right? Heinlein and Asimov and those Groff Conklin compilations of short stories and stuff, yeah.
I actually just read Starship Troopers for like the 5th time.
That's an amazing book.
I'm rereading Rama at the moment.
Yeah.
I only have one gripe about it. I just feel like boot camp goes on for a little too long.
It does.
I think you're right. The pacing is a little bit off in that.
It is.
My favorite Heinlein is Moon is a Harsh Mistress, I think.
Heinlein has so many fantastic quotes. He's like a quote mine.
I have a book that's just Lazarus Long quotes taken out of Time Enough for Love and a couple of others.
If you guys ever want to see Secrets of Freemasonry 101, read Revolt in 2100.
I have read it, yeah.
Yeah. That's very, yeah.
Yeah.
When I first became an EAF and entered Apprentice Freemason at Lodge, one of the dudes was like, you should read that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, who's the Freemason?
Me.
You are?
Yeah.
All right.
I know I sound like a Freemason.
So,
it's a common mistake.
I have a question.
Yeah?
When I lived up in Northern California, in Eureka actually, I had a neighbor. He had daughters, and I was talking to one of his daughters, and she said she was in, I can't remember what it was called, but it was the female version of the Masons.
Oh, yes.
Do you know what that's called?
Oh, yes, Order of the Eastern Star.
That's what it's called, okay.
Yeah.
All right. And I was like, well, I didn't think there was any conspiracy or anything. I was just curious what it was.
Yeah.
And she was telling me that they do these, I was like, what do you do? And she's like, well, we do this opening ritual where we have knives. She was like, to start describing these, they had knives and shit. This is like 15 years ago, so it's hard for me to remember. But it sounded really weird, and I was wondering if you knew anything about that or could expand on it.
It sounds like see, OES is very different in some ways. It's sort of like people who are OES shouldn't know anything about Blue Lodge Masonry, and people who are Blue Lodge Masons shouldn't know anything about OES. It's meant to be kept secret from one another, but it's not. At the end of the day, it's really not. I have a feeling that she's talking about her. I don't know what their version of an entered apprentice is, but I'm assuming it's that.
What is that?
Oh, it's just sort of like the I'm trying to think of a way. They don't really use knives, though. No, I don't think it could be that.
You see, my roommate and I were talking about it afterwards, and we were like, was she just fucking with us? Like, is she trying to make us think that there's some kind of crazy shit going on? Because it was a really weird story.
Well, for your apprenticeship, for your initiation, you are greeted with a sharp object placed to your left breast. It's very rare. It's not a knife. It's not a knife. Can't be a stupid cat. Maybe it is in OES. I don't know. I mean, women are in the kitchen a lot. Maybe a knife was more handy than like a square and compass or something, you know.
Well, yeah, I actually don't remember what it was, but I remember it was pointed objects of some sort. Could have been arrows.
They're greeted with a butter knife placed on their left breast, and they're ordered to make a ham sandwich. And if they make a substandard one, they're immediately blackballed.
But it was definitely the female version of the Masons, though, because her dad was a Mason.
Yeah,
I like that it would be related to household.
Yes, yeah.
I just looked up, I'm trying to find knives in the Order of the Eastern Star, and I found some people who have made a knife which has the logo of these. It's not anything to do with their ritual. I can't find.
Maybe that is the blade that they're greeted upon. I know that traditionally in some older ritual monitors, they were greeted on the point of a blade, as in like a dagger blade in some instances, like a ceremonial dagger or something, not something really sharp that they'll cut themselves on.
I found the Ritual of the Order of the Eastern Star, published in 1890, online. It's free.
Probably still the fucking same.
No doubt, yeah. I'll just see what the actual book has to say, if anything, about the opening ritual. This is an archive.org scan. You know, they have some nice books recorded.
Yeah, they have some really good stuff in archive.org.
Well, this is quite a beautiful book, too, the way it's printed. And
yeah.
The pages have aged beautifully. So, and there's the five-pointed star itself with the various symbols.
Can you link it in the sidebar so I can have a look at it?
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's a PDF. I'll toss it over to you.
Oh, awesome. Thanks. Thank you very much.
It was nothing. Opening closing. So page 15
I like to collect really, really old Masonic books if I can get my hands on them, and this is the sort of thing that I'd just love to buy.
Well, it's certainly a beautiful color. The pages are so beautifully old and brown.
Yeah.
But it clearly was printed on that heavy cream stock that's really held up well despite the discoloration. And it's very beautifully printed.
Yeah, let me zoom in a bit.
Opening of the chapter. So here we go. I'm looking at the opening of the chapter. The opening exercises.
What's the grip in the pass?
The handshake and the passphrase.
Ah.
They have a lyre in the center? Oh, the organist does, okay. That's so strange. They have different names for their...
Sister Conductress, will you escort the worthy matron to the east?
Yes, this is, yeah. Let's see if there's tiling. Or can I just not search?
There are some places where asterisks have been placed to conceal something, I guess. There's order and do order, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Whatever.
Yeah, it's sort of like Duncan's Monitor. It's all published, but the important parts are kept out. And it's the same even with the books that we carry today. Like, in the other room on my bench, I've got a couple of different books of different rituals, and all of the stuff's just blanked out. That's why Mormonism swapped in Jesus-y sounding words.
Yeah, there isn't much missing really here. Elided from it. That's just a couple things.
Yeah. It's enough to know an imposter.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the only reason, so that you'd know an imposter. Someone who's coming in to fuck with you.
I can't see any mention of pointy things at all.
It would be an initiation.
I'm reading initiation right now.
Are you?
I'm not
35.
seeing anything yet.
Page 35. So she might have been fucking with you, but we'll see. The initiation sometimes has a pointy thing.
She did have this snarky grin on her face the entire time.
Did she?
Yeah, she tell you they do it in the nude or what?
She didn't get that crazy.
And then there's the oil wrestling. It's great. Let's see, 3, 4, 5, 35. Here we go. The initiation ceremony is the same for gentlemen and for ladies, it says here.
This is, because men can join OES. This is very similar. Very similar.
Yeah.
So you notice, do you believe in the existence of a supreme being? And it's got an X next to it. Someone's marked it, and they're like, oh, fuck, what do I say here?
Answer?
How do I tell them I'm an atheist?
That's not to in 1890, just broadly speaking. Although in London there was an atheist society, and right out in the open they had a building on Oxford Street. So it's not like, it wasn't a hanging offense.
Yeah, it still wasn't good business practice, especially if you wanted to take office, if you wanted to be like anyone of importance, Do
you remember back then there were socialists roaming the streets openly? This was their thing,
back in that era, the greatest source of terrorism was Jewish anarchists. Every bombing that went off, it was a Jewish anarchist.
Yeah,
and they were as bad as the Muslims. It was crazy.
They tried to pin Jack the Ripper on the Jews too, at one point.
I don't know. I think that's a modern invention, isn't it? The three Jews.
No,
I know the graffiti's real.
The graffiti is what I'm talking about. The Jews are the ones who will not be blamed for nothing.
Yeah, but whether that's trying to pin it on them, or whether that was a panicked Jew in broken English trying to explain it wasn't us.
It's hard to know because it's written so badly. I always took it as a kind of Cockney, it was the Jews what done it kind of thing. But you could be right.
And also one of the big confusions is the spelling of the word Jews. That's where the whole Masonic conspiracy comes in.
Yeah, I remember.
Jews. Yeah.
But honestly, this was Whitechapel. If you spell it that badly, it's better than most.
Yeah, that's true. They
were shit poor, and I mean shit poor. Shit was really a factor in their poverty.
Yeah. Most people, that was where the X as a signature thing sort of was the vibe, because people couldn't write their own name.
It was filthy. It smelled bad. The people were almost illiterate. And, that you could spell Jews that well. These were not educated people. So
here you go. You've doubtless well considered the step you've taken in seeking admission to this order, dedicated to charity, truth, and loving kindness. You come here of your own free choice. Complain not, therefore, at any trial. A seal is here set upon your lips. Let it warn you to be ever silent and secret as to all that may be made known to you here. That's their section where we're greeted upon a sharp object, so they don't have that at all.
But it doesn't say anything about a sharp object here at all. Yeah.
No, but where we have a sharp object placed to the left breast, and as this is a prick to your skin, let it be a mark to your memory to always. Fuck, I've forgotten it. How can I forget the initiation ritual? That's shameful. Anyway, yeah, that's this part here, where they're given a seal. A seal is here set upon your lips. Mm-hmm. Is the part where we get, as this is a prick to your skin.
So I think she might have been yanking your chain there.
Yeah. This is very interesting.
Kind of what we were talking about afterwards, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
I wonder if they have a Tyler with a sword. Maybe they have a knife instead of a sword.
Yeah, maybe.
Instead of a Tyler with a sword sitting in the antechamber.
Well, I'll search for Tyler. Sometimes these things are OC hard, so I'll see what I can do here, Tyler.
Not Tyler with a Y. Maybe it's the old spelling. Tyler with an I.
Well, there's no Tyler with a Y. At least if this thing is indexed in any way.
Yeah, that's what I was searching.
Search for the word "the" and see if it comes. No, this thing isn't OCR.
Tiled.
Oh, good. It won't search it. You have to.
Yeah.
You have to read through it.
Crap. Well, let's see. Opening the lodge, they'll say, is the lodge duly tiled?
Yes. So let's check that.
Yeah.
It won't search?
Stop hissing.
This is a scanned book, so unless the scanning also involved figuring out what the words were by OCRing it, then no. So you can make a PDF that way, but you can make a PDF that isn't that way too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not text, right? It's just images.
Yeah.
So unless you've gone to the trouble of having the computer figure out the words, then no.
I wasn't looking at the screen. I didn't realize that. I was going to say just page code or source, I mean.
So if you take this out of the browser, I'll try that, because sometimes the proper
You can do it in Adobe.
Adobe will do the OCRing on the fly, so let me just see what it does. I'll save us some time.
When people lock text, I laugh at them.
Oh no, you can highlight the text.
In fact, there's a text version of this book at Level Up, so I'm just going to go get it.
Awesome.
I don't have to do this the hard way. You can do it the smart way. Here it is, full text. I've got it. So it's OCR'd badly, but it might still work. Sometimes it does.
Yeah.
Tyler.
Yeah.
Tyler finds nothing with a Y. Tyler finds nothing with an I.
How about tiled? T-Y-L-E-D.
Oh, what's the section we're looking for? What's the phrase I would be looking for?
Tiling the lodge.
Ah, so is it properly tiled? Okay.
Yeah.
This could be badly OCR'd, and it is. You can see some of it is, so I'm still going to do what I said and try it in
Yeah, I'm sort of heading down to that sort of area. They have badges? They have members' badges.
Why is all this stuff online? I thought it was supposed to be kept secret.
Oh, this is 100 years old. People have died, and these things have been sold in estate sales, and people have collected it who weren't Freemasons or weren't OES, for example, in this case, and eventually made its way onto the internet. And it's good because that way I'm not leaking information. It's freely available. Here we go. Position of the chairs, use of the gavel, wraps, grand honors. We don't have anything like that. They've got some weird stuff, man.
Opening of the chapter.
Like
opening. They call it opening.
Search. Hang on, Tyler.
When ready for the opening exercise of the succession of a worthy patron. Oh, maybe it's the worthy patron who acts as the Tyler? Because they have to have a man in the lodge for it to be a lodge.
Well, there's a list of officers. It says the officers of a subordinate chap. No, that's something else, I guess.
Yeah, that's ages back. Yeah. Hang on, I'm right on it. Officers rise and respond. No, oh yeah. Officers stand in the chapter room.
Sentinel? There's a sentinel.
It's the first duty of all Freemasons, so surely the first duty will be in there somewhere.
No.
The first duty of all Freemasons is to see the lodge is duly tiled.
Nope.
No?
Oh, word duty and first duty doesn't come up. Hang on, duty.
Crap. Wait, here we go. You'll ascertain if all present are members of the order and titles or privileges, so it's before this.
Okay.
Don't try and climb off my lap, the other cat will beat you up. You will see that the doors to our chapter are secure. The doors are secure.
Worthy matron, yeah.
So that's
the warder,
where we
Sister Warder. That's Sister Warder.
Yeah, but we have wardens. We have wardens of the north and wardens of the wardens of the north, wardens of the south.
It looks like the Sister Warder is the plays the role of the Tyler.
Yeah. Yeah, it does seem that way, doesn't it?
Well, the Sister Warder gives the response. So
maybe that's her role. Instead of a sword, she carries a shank or something.
Hmm.
Yeah, because that's the part. Like that's the part where you'd have the part about the tiling.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, no knives, dude.
Well, all right. Put that to rest.
Call that woman up and say, listen, I don't know how many years ago it was, but you were fucking with us.
You found out. Yeah, that she was fucking with you that whole time.
You bitch.
This is really weird. It's very, I don't know, fancy the way it's all worded. It's a lot more fancy than Blue Lodge.
Is there a separate organization for children? Because she was underage at the time.
Oh no, she can't be an OES as a child.
Interesting.
So she may not have been in the Order of the Eastern Star at all.
Yeah, she's probably just bullshitting us.
Perhaps not. Yeah. Hang on, here we go. We'll find out what was that person that was Warden, wasn't it? War. We'll see what their role is.
Sister Warder.
Yep. So, oh well, look at this conductress Ada, Ruth, Esther. These
Martha, like the Warder.
I was wondering what Ada is.
It's names. It's names of Jewish women that are in the Old Testament of the Bible that are in chapters that are read out in Blue Lodge, especially Esther and Ruth. So, okay, Warder. A Sentinel. Sentinel would probably be their Tyler, I'd assume.
You know, Masons come up in a couple of Heinlein's books as well. They come up in Moon is a Harsh Mistress because he meets a bunch of Masons on the moon. And also in Job.
Yeah.
A comedy of manners.
Was he a Mason?
Yes, he was.
Yeah, Heinlein was a Mason.
He ended up becoming a Shriner, I think it was.
I don't know that. Maybe.
Do Shriners have similar ceremonies and procedures like this?
They're a lot more esoteric and weird, but they're mostly an American thing. You don't really get them outside of America.
This is very
scroll.
It's very regimented.
Yes, very ritualized, very structured.
It's structured that way because by having a structure, it's repeated in every single organization. There's a pattern to it. There's an organization to it. And in an era where there was no such thing as organization, that's a very powerful thing to be able to organize and rally a group of people.
Mm-hmm.
And even though it's over officious, it's functional, you know.
And it gives a sense of continuity. I mean, this goes back hundreds of years, so it gives a sense of continuity between lodges, between these groups, that they're all part of one cohesive group, right?
You would probably really enjoy reading the Hiram Key. It's not the official history of Freemasonry, but it does have some compelling arguments that it even goes all the way back to the god king making ceremonies of Egypt prior to the Hyksos invasions, which is when they killed off the king. Was it in the north or the south? I think it was the south, and they took over the southern empire by exploiting the 72 laws of Ma'at, including the law of what's that thing where you've got to invite someone into your home and take care of them and stuff if they ask or if they need it?
Hospitality.
Hospitality, yeah. They exploited hospitality to get into the city, and then exploited these rules to get into places of office, and eventually they killed the king and appointed a pharaoh. And they were very jealous because they weren't given the king-making ceremony from the Northern Empire, and there was a bit of a civil war and tit for tat back and forth, and he wouldn't reveal the secrets of the god king making ceremony, and eventually they killed him. And from that day forth, the high priest scattered, and there were only pharaohs in Egypt. There were no more god kings. And he draws some really compelling parallels between like Hiram Abiff being murdered for not giving the passphrase of the Master Mason to the three Jews, you know. And it's just very interesting the way that they draw it. And there's a lot of different. And then there's another book afterwards called Turning the Hiram Key. And there's another one in the trilogy, I can't remember. It's on the back of the books, it'll have it all. They're really cheap paperbacks, but they're really, like, with your level of knowledge in this stuff, you'll understand it, and you'll be like, wow, what the fuck, this is weird, you know, mind blown.
Yeah, I'm going to look them up.
Yeah, they're good.
I keep a notebook here to write shit in that's interesting so that I can look it up later, and I've filled it up.
That's a good idea. That's a very good idea. Within a triangle.
Bash, you were AFK when I asked earlier, but did you grow up with educated parents?
I grew up with very intelligent parents, but not conventionally educated, and I think that's why they put an emphasis on me to go through college and pursue like a doctorate and stuff.
But they nurtured your intellectual curiosity.
Yeah, my father was like a autodidact. He was very good with a lot of different things, and my mother was a programmer in the era of punch cards and ticker tape.
All right, well, that's another one.
My mother's a very intelligent woman, but she didn't receive any kind of structured education beyond high school. So.
Yeah.
My grandfather was certainly an autodidact. He did everything at some point, every single thing.
I love people like that. They're great. That's sort of what I aspire to, being something like that. If I can even walk in the shadow of some of my like family members, I'd have led a good life.
He had reading, writing, and arithmetic, but no more than you were forced to do.
Yeah.
So.
Monotone Tommy says he will be on later, but we should change this screen so viewers know who's talking. Maybe do a split screen.
Tommy, we've got 6 viewers, including you, so I don't think we really need to put our back into worrying about who.
Actually, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
Plus, when Tommy's here, you know it's him because it blows your speakers out every time he speaks.
Yeah, that's true.
That's right. Well, I don't know, guys.
Well, you seriously... This cat's trying to jump off the wrong side of the chair. It's like there's one side he can jump down to something that's at knee height, or the other side he can drop to his death, and he's going down the death side. If you fall there, you're going to break your legs. Don't do that. Don't be silly. You're brainless. It's because he's blind, so he can't make judgment calls of heights of things.
Poor old bugger. It doesn't seem to faze them, though, does it? Blind animals just carry on.
Yeah, they're like,
think it's darker than it used to
bounce,
be. Yeah.
Hit the deck, and stumble away happily.
Mm-hmm. They never think they're blind. I think they just think it's way darker than it used to be.
I think so. Yeah. Where's the sun gone?
God, it's dark in here all the time.
Yeah.
Shit.
You're not jumping down there. Stop it.
Are those artifacts from the stream, or is your monitor failing?
Who am I?
GPU.
Yeah, it's kind of changing color. It's kind of odd. We're getting some odd ghosting from behind the main screen.
Really?
Yeah. Greenish ghosting against the gray.
That's bizarre.
But only in the YouTube. It's not coming on the
on the chat thing. Yeah. Do you want to get down? Hang on, I'm going to put him outside because he's being really annoying. Hang on, back in a sec.
It was freaking me out at first. I thought something on my end was dying, but then I changed Windows and everything
No,
was gravy.
it must be a compression artifact, but I don't know why you get it. But YouTube tries to use as little bandwidth as possible on these, right? So they compress them whenever they can. And a big stretch of gray is bound to get weirdly compressed, but that did look odd, yeah. A lot of this reminds me of the Roman Catholic Catechism, you know, the questions and answers in Catholic Church.
Yeah.
You have to memorize to go through communion.
It is similar.
I didn't go through that, but I have friends who did. And then my hometown was extremely Catholic, so...
I was raised Catholic.
Yeah. Many were.
Well, my dad was Catholic, and my mom was adamantly anti-religion. Not anti-God, but she hated religion.
Mm-hmm.
But she never... I didn't even know that till like I was an adult. She never tried to influence me or anything weird like that.
Mm-hmm. My parents were churchgoers or religious in any regard, so they didn't discourage it, but it didn't come up, you know.
I'm back, by the way. What were we talking about?
I was a choir boy.
When I was 3 or 4, I was a choir boy. So yeah, I can relate. I went down to our local church just to see what it was all about. I think I must have been 5 when I went.
Yeah.
And I joined the choir and sang, and that was great and everything. But and I liked some of the sermons. I thought they were neat. But afterwards, we had to go to Sunday school.
Yeah.
And I remember clearly that they'd given the loaves and the fishes parable in as the sermon.
Yeah.
This was an Anglican church, and it's not so different from Catholic.
At my church, if you were in the choir, Sunday school was only like 15 minutes long because they overlapped, which was like part of my motivation for joining.
Yeah, I hear you. But we went down to Sunday school, and I thought we were going to talk about the parable, but no. They got us to cut out little cardboard loaves and fishes and put them in cardboard baskets. I just went home. I never went back.
Hang on, this cat's come back in. I'm getting him out before he pisses on something.
You guys seen?
There's electronics around here, and it's like he's probably going to pee on a power board or something. Because old male cats, they're fucking piss machines, man.
Yeah.
They can drink like a thimbleful of water and then piss 10 liters.
I had a cat that would chew through electrical wires.
Yeah, I think the plastic tastes good, yeah.
Yeah,
mice
I've
do that too, mice and rats.
Yes, they do, yeah. I think he just had a flea or something. He's like freaking out over it. I'll give him a chance. Yeah, being a choir boy and an altar boy and shit sucked.
I don't know what it's quite like in Catholic. I expect it's not so different from Anglican Church. But.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. It's just you guys have a more opulent podium from which your priest speaks to the congregation.
I see. And they don't have communion. There's no communion, so.
That's right. Yeah.
Have you guys seen Marjo? I think it is. Yeah, Marjo. Yeah, it's Mary and Joseph combined.
No, that sounds terrifying.
It's a guy's name. I think it was in the 70s. He was one of those Pentecostal preacher guys that would go around and he would do tours and get donations and stuff. And on his final tour, he was just like, you know what, I can't do this anymore. I'm quitting. This is my final tour. And he secretly invited a documentary crew to film behind the scenes his last tour, and he just told them everything. He was like, it's a giant scam. It's like, I don't even believe in God.
I'm of the opinion that a lot of clergy doesn't. That they're in it for other reasons. They don't really buy into the whole.
You get a lot of really grumpy old Roman Catholic priests, and they don't believe in that shit at all. No. They're just in it to try and help the community out. Some of them.
Yeah, they've got other motivations for being there. It's like.
There's a really good one. He started a homeless shelter, and it's called Loaves and Fishes. And he ended up being like a radio DJ because everyone loved him. And then the Roman Catholic Church were like, we're going to suspend you if you keep doing this stuff, because he was like talking about all sorts of controversial stuff and making really rude jokes on the radio with like a shock jock he was on with. And his like, everyone loved him though, and he was the best PR for the church. So they were sort of like, he's saying all this weird, horrible stuff and talking to prostitutes and, asking women about their sex life on the line, and he shouldn't be doing this. We should be, like, excommunicating him. But then the other half were like the younger priests, I'm guessing, were like, yeah, but people think he's really cool and, like, it's actually helping his charity, so just let it be,
Mm-hmm.
But last I heard, they actually did take it from him. He was just a bit too wild.
There's so I read somewhere last year that there's an atheist female minister, which I guess she's Protestant. She'd have to be Protestant then, wouldn't she? And she's actually admittedly an atheist, and I think she lost her congregation over it.
Wow.
So the church must find that kind of odd. You've got an ordained minister who says that he's not really buying into the fundamental kind of trick in the middle,
So then again, it's hard. It's hard. Like, I mean, everyone who's raised in a religion leaves it at a different age based on their awareness of reality around them.
Yeah.
So maybe that was just the point in her life where she became aware.
Well, she didn't want to give up preaching. She didn't want to give up the ministry. She wanted to continue it, but as a non-believer, which is interesting.
Yeah.
I think that a church has an important place in society, or it can. And outside of religion, I think it just is a good sense of community.
Yeah, that helps. It's
and
in this
group
day and age,
therapy in a sense.
Yes. Yep. And also the way I look at it is, from time immemorial, the aristocrats and leaders of society were acting religious in public, but behind closed doors, most of them were reasonably aware. And you can even go back to like Roman diaries, where people were pretty much aware that there was no God, and it was all lip service for the plebs. But the reason that they gave is very valid, that if people think that there's a reward in the afterlife, they're going to be happy doing a shit job in this life because they're thinking that they're serving in a greater way. Whereas if they realize that there's no reward in the afterlife, they're going to want their reward in this life. So they're going to want their dues paid now rather than later. And that means bedlam, because that means they're going to take what they want, and there's not going to be aristocrats and plebs and every different order that there was in Rome, because they're going to be like, well, I'm taking everything now. I want a woman, I'm going to take her,
Mm-hmm.
So it's that making them think that they're going to get a reward in the afterlife for doing that shit job, because I don't want to be a street sweeper or a plumber or something like that. We need people to do the shit work. And in those eras, those people were exclusively very, very religious people as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Religion. Politics and religion.
Yeah, and we're talking about all of them, and they're the ones you're not supposed to talk about.
So taboo.
You're not allowed to talk about it in Lodge. You get in deep shit if you bring up politics or religion. Because it's
What do you mean deep shit? You have like a merit system or something?
Yeah. You lose brownie points. You won't get your merit badge. No, just generally, it's just very frowned upon. You might be pulled up and like spoken to sternly by someone.
So I was just bringing up your Robert Bass video. Who's the Dusty Bent flinging herself at the ground at the beginning? I don't know.
It needed a video. So I just gave it a fucking video. It was the first thing I found. It was like hot chick. It wasn't dancing, I think I looked up. And it was like, yeah, that'll do.
But what about the reuse rights? I mean, is it free for...
She doesn't speak a word of English, and like 8 people are gonna see it, so I don't really care.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Like the agency that she works for is like some prostitution racket in Russia. She's a hooker.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, so it's like I don't think that they're gonna know what a DMCA is.
I'd like to talk to her at length about her work, actually.
Yeah.
No problem at all.
Wonder how much she charges per hour.
I would pay it. Good Lord, she's bendy.
Yeah, she is.
What I often wonder from Atheist is Unstoppable, because he always has these remixes he's done of stuff, and I wonder if he ever worries about rights and copyright.
Well, I assume if there was a way to fuck him over, people would have dobbed him in for it.
See, this is what I'm thinking. So, but he often has some high quality stuff, and I'm like, did they give you permission, or are you just doing it? You know?
Yeah, he probably just found it and thought, maybe he finds Russian hookers as well.
Could be.
Maybe I'm onto something here.
He would like it. Like it's right up his alley. It made me think of his stuff immediately because he always has hot chicks. You know.
Does he?
Roller
I was
skating.
actually thinking like, have you ever seen like professional dancers, like ballet dancers and stuff, when they dance with like colored chalk?
Yes. Yes.
I was thinking if I do make videos, why not have pretty girls as the background? And I thought I could quite easily. I know quite a few like professional dancers, and I could set up one of those with like a really sharp lighting, so you get all of the powder through the air, and it's sort of like a cacophony of color. And I can borrow a really nice camera from uni, or just hire a red one from a camera place or something, and just film like 50 different backgrounds, and then make a video a week, and that's a year's worth.
Yep. Yeah.
Hell, I could even loop him, and I would even notice.
Man, she's a talented little thing.
She really is. She ended up becoming like a famous pole dancer or something like that.
Good Lord, I would actually watch her do that just for the dancing. Never mind
it's
anything
freaky.
else.
It's freaky. Like she does stuff that, as a guy with all the extra body weight and extra like muscle and bone density, would kill us to do it.
Couldn't do it. I can't even sit in Taylor's seat. So. Lotus position is physically impossible for me. Impossible.
Yeah. I swear
it would actually break my legs. Like I would have to break my knee to sit in Lotus.
I've become so inflexible lately. When I used to fence, I was able to do like forward splits, side splits. I was so flexible. Like it was as though I had no joints. And now, it's really bad, man. It's really bad.
I used to be a gymnast.
Did you?
About that, and I'm so unflexible compared to how I used to be. It's crazy.
That would have been really, really good for your fitness, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I just wasn't that into it.
What's the hardest thing about being a male gymnast?
I don't know. Is this a joke?
Maybe. Telling your father you're gay.
That's nasty.
That's rollerblades.
Yes, it is. I thought I'd borrow it. I'm surprised you knew that. That's awesome.
Oh, I wish I'd known that joke. There was a guy at work who was always rollerblading, and I should have asked him, what did your father say when you told him you were gay?
I actually got stickers made up. It was, oh god, I can't remember the exact wording. It was a thing that, I don't know whether it was like a t-shirt that we saw in a movie or something, but we saw it somewhere, and it was like, we must, because we knew a guy who rode a scooter, and I ride a motorcycle, and the girl I was dating at the time rode a motorcycle, and it was something to do with like, something about scooters being fantastic for men who like to feel the air, the wind freely blowing through their vagina. And we went on Cafe Press and we got it printed up on like a giant bumper sticker and we stuck it on his top box. So he was riding around with that for months before he actually noticed it.
That's great.
That's what happens when you're a dude and you're on a scooter.
Yeah, in Australia.
Yeah.
They make fake bumper stickers that are magnetic that you can buy that say like I heart gay porn and all kinds of stuff that most people probably wouldn't want on their back of their car. It's great for pranking.
Hitler wasn't such a bad guy.
Yeah. Oh man, I would buy those. I'd buy those by the ton. Although, see, the problem is with magnets, they'll be able to get them off a lot easier.
Yeah, you want the super adhesive, unremovable ones.
Yeah, and then you'd still get a razor blade and crisscross it. So when they pull it off, they're gonna have to pull it off in millimeter squares.
just paint over it with one of the 3M system epoxies, and this is never coming off. It doesn't matter. You'd have to burn the car.
Fuck. If I could get someone's keys, I could, because I've got a HVLP gun, so I could totally put a couple of clear coats over it, so it's like part of their car forever.
There's these System 3 epoxies that they're stronger than like the metal you put the thing on, so you just paint over twice and let it cure.
Yeah, that stuff would stay forever. Yeah. Although I wouldn't put that through an HVLP gun because I may as well throw it away afterwards. I'd never be able to use that thing again.
Yeah, no, true enough. You need to brush or pour this stuff on.
Yeah.
It's a labor of love, really. You'd really have to do the work, but it would be worth it.
Even with some, like, if you use the wrong paints, like I couldn't get ballistic orange in some kind of paint, so we ended up getting house paint, which is the same pigment, but we then tried to thin it out to like the automotive standards to go through an HVLP gun, and we were just a bit off. And oh my god, getting it out, we had to run like 10 liters of terps through the bloody thing so it didn't seize up. It was so bad.
I believe it.
Although painting cars is good fun.
If I found someone had put one of those in my car and then had overpainted it with a System 3 epoxy, I would actually respect them. That's like, wow, that is dedication to the prank.
You would. You've got to do that though with pranks. I tend to go extreme with pranks. Like for example, how I told you guys that I don't know if you guys were in the hangout. The most haunted building in the Southern Hemisphere. The ghost there for several years was me with a tablecloth thrown over my head, and then we decided to get like Hollywood quality latex masks with like old people faces and smoke machines and shit, and we turned it up a notch, man. We gave them a haunting. And after a while, like all these ghost investigators were coming out and like ghost hunters and shit, and then we started to notice that our photos were turning up on all these ghost watch websites and stuff, and it's like, you know, ghostly sighting at blah blah, and we'd never get close enough to the glass or the window so that they could actually see what we were. There'd always be enough sort of glint from the light on the outside that it was just up in the air and they could never get a good solid picture of us. And man, did we fuck with them. And it's sort of like, I always point out to people when they're like, yeah, but who would go to that extreme to pretend to be blah? And it's like, well, I've done stupid shit like that before, trust me, you know. We for years we did that. So there are people out there with a sick enough sense of humor to make a crop circle or to do something silly that takes a lot of effort and a lot of time. I think it's like some kind of retardation.
Yeah.
That was good fun though, seeing our work and our effort being appreciated by these ghost hunters who, well, one person actually started selling tours to the place. She had a hearse that she'd come out with, and she'd dress in this like velvet coat, and like she'd just tell the history of the place and stuff and talk about lots of people seeing ghosts in the area and stuff.
Stream's gonna give me a seizure. Why is it flickering?
Is it? Switch back to Tim, because we don't need to read the opening ceremonies of the.
I'll stop presenting and see how that goes.
Tim is still building his box back there somewhere.
Oh, okay. I'll switch back to Tim. Sorry, hang on. Present to everyone, and this. Where's Tim? Where is he? Here we go.
He's in the Tim tab.
I've got like 100 tabs open though, or 50.
Good old Tim and his Black & Decker.
Yep.
I think that's Black & Decker. It's the right color.
Yes.
Are you guys really going to go to Antarctica?
27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Hang on. 32, 33. I'll be up 38 hours in 1 hour or 2 hours. I can't tell.
Jesus, man. Well, let this put you to sleep then.
I would like to. I don't know whether Red's going to be able to get a holiday or not, though.
Hell, I'd like to come with you.
It'll be good fun. It'll be very good fun.
The cheapest I could find was $6,000, and if I'm not going to find the edge of the earth, I'm spending $6,000 elsewhere.
I saw.
No shit, pal. Yeah.
I saw a conspiracy about that. There was one other guy who runs it, and it's like $40,000 or $50,000, but it's like a full expedition kind of thing. But the guy, for SEO reasons, has like 100 different websites registered, right? And they all link back to the same sort of site. They actually believed that all access to the South Pole was only allowed through this one agency, and this agency charged such a huge profane amount, so that way no one would actually want to go to the South Pole. They truly couldn't use Google and find the cheaper tours down there.
Really? So.
And they used that to sort of back up their belief system and start foaming at the mouth that it was a conspiracy.
This
he
is
had
something
all the URLs.
That I think is really important that I think people brush off, but bubble filters are creating a lot of this problem.
It is. Yes. I was
you
thinking
search
that
flat Earth, and you like 5 flat Earth videos. YouTube and Google are just going to give you what they think you like, and that's retarded shit.
It is.
Yeah, really when I was doing my research for my videos, debunking it, immediately YouTube said, "Oh, you're crazy. Here's every crazy piece of shit on the planet."
Yeah, it puts them in their like echo chamber.
No kidding.
It's really bad.
They say things to me like, Google it, you'll see it. I'm like, when I type that in Google, I see shit that says, this is retarded. I don't...
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Like when that guy mentioned that black sun name that was supposed to be in a lodge, and I Google it, and it's so I'll show you that. I'll show you that. What was the name of that? Does anyone remember?
No, that was Kundalini's. Rahu?
Was it Rahu?
Rahu, I think.
Let's see if it's in my back button. You're sponging on my foot. You're a douchebag, cat. Don't do that. That hurts. You got fucking pointy feet. Don't do that. Please be there.
Yeah, Rahu the Black Sun. I just googled those three words, and it comes up all over the place. So.
Yeah, have a look at the image. It's like this mad, fucked up, like demon thing swallowing the sun.
Jesus Christ! It's eating the sun.
Yeah, it's in Hindu tradition.
So this is the eclipse god. I guess.
And he reckons that that's in a Masonic lodge. And I'm looking at it, and it's like, that's not even white, dude. White people don't invent this sort of fucked up shit. That's like an Oriental.
It's not even remotely Western. It's just, no.
The reason is because it's the black sun, the sun eater, and they think that the eclipse is fake. It's a planet moving in front of the sun. It's not like, it's not the moon moving between us and the sun.
Yeah, I know. They think there's another black body that they can't see, and it just sneaks out at exactly the right times, according to the almanac. Yeah. That
we can predict based on mathematics that predicts a moon.
Yeah, it has a copy of the astronomical almanac.
It does, yeah.
It knows exactly when to come out and how long and which direction, and then goes back again.
Yeah.
Run by a little guy.
What's that pseudoscience where you like count shit and find patterns? Yeah, I always get a kick out of the people that are convinced by that.
The guy I was talking to was doing that. Everything he'd say to me, he'd be like, blah blah blah, it happened on this date, and 1 + 7 + 3 equals this, and then he'd like come up with these numbers and then stop and pause like I was supposed to react, and it's like, what's the numbers? What? And he'll repeat it, like he won't elucidate on the subject, he'll just repeat it, and it's like, okay, yeah, but I heard you the first time, but what's that mean to me? And then he'll be like, well, if you plus that, it'll be like 666. It's like, are you serious?
Yeah. Or they'll add things together, like 1776 is 1 + 7 + 7 + 6, which is 21. And if you add 2 and 1 together, you get 3. And there were 3 initial members of the signing declaration. Like it just randomly bounce around to whatever the number fits, right?
Yeah, it's crazy.
There were 17 members of Congress at the time, and 17 steps up to the building. And you're just like, what are you doing?
It's like that dude who was spouting what he thought was binary, and it wasn't. He was just like spewing nonsense.
I don't know if you weren't here for this, Harry. I think he's some idiot. I forgot his name.
I was trying to communicate with him, and I was just randomly shouting blue box, and he started to actually respond every time I shouted blue box. So I think blue box is like some code word in his language.
You were typing. Yeah, you were typing like numbers and letters and shit. You're like, I'm trying to find a pattern.
Yeah,
communicate.
2 + 2 is 16. 2 + 2 is 16, and he said, well, 2 in binary is 8 bits. No, it isn't, of course. And he said, well, a byte has 8 bits in it, so 2 of those is 16. No, it's 16 bits. Yeah, that's all it is. What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah, I was just shitposting, hoping to communicate with him, and then randomly I picked up a couple of them in the chat, and they were responding to my shitposting, and every time I shitposted in a certain way, they'd respond in a certain way, and for a moment I actually thought I was communicating. That was terrifying.
But honestly, if this guy had 2 boxes of 8 cookies, he would have 16 cookies. But that doesn't mean 2 + 2 = 16. Like, what the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah. I don't know, man.
1 + 1 or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Didn't you decipher what he was saying? Because you were like, there's 8 bits in a byte, so 2 bytes is 16.
Yeah,
I never would have figured that out.
Where I was getting his stupid numbers from, but it didn't make any fucking
I just
sense.
wrote him off as insane, but you actually sat there and thought about it. I love that.
And he found it. It was scary.
Well, I found what he was wrong about. That's often quite hard to do. It's like, you think this and this, but you couldn't say it. I figured it out. Yeah.
That was really impressive, actually.
Yeah, the last crash course in the last week that I've had on stupid and crazy.
It's like that, isn't it?
Wait a minute, I see what you're doing. It's stupid, so I've excluded all the smart things. And I'll start looking at stupid ones.
It's Sherlock Holmes. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever is left, however improbable, must be the truth, or must be what he's trying to say.
Yeah, when a complete fucking moron rolls in, you can immediately exclude any of the sane answers as impossible.
Yes.
So whatever remains. Right.
So whatever is left to have a batshit is what he's trying to say.
Yeah, you got it.
Oh, fucking hell.
I have to mute my mic so I don't laugh hysterically into it.
I usually ride my cough button whenever we're like talking to flat earthers, and I'm tempted to like crack up laughing at them. I don't want to insult them, and then they'll leave.
I really liked. So you're a programmer. So what? Oh yeah. What's a CCS file? Yeah, that was my.
He programs in CCS.
Which isn't even a thing. It's CSS.
Not even CSS. Yeah, he doesn't even program in CSS. It's CCS.
He's got his own thing going on. He's that good.
He does.
Yeah. It's a file extension I just made, man. It means something.
He's that 0 day. He's redesigning the standards.
Yeah. And in the side chat, this guy was posting to me that.
Whoa! Did you see that?
He runs a computer company, and he's
Tim does magic. Look at this. Did you see that?
Yeah.
They just appeared out of nowhere.
No,
he walks off, and then he uses Tim magic. Why doesn't he just assemble the rest of this using Tim magic?
Huzzah!
Sorry for interrupting. I just thought that was batshit insane. That it's just he just randomly cuts to that point.
Yeah, he's been showing every useless scene they could edit, every failure,
every strike of the saw, and then just
like you watch him pick his pants out of his ass, but no, for this he cuts the film.
Yeah. He's mental.
Yes. No, Julian posted in the side link the specs for a mediocre computer. You know, gigahertz memory, whatever. I said, "Oh, did you buy that?" You know, whoopty shit, right?
Yeah.
And he said, "No, I sell them. I have agencies all over the world." And there's no. I'm sorry, you don't.
Yeah.
Imagine if you did. Suppose you're a guy and he runs a computer company and it's got international connections or whatever. So what do? You post the specs to a mediocre computer, and I read them and go, huh? And it's, what am I supposed to say to that? Oh, I sell those. Yeah, you sell those. Okay. Do you? Yeah, everywhere. I'm like a god. What is wrong with you?
That's sad. And that's not exactly something to brag about, considering anyone, like in Australia, for example, Altec is the main importer. There's one other one, but Altec's the cheapest. And basically, everything to do with Altec is just every computer shop in the country buys from Altec, marks it up 5%, and sells it. So if you want to save 5%, you just get a reseller account and you go through Altec. Having a computer sales gig, it's like being a web designer. It's code word for unemployed, you know?
Yeah, it turns out he's also a web designer. No good, because he doesn't know what a CSS.
Oh, yeah, true. He codes in. He's a programmer in CCS. He said he
knew 14 programming languages, which perked me up because that's about how many I actually know.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, I guess you can.
CSS, SSC.
As it turns out, he knows next to none.
It depends on his dyslexia on the day.
He could probably put an HTML form together with
HTML, yeah. Maybe he can like do some SQL or PHP.
He mentioned SQL. Yeah.
Find his site and we'll do an SQL injection attack and see how secure it is for him.
I doubt he has an SQL site anyway.
Okay.
That would be funny though, yeah.
That would be brilliant, wouldn't it? Yeah. We should have some fun with some of their main sites and like not hack them or do anything nasty. Just like secretly replace their logo with like a square and compass or something.
No, just replace all their flat Earth images with round Earth images.
Oh yeah! Oh fuck yeah! That'll be hilarious. Yeah, but find their flat image and we'll take it into Photoshop and we'll make it inflate and then put a bicycle pump at the bottom of it.
Yeah, it's a GIF that swells up. Yeah.
Yeah, and just leave it to fuck with them and see how long it takes them to notice. The problem is whoever runs the site will be like an outcast as a secret Freemason Illuminati shill for the rest of his life.
Yeah, just incredibly slowly inflate the globe over time with this GIF. It's like 10 seconds between frames, and then at the end it becomes a Masonic symbol.
Yeah. Or like a really slow GIF animation. Do you ever make really slow GIF animations where it's like a logo? Yeah. A logo of a corporate website, and then if someone actually stays on it for like 69 minutes, it turns into like, I don't know, a random porn image or something, you know?
Yeah, it's like Rahu eating the sun or something,
yeah. Oh, that'd be great. We should do something like that.
Oh, that'd be cool.
You guys remember the You Are an Idiot website?
No.
Oh man, you guys never fell victim to that.
Apparently we're not idiots. Wait,
it doesn't exist anymore. Well, it exists, but they took out the fake virus. But
it's not by the Gay Niggers Association of America, is it?
I don't think so. But
it screams through your speakers, "Hey everybody, I'm looking at gay porn."
Oh yeah, that went through our office. Hey everybody!
it was just a flashing, three smiley faces flashing like strobe effects, and the audio says, "You are an idiot." Ha 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 ha.
No.
And then your browser would go into infinite duplication mode, like way faster than you can close them.
Yeah, that's what this one did. Except it screamed that you were looking at gay porn, and it was like really fucked up gore photos, all like goatsy and stuff.
Oh, goatsy, that's a nice image.
Oh fuck yeah! That was the guy who was the airline host who died after getting fucked by a horse.
Get out, really?
Yep, I thought it was a myth, and I looked it up on I think it was Snopes eventually where I found it. Because it's not exactly something you can just look up on the internet and find. Few people have interest in. Is that actually the guy who died from fucking a horse?
You must be
It's
surprised.
kind of a niche interest.
You've seen horses. Would you really think it's a good idea to insert that into any orifice? Like, you're going to rupture.
I don't know. You've seen Goatsy. Do you think that he could take it? I think so.
Yeah, width-wise, but he's still human. Fine,
Yeah,
go right
true.
into his internal organs. That's ridiculous.
This is what happened.
He went horse riding one day, and he came back to the stables, and there was only like 2 hoofs sticking out of the gaping hole. He'd swallowed the whole thing, you know.
The entire horse
all.
fell in, yeah.
Yeah. That was horrible, that thing, man. That was, oh.
Yeah, I've seen worse things, but that was bad enough at the time.
Yeah. That's the problem with the internet. You can't unsee.
Yeah, well, it turns out you can. It just requires drinking.
Yeah. All those drugs, those date rape drugs that stop you from forming any memories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Click on more Tim. Come on, man.
More Tim, that's right.
Program.
Here you go. More Tim. So far, his TARDIS is not coming along very well.
No, it's more time than it is relative dimension in space.
Yeah, maybe that's it. He's time traveling with it.
2 years. He's in his house. This is Tim's room. You can see he's got a police box sign over his door and his posters of Doctor Who on the wall.
Yeah.
And I think that might be Kate Beckinsale up there.
It is, yeah. That's from that thing with the
like, vampires on the walls. Yeah.
And that's Torchwood there.
Yeah.
So at least he's got good taste. What the hell?
Yeah, I guess. Those Beckinsale movies are awful, but she's pretty.
Oh, I was just thinking about Torchwood.
I'm getting some intense strobing. If I refresh this page, will I still be here?
Yeah, you can come back in. It'll throw you out, but you can come right back in.
Is it me that's doing it?
No, it looks fine from here.
Okay.
Maybe he's just maybe he's just snapshotting because of the acid.
Maybe. Sorry, I was just taking a mouthful of coffee.
Mm-hmm. Tim's got a lot of toys. He spends all his allowance on this stuff.
He does, doesn't he? You can tell.
Yeah. They're all neatly arranged. He's like a 14-year-old. It's great.
Yeah. I feel so bad for this guy. You can't even get the screws in properly.
Mm-hmm.
You'd think he'd at least like flip out and hit it with a hammer or something and make them go in.
Mm-hmm. That wouldn't do any harm to what he's built.
Yeah.
This is his toy. This is a close-up on his toy. He must be talking about the construction.
Yeah.
No, really all Tim has is he has a video camera, a little video camera, like a digital camera, and he also has an iPhone. The iPhone has a pretty good camera in it, so that's all he really
it's not bad. The new iPhone has 2 cameras, 2 forward-facing cameras in it. It should be really good.
Yeah.
Yes, we've seen your toy. Let's move on to your monster.
I don't know how he's going to tackle the roof because it's actually somewhat difficult. Like, it's not difficult, but it's harder than the rest of it to
layer upon layer, maybe.
What's that?
You'd have to put it. You'd have to do it layer upon layer because if he does it like with like the wooden plank things he was using before and then only caps the top of it, there's a chance it'll cave in on him. Wouldn't it be? Especially with glue.
Yeah. Well, if you cut the pieces out, you can build it like a little house, right? You can actually build a roof like its own structure with the slope pieces, but the slope pieces require a very specific calculation because of they're odd.
Oh, of course. I didn't think of that,
trapezoidal, and the angles are specific. So it may be that he wants to build a flat one, which would be far worse for water, even than what he is doing and should build.
Oh, shit, yeah. Come on, Tim. Must be raining outside or something.
He's got a bust of William Hartnell up there. I don't know if it's a piggy bank or a mug or what.
I didn't mind Hartnell.
No, I think he's great.
Yeah.
He was suffering rather badly of arteriosclerosis all that time.
Was he?
Yeah.
Wow.
He was only 56 when he took that, and he looked 76. So.
Are you serious? He was 56?
Yeah, so it took a toll on him, and he played older men for most of his career because he looked older.
Yeah, even the way he moved was as though he was like at least 76.
He was, it was just arteriosclerosis. Although when he wasn't playing an old man, he moved more normally. He was actually pretty good at what he did.
Okay,
but he didn't look young at all. Yeah.
He had young eyes. There was a really good docudrama based on Doctor Who and sort of the chick that was heavily behind it. And
yes, I've seen it actually. They used some of my graphics in it.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
That's awesome. I really like that show. I really it was good because it gave kids a reality check on its history.
An adventure in time and space. It compresses history rather severely, but it's still fun. Yeah.
And it's fun because the guy who played him nailed his persona. You could picture him being a grumpy old man off screen.
It's David Bradley.
Loving
David Bradley is like a foot taller than Hartnell was, so they had to.
Is he?
That was the big difference. Yeah, he's a tall man.
Wow, they hit it well. They must have done that Hobbit shit where they have everything off at an angle.
Yeah. But I thought it was well done, yeah. But they actually asked me, the Beeb asked me if they could use one of my graphics for the police box, and I let them use it. So.
That's fucking fantastic. What graphic was it?
The sign box at the top, it says police box public.
Oh yeah.
They used my recreation of the original.
That's amazing.
Yeah. The police box they built for that was actually fairly poor, but they did use my graphic for the top. So.
Yeah. Well, I suppose it wasn't really that up close. You didn't really have to see.
I don't think they cared.
Yeah.
It's anoraks like us that care, right? They didn't.
Yeah,
care.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. And we're a minority in a minority.
Yeah.
But we care about everything from grammar to people being wrong on the internet. I'm sure it's some mental disorder.
I don't know. I think it's just living your life and enjoying it.
I don't know. I'm sure we're not normal. Normal people don't do this. Normal people don't put themselves through this much pain over and over again.
I can't really pin down my motives for the last week either. It's odd. You get sucked into it. It's addictive in some weird way.
Yeah. But for me, it's mostly because I do feel bad for them.
I do too, but I'm not sure that's entirely why I kept coming back.
Yeah. Well, there's also the community aspect, like talking to guys like you.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I know that. That's easy to pinpoint for me. Like, when I'm in a room there with a bunch of smart people, or you, or whatever, I'm thinking, this is great.
Yeah,
this is food for the soul.
It's good to be able to communicate at a level that you if you went out and spoke to your friends at that level, they'd never understand,
No, yeah.
And you can use in-jokes that only other nerds would get, and everyone's going to get it, because everyone's like that,
Mm-hmm. So that certainly was a reward of it, but for the rest of it, the couple of times we were able to convince someone of something were valuable.
Yeah,
but I saw a guy who I'd talked to at length on a totally different hangout a long time ago, and I talked him through some of this stuff, and he understood it, and he was like, yeah, I guess I see what you mean.
That's good.
But I saw him again this week, and he had forgotten all of it.
Oh, fuck.
Like, he hadn't forgotten it, but you know what I mean. He'd gone back.
He'd fallen back into the cult. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I read something on James Randi's sites from, I don't know if it was by it wasn't by him, but it was an article about convincing people often reinforces their belief, which it's utterly paradoxical, but you can talk someone out of something, reason them out of it, and then only to find they double down later. And that may not be the best way to do it. Talking someone out of it may not be the best way. It may be far better to plant small seeds.
Yeah, that's what I was talking to you guys about earlier, putting a pebble in their shoe.
Yeah.
It's street epistemology.
I know that fella you told him anonymous could have two separate meanings, and he came back later and said noun and verb, yeah, right.
Oh, God, yeah.
Or whatever, noun and adjective. And That's going to bother him a lot. That something can be called a thing. Like you could call something green and it's not green. That's going to bother the shit out of him. We should send him a JPEG of like. Yeah, send him a picture of the word red that's in blue or something. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just like whoa, whoa.
It'll break him. Yeah.
Yeah. Or ce n'est pas un peep, right? Something like that. Something like.
Yeah.
That image. It's not a pipe, but it is a pipe. But it's not a pipe. It says right here, it's not a pipe, but it's a pipe. It's not a pipe, but it's a pipe.
Yeah, yeah.
His head would explode like one of those Star Trek robots.
Although, did you notice that Flat Earth Math, when he was fighting a losing struggle, he started to get caught up on the words of things and different bits and pieces, like small, minor details.
Yeah.
Although I might have segued him into it because I was looking at whatever he linked, I was looking at in front of me, and I was referring to it, but he was already looking for other evidence, so he wasn't remembering what was in front of us.
He was bailing water pretty furiously there for a bit.
He was, yeah, yeah. I'm so glad you stepped in because I was just struggling because I'm so tired.
I hope it was a lesson to the bloke who was in the room at the time that we got furious at him.
Yeah.
Because he knows better. It's like,
that's it. We were more annoyed with him because we know him. We know that he's a logical person. We know he's a teacher. He teaches children. Mm-hmm. So we hold him to a much higher standard than we'd hold anyone else.
Yeah. But if they think it's an in-club where we're nice to people, just because they're in the club, fuck you.
Yeah, yeah.
I will eat your face.
I like that. I'll eat your face.
Yeah, you're going down, pal, and double hard. It's going to hurt because I want you to learn.
Yeah, yeah.
And I actually know you can, so I'm going to hit you as hard as I fucking can with this. Yeah. Like you're done.
And that's the thing. I'd rather people think that I'm an asshole and hate me, but then come away from it a better person themselves, than to love me and be fucking broken.
Yeah, I fully agree. Hang on, I got to mute myself. Apparently, I'm dying.
Go for
it. Okay, I lived. Mostly lived. Okay.
Okay, good. See, if you like Robert Bassano or those sorts of people who want to start their own cult, you do the opposite. You don't care about helping them. You only care that they like you and obey you. So you keep them broken as long as you can, you know? Why does he have a Jaguar cap on? Does he drive a Jaguar or does he just like Jaguars?
Come on.
Maybe he's a millionaire.
Man. Think it's
He's a janitor at Cambridge. That'd probably get paid well.
He still probably found the cap.
Yeah, true. It was probably one of the other teachers and blew off his head.
It's probably a lost and found item. Honestly.
Yeah. Well, one of the students for sure. Yeah. Daddy bought a new Jag and gave him the cap. He wore it to school and it blew off his head.
They are in literally the smallest house in Cambridge, so I don't know that his father has a Jag. It's not impossible, but.
Yeah, good point.
He's in what looks like his father must have built the shed he's in.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. I like that their son is relegated to a shed somewhere.
Yeah. That's what made me think of Alan Tutorial, just that whole vibe of the autistic, relative being taken care of.
I quite like the strap for the hat just sticks out one side like that.
I noticed that. I thought, is that a USB? And I looked again and it's like, wait, there's a strap. Why does he have that dangling out like that? It's high fashion. We just don't understand it because we're plebs. Okay, Tim, I'm going to have to fast forward you. Get you back to the silly stuff. Come on. I hate watching him drill things. It scares me. Did you see that? He had that leaning. He pulled that, and it was leaning forwards while he was drilling it.
Yeah. No, he's a
He's
rebel.
got that pull. Oh, fuck's sake!
He doesn't play by the rules. The man's not going to keep him down.
I don't know how he has all his fingers.
So, if we Reds and whoever else wanted to plan to come down to fly over the Antarctic, what would the round trip price of that be? I guess it would be a couple of grand to get to Australia.
I worked it out. I worked out what the avgas was based on the current price. I can't remember. You'll have to ask Red.
Okay.
I pasted it to him in every medium that I could because I knew I'd lose it.
Yeah. It'd be a hell of a fun thing to do.
It would be good fun, yeah. The problem is though, because we're the bad guys, we're naturally going to lie, and NASA's going to like Photoshop.
Look, no, I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck about even filming it. I just want to go. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything.
Yeah. Something about this channel is making me really sleepy.
Well, whatever works for you. I think you need to. I think that being up for 31 hours is making you sleepy. So
Okay, you're probably right.
It wouldn't take much more than that for me.
I'm just projecting. It's just because I'm watching this. It's like I'm feeling sleepy. It's like the sun rises because of the rooster crows.
That hot gymnast wouldn't keep me up after 31 hours. Well, that's not try. She might actually. She might.
Yeah.
I figure you pay for it later, but you know what the hell. So it goes.
I'm sure that head is spinning and the screws aren't.
It's torquing out, I think, and he needs to adjust it out. Yeah.
I think this is the longest I've talked in I don't even know how long. When I wake up in the morning, I'm gonna feel like I've got a cold or a flu. I guarantee it, especially from all the chain smoking, man.
You know, honestly, me too. This is a hell of a. This week has been just a fantastic amount of one word in front of another.
Yeah. That's why it's good when there's other people there, because you can sort of take a break and give your throat a rest.
Yeah.
And especially like now working for myself and stuff, I might forcibly have to talk to another human being once a week, maybe.
This is it. I might go, other than just the occasional phone call, I might go an entire day without really talking to anybody.
Yeah, without even using your voice at all. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Of course, we're all paid actors, so we're all reading from a script, and this is what we do for a living.
Yeah.
I haven't received my paycheck. I'm not too happy.
That's why I offered to who I later found out was A4 for him to come around to my fucking house, and I was going to let him speak to my accountant, go through all my books, and see where my sure checks were.
Yeah.
If he does live.
The Masons probably give it to you in big bags of gold.
Yeah, of course. And Christian,
it would be
Christian babies pre-blended, so I don't even have to blend them. I just put them in
South Park Jew gold that they keep around their necks.
Yes, yeah. That's why I always joke about YouTube golds. When people like trying to get the fat YouTube golds.
I'm back.
Welcome back. We were being anti-Semitic.
That's cool.
And saying really bad things about Hitler. Oh no, good things about Hitler.
Good things about Hitler.
Bad, yeah.
I say what you want about Hitler, but at least he killed Hitler.
That's good. I've never heard that before.
It's actually quite good, yeah.
That's brilliant. I like that. I'm going to use that. So why are you hyperventilating?
I just went for a skate, hadn't exercised all day.
Oh shit, okay. You weren't even gone that
long. They call it down where you are, we call it fapping.
Yeah. Clopping.
Yeah, I just went up to the top of the street and then cruised down.
Yeah.
Just something, you know. Too much sedentary life is bad.
You missed Tim making his TARDIS.
Damn. Is he done already?
You're never going to be able to learn from the master.
Sorry, mate.
I just said you're never going to be able to learn from the master now.
Well, the master is the doctor's enemy, as you may recall. So.
That's true, yeah.
He is showing a great sense of dedication, determination.
He really is, yeah.
He has more persistence than
not so much diligence.
No, he's persistent.
Well, now this is February 2015, so he's been working on it for like 6 months now. 7 months, 6 months, 7 months.
Almost got the base built, yeah. Yep.
9 months. May was the first one.
Look at the screw sticking out of the wood. This is Tim's best work, so keep that in focus as you go forward.
Look at that thumbnail.
We need to find out where he lives and send him fucking nail clippers.
He's got fucking Nosferatu nails.
He does, yeah.
Isn't that that's
out of the base? Look.
That's a sign of mental illness, isn't it? Oh damn, that's a misfire.
That would surprise me. That would not surprise me.
Next.
In what context? What part about it is a sign of mental illness? Do you know?
Well, I was an occupational therapist, and in the same hospitals that I would work at, there would be people in the psych wards, and I talked to the doctors a lot, and that was one of the things is they talked about how they wouldn't cut their nails. Some of them out of just neglect, others just liked long nails. It was just something they enjoyed.
Yeah.
Well, Tim cuts them, but he keeps them at a certain length, which is a very kind of womanly length. But he
really long, yeah.
Hello, Tim. Hello.
I don't think it's causal. Like, I don't think long nails makes you go crazy.
No. Yeah, I realize
but
that.
Crazy makes you have long nails.
Yeah. I was just wondering if you'd like read something somewhere that said something definitive about the subject, because I've noticed that a lot of homeless people do, but that's probably just not having access to like grooming facilities.
Well, fuck me. He's got a different saw, and when he hits the concrete with it, it won't be a saw anymore.
Yeah.
Just professional observation, anecdotal evidence.
Yeah. He's going to cut right into the cement and have no saw.
He will, yeah. Let's speed it up a bit because he's going at a snail's pace.
Tim, you're a bobo.
Occupational therapy is so depressing. I don't know how people do it.
I don't know how you did it.
I did it for 2 or 3 years, and I couldn't. It's so depressing, man. So many hurt people, old people that are dying, and they have no hope, and it's just, it just sucks the life out of you.
Yeah, it does. Hospitals are bad places like that.
I think the most successful people who do that kind of work are nurses for 40 years, learn to kind of moderate their empathy or kind of redirect it. They don't.
Well,
they
they're
have
so
to.
They
can't.
Yeah,
they
the
can't
people
stay involved emotionally.
The people that have been doing it their whole life, they had like this very almost robotic way of handling everything.
They switch off their basic humanity so they don't empathize constantly because it is draining.
Unless they're like rehabilitation nurses, those motherfuckers are just sadists. Ones who make you get up and move after you've just wrapped a motorcycle at 300 around a tree or something. They're horrible. I've had many experiences with them.
Oh, Tim, what the hell are you doing?
He doesn't know.
I had a patient who was almost crippled from the waist down. He's shattered badly. He was riding a quad in Glamis.
Oh, those things are fucking horrible.
Which is a big desert. It's popular for off-roading around here.
Yeah.
And some kid, he told me the story a million times, and he would not shut the fuck up about it. Some punk kid launched his truck off of a dune.
Yeah.
And landed on top of him on his quad. Fuck. Yeah. And he's just so broken.
Quads are usually really good at breaking your spine to begin with, but having someone land on top of you.
This is a door frame Tim is cutting up. It has cloth on it. There's hinges on it.
What the fuck?
Where is he cutting? What is that? What's going on here?
He's cutting cloth now. He's trying to
cut that with a scissors. Like, what are you doing, Tim? What is he
doing now? What is he doing? He's sawing along the wood.
He's just getting the cloth off it, I think.
He needs to do this shit live.
I think that's nailed in there. I don't know what. Oh, he got through it.
Or it's glued in, maybe?
It is nailed in. There's the nail. Now he's trying to cut this piece of cloth.
He's trying to saw it. He just tried to saw through a nail. He's sawing over a nail. You see that? He's just like smacking at it.
No, I did see you.
He's sawing on. That's a staple. Sorry.
Somebody put a hinge up there through the cloth. I don't know what the hell this was left over from, but it's fucking weird.
It's weird, isn't it? Yeah. And the cloth's stapled in place with like industrial staples.
If you cut something this amateurishly and this badly, would you publish it on the internet?
Yeah, no.
Look, he's got like an inch-wide stroke.
It is, yeah. Look at all the sawdust he's left, man.
I think
it's like half the plank.
I think it's mostly paint.
There's a lot of dust too that's come off it. It's just like chips of the wood.
It's a wood and paint.
That's because of his 1-inch stroke.
Well, he may have a lot of practice at 1-inch stroke. We don't know the man.
But see, he's going to measure his wood, and then he's going to cut like half an inch off each side of it doing this shit.
Yeah, the kerf is going to be enormous. Yeah.
I'm kidding myself for even pretending he's going to measure the wood. You would just eyeball it.
Tim, why are you cutting two pieces of things that are screwed? You know the screws come out of the hinges, right?
I don't think he does.
Oh, Did you see Richard's comment?
No.
No, what is that?
What am I watching? What's gone wrong with my life that it has come to this?
It's very much like that, isn't it? We're all watching it, and we don't know why. It's like
I know why, but I've
masochism.
seen more of this than you guys. Like, I know why I
Yeah.
watched this.
So you're actually watching it for the second time, which is pretty
I
fucked
don't
up.
remember. I don't think I saw some of these early ones, or I binge watched them or something, because I don't
Yeah.
remember him doing this. Because I remember the stupid piece of wood with a hinge on it, and I have no idea what he went on to use this for. So some of this is all new to me, which is mildly alarming, but it is new to me.
I just can't stop watching. I'm fascinated. It's like it's like watching a train crash.
Yeah.
You can't look away. You just got to see what's going on. I wonder if that's his bedroom.
I believe that's the garage, but where his father keeps his tools.
Maybe they keep him in a box somewhere there.
That looks like a garage to me.
It does, or a little shed, yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck, I'm so tired. I feel like everything's a dream.
Icarus asks, who is the girl dancing in the video from earlier?
Just some random Russian hooker.
It's pretty hot, though.
Yeah. She's a hooker turned pole, like famous pole dancer or some shit.
I wouldn't kick her out of bed for eating crackers.
Actually, I think she's Bavarian. He's trying to. Oh, fuck. I'm not even going to try and comment on it. Pretty much everywhere there's a piece of metal, his sword over the top of the metal.
Yeah. See, I think he's so desperate for coin that he's wound up salvaging wood from somewhere. There's nothing wrong with salvaging wood, but for God's sake, what is this? I mean,
get a good piece, you know.
Yeah, like keep looking. You're not done.
You'd use the Sawzall.
I'll still give him an upvote because I feel bad for him.
This is where at the end when he builds the TARDIS, you can say, you know what the biggest problem is here? You think you're done.
No, it's you know what the frightening thing is?
Yeah.
You think you're done.
Yeah. Yep.
That's pretty much that's the best impression I can do.
Tim, what are you doing? What are you doing, Tim? Tim. Your camera's upside down, Tim.
Poor Tim.
Timothy.
He's happy though.
God, what did we do? Yeah.
I wonder what he thinks we're thinking when we're watching this.
I don't know. You remember the song Timothy from '73 or something?
Oh shit, no.
An English band called the Buoys.
That's familiar.
It's about cannibalism. It's about three guys trapped in a mine.
Is it really?
There's only two of them left. Yeah, and it's called Timothy.
That's fucking horrible.
Yeah. Timothy, Joe was looking at you. Timothy, oh God, what did we do? Like it's horrible. Yeah.
Yeah. It's great though. I like it.
It's a very cool song. It's pretty much their one hit wonder band from back then.
Have you ever seen the video game? Oh fuck. Until Dawn, I think it's called.
Yeah, I haven't
yes.
played it, but yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah.
I watched Adam play it.
Yeah, I watched it all the way through. I originally wanted to see what the engine was like, and I started watching it, and the next thing I knew, it was like 4 hours later. It was so good. It was a good little movie. Just, even watching someone else play it was good.
Did you watch Adam play it?
I have to know what he does next.
No, who's Adam?
Adam Plays. It's a YouTube channel.
No, I just...
the same guy that does the Your Movie Sucks channel. You might have seen that one.
Oh, yeah, I have, yeah. Usually, if it's for a Let's Play, I'll search for the game with the words no commentary in it, and then I'll find the thing with the lowest views, just to give someone a bit of an upvote, make them feel happy. Instead of, like, clicking on the first page, I go to the last.
You should check out that playthrough he did. He's such a goofy guy. It's pretty funny.
The only real famous, like, gamer on YouTube I like is Cryotic.
Don't know if I know him. I've seen so many random ones. I can tell you who I don't like. PewDiePie.
Oh, no one likes PewDiePie. He's a fucking cock.
Mm-hmm.
He's such a little goody two-shoes suck-up.
So Tim wants to use that hinged piece of wood as a corner post. I see. He doesn't wind up doing this, so I think he must give this up at some point.
Mind you, admittedly, PewDiePie is probably a really nice guy, but it's just, I don't know. I don't like people who are super nice. It always makes me think there's something wrong with them.
Yeah.
And they're usually the first to stab you in the back in a social situation, too.
I just find him bland, to be honest. I don't see what the big appeal is, and there's so many other much more deserving streamers.
Yeah,
bothers me. So I've developed some sort of animosity towards him for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah, that's because he's trying to tick all the boxes and hit all the demographics.
That piece that he cut isn't long enough for anything either, so I really don't know. There's some kind of trial piece for him or something. Tim, what are you doing? We're looking at your shoulder.
Who's the monk with the bird in his hands? Is that supposed to be St. Francis?
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay.
There also has an electric butterfly over one side of the garden, and I find it hypnotizing whenever I see it. It just constantly flutters. It's some kind of battery-operated butterfly.
Or is it solar? I think I might have seen something like that, but the thing I think I saw was solar.
Well, this might well be solar, but it's electric anyway.
And it like moves when the sun hits it.
Yeah, it flies around like an idiot constantly.
Yeah. Maybe it's one of those.
This is a piece of quarter round that I guess will be a
look at where he's sawing it though. Look where he's
3 feet from the edge of the bench. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the bench is moving all over the patio.
Yeah. And his hand's there too, so he can cut his thumb off while he's at it.
He never does, though. He never does.
No. I did something like that when I was 5 or 6, and I sliced all the way through my thumb straight to the bone like a fucking idiot.
Ouch. I've had some bad cuts.
It taught me not to play with saws for at least a couple of years.
I ran a coping saw along the back of my hand once, and it went right through to the tendon, and I thought, I'll try not to do that twice. That was nasty.
Yeah. Oh, that'd hurt. Anything around the tendons always seems to hurt, and especially if it like cuts veins. I think it's more psychological, because veins don't have nerves. You can't feel your veins, but whenever you do cut a vein, it's horrible.
Yeah, it's a sharp pain. It goes on for a while.
Yeah. I've had a lot of like really bad cuts and injuries and stuff because I used to be a fucking moron. I still am a fucking moron.
I always keep the.
What just dropped?
Oh, his iPad, I think.
I think it was
the screen. This may be where he smashed the screen. He's done that. Oh Christ! I've broken it. Oh Lord.
Oh no, it's still intact.
Let me just put it right back where it was when it fell.
Yep. He didn't learn the first time. What does he need it open there for? Why wouldn't you close it and put it somewhere?
Plans. He likes to keep his plans.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
When I'm doing craft work, because I like to scratch build models of things, with the X-Acto blade, the X-Acto knife, I always keep the crazy glue bottle nearby to heal the cuts when I make them.
Yeah. That was so silly. He like drops it and then puts it straight back where it was.
Right back where it was, yeah. I remember an occasion where I was cutting something difficult to cut, and the blade slipped off the piece and went straight through the side of my finger. It crossed the bone. I could feel it go through the bone. It was like just scraped across the bone.
You feel it hit the bone, don't you? Yeah, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
That's
I went through. It was like the entire side of my finger on the inside of my second finger in my left hand. The blade went right through and shunk, and I thought, oh fuck. So I just quickly pressed it, and I got the thick crazy glue, which was right there, and I put it on the wound.
And did it work?
It seemed to be holding well enough, and I thought, okay, so I just got back to work. And later on, I pulled off the crazy glue, and the wound was not there. The alignment must have been so good with the glue that it just healed. Yeah,
really good.
Like it was like a katana cut. It was just this incredibly accurate cut that just healed. There's no scar.
Yeah, it's fucking weird.
That was the oddest experience. Yeah, it was like the Mandela effect, only it was the cut on my finger. Like.
One of the most annoying sort of like delayed treatments that I ever had. I was shooting. I had a 44 Magnum, and it was like basically a rifle with a handle on it. And I took it down the rifle range because I had a scope on it and everything. And I shot probably a box of ammunition, and all of a sudden my grip started to get really sweaty, and I couldn't like hold the gun properly anymore because of this sweat. And I kept drying my hands and stuff. And then anyway, later on I looked down and my blue jeans had turned brown, and it wasn't sweat, it was blood. I'd cracked all the webbing open all the way through. You could see all the way down to the meat, and you could see a bit of knuckle on the inside where it had just pulverized a hole through my skin from the kick of the gun.
No. I
didn't feel it because like when you mow and the vibration just numbs your hands?
Yeah.
It was that. Because I'd been shooting for, 40, 50 rounds, it had already numbed that part of my whole hand that I couldn't feel. The rest of it had just cut in through my flesh. It was fucking crazy.
I remember slamming my thumb into a sliding van door.
What's going down? Ooh.
Slammed it in there.
Yeah.
I didn't notice it and I couldn't move my hand to bring it down.
Yes.
I looked up, saw my thumb slammed in there, and then all of a sudden it hurt.
Yes.
Yeah.
So weird.
I've slammed my hand in a car door before, and I just opened the door and pulled my hand out without looking, and it didn't hurt as bad as the times I have looked. Isn't it funny how looking changes the pain level?
Yeah, if you can't see it, it doesn't hurt as much.
Yeah. And if you've really badly cut yourself, you just cover it and get someone else to look at it and treat it. It works. It helps.
I know what Tim's doing with the tablet. He used to broadcast these on Facebook and YouTube at the same time, and he'd like to see the comments of anyone who was watching. So that's why he's keeping it there.
Okay. Well, he hasn't picked it up yet, so the screen's probably smashed to bits now.
It could well be. He does shatter it at some point.
It looked like it was falling screen down when it went over the edge. Yeah, it's come out. It's come out. Is it smashed?
Maybe not yet. He's not good. He won't learn. He'll keep putting it to the video. No.
He'll put it back right where it came from. Oh no, he's moved finally.
Yeah, because that'll help. That's the better
definitely. The little plastic wedges will keep it there for a few more shakes.
The only reason he put it there is because the saw is over there. So as soon as he moves the saw, he'll put it back.
I thought that. I thought, is he going to pick up the saw, or is he going to just like move the thing because he's got the saw there?
What the fuck is he doing? Is he calculating something? What?
No, he's simulcasting on YouTube, so he wants to see if anyone's on Facebook and YouTube at the same time. So he wants to know if anybody's saying hello to him.
Oh.
I thought he was like put his foot up to stabilize the bench. Like he does nothing.
He just doesn't even give a fuck. He doesn't understand that he can.
Probably doesn't understand that concept. It's beyond him.
Yeah, I think so. Like I said, it's an ant trying to understand the city.
It's an ant who watches Doctor Who.
Yeah.
And not, you know what? I'll give him this. He's not a carpenter. His father has done obviously some carpentry, but Tim is obviously 1,000 miles from a carpenter.
Yeah.
And yet he decided to build. I mean, not technically that difficult an item, but it requires a certain amount of carpentry, and he's got none of it. And he's just decided to dig in and not research it, not find out how to do it, not ask anybody how to do it, not watch anybody who has done it. Like none of the above. Right?
That's kind of what I was thinking. Maybe he was on some carpentry website looking at specs, but I'm giving him way too much credit, I guess.
Although then again, sorry, I just punched my microphone. Then again, I looked at someone forging something with aluminium and made a sand mold of a induction system from Harley Davidson and mounted it to a Yamaha out of aluminium cans in the backyard, just from glancing at like a YouTube video. And I'm not very good with that sort of stuff. So surely normal people can monkey see, monkey do.
Well, I would have thought so, but here we are.
I suppose, yeah. And he's not normal, I don't think.
I think he probably is. It's just that we tend to overestimate what normal is.
You might be right, actually.
Yeah.
He may be very normal, and we're just used to people who are more switched on.
I don't mean normal, abnormal. I mean he's ordinary. He's probably the baseline. He's probably the guy from Idiocracy who went into the future.
Yeah.
100 IQ, exactly average height and weight and everything. Like, exactly. Yeah.
I love that movie, Idiocracy.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Your shit's all fucked up and you talk like a fag. You seen that one, Harry?
Look, right, kick ass. I don't want to seem like a dick or nothing, but shit's all fucked up. Talk like a fag. And something else I don't remember, but yeah, I've seen that movie a million times.
It's fantastic.
It's a preemptive documentary.
It is. It's the future of America. It really is.
I love the what she asks him, "What are you going to do if you get there and the time machine doesn't work?" He says, "I'm going to spend the rest of my life trying to fix it."
I love the look of the people in the room when they're like, "You want us to put toilet water on the crops?"
Yeah.
There's so many real subtle jokes in there that are just great, like the House of Representing. It's never said, but if you see it up there, and it's just so good. I love it. The speech he gives, his State of the Union.
Yeah.
Look, I know shit sucks right now. What with us running out of French fries and burrito coverings?
Oh, God.
Even right out of the gate when he gets to the future and he's looking at Buttfucker's restaurant. It's just amazing.
Yeah.
And past the credits when the pimp shows up. Have you ever watched past the credits?
No, I've never seen
that. Upgrade spelled with 2 D's for a double dose of his pimping.
Upgrade shows up. I mean, she's always saying all through the film, he'll find me if he's going to find me.
Yeah.
And at the end of it, you see another one of these pods, and Upgrade gets out of it from the garbage heap.
Oh shit, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
They should have made a sequel to that. That was such a good show. I'd watch a sequel.
He got hammered down by barbed wire. The same studio made it, I think. Anyway,
they didn't want to promote it.
I mean, I understand why they promoted barbed wire. I watched the first 10 minutes like everybody else, but
yeah.
They didn't even advertise it.
No, that's right.
They claimed that they didn't know how to advertise it, so they didn't, which doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah. Well, it's a bit of a cult classic, isn't it?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, it has become.
I think it's Judge's best work, actually.
Come on, Tim. You're sending me to sleep.
I don't know. Beavis and Butthead, the original animated series, was pretty genius.
When it first came out,
right age to appreciate it, though. It's pretty.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I think so. I think if I watched it again now, I'd just be like, "How the fuck did I sit through this shit?"
At the right age, it was good, but it doesn't hold up.
Yeah. Hey, look, he's got a rasp.
Mediocrity holds up. So.
He has a rasp and a file now, and another planer.
I disagree. I think
on the floor in a second.
I think Beavis and Butthead still holds up, but the best part of that show is when they're commenting on videos.
Yes, it's got a lot older. I remember the video reviews. Yeah, they were good. Tim's father isn't any good at this either.
He's really bad. It must run in the family, man.
What is he doing? What are they doing to that poor piece of wood?
I have no idea. But he's changing sides and doing it to the other side of the piece of wood. But he's just totally missed his mark.
This guy could probably do some carpentry when he was half this age, but now he's just he looks
No, look how he's holding. He just put his hand down by the blade. He's never done carpentry.
He's done it before. I don't think he's ever used a saw before.
Why does he have tools then? But he clearly had when he was a boy. Like, these are old tools.
He probably went to the hardware store with his son and talked to the guy and was like, "What can I get my autistic son where he won't kill himself?" And he got those tools.
That saw is from 1958, so...
It's pretty damn old, yeah.
And he was like, "I don't want anything good, because he's probably going to break it anyway." And he was like, "All right, I got this old saw."
I honestly think that I owned a saw exactly like that, even down to the shape of the plastic handle back in the 80s.
That actually might be a wooden handle, it's hard to say. No, it's plastic.
Yeah, it's plastic, yeah. The sheen on it.
It's still got the sticker on it. It's pretty new.
The hot spot on it.
The sticker hasn't even worn off yet. It's got to be relatively new.
Look at that hasp. I've never seen one like it.
Yeah, that's what I said. What's the difference between a rasp and a hasp?
A what now?
What's the difference between a rasp and a hasp? Or is it just countries?
I might be getting the word wrong. Let me just check.
Because I thought
my brain said hasp, but
I thought that here we call them rasps. Or I might just be getting them confused. Which is probably because I haven't slept, remember?
No, it's probably me. I don't know why I said hasp. My brain came up with hasp. At least I got 3 letters right.
Hasp rings a bell, though. What's a hasp?
The hasp, according to this, is...
A hasp is a connecting thing, isn't it?
Part of a fastening dealie for a padlock.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Good. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not going mad.
No, it's just my brain changed the H to an R. I'll take it. As brains go, I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
In Australia, what is coriander?
Fuck, I don't know. What's coriander?
Do you know what cilantro is?
No, what's cilantro?
Are you fucking kidding me? You guys don't have those?
Well, I don't know. We might. Is this some gay shit that a woman in the kitchen would know?
It's an herb. It's an herb. It's
gay shit only a woman in the kitchen would know.
Fuck you.
Oh please, men are the best cooks.
Yeah, that's true.
They use it in Thai food a lot. So.
Oh yeah, I'd assume that we have it.
Yep. Cilantro's in Mexican food, Italian food. Coriander is a spice. For some reason in England, they have reversed, or maybe we reversed it, I don't know. But coriander and cilantro are reversed in England. They mean the opposite of each other that they do here, yeah. That's so I was wondering in Australia if you go with the British or the English, but I guess you're not sure.
I don't know, coriander looks just like green shit in a jar. I don't know.
Chinese parsley, ringing bells.
Chinese parsley. I don't know. I'll Google image search it.
Cilantro is a green leafy thing that it's very strong flavor. It's used in their ethnic foods.
That's coriander, is it?
Yeah. No, sorry, no, it's cilantro.
That's cilantro.
That's what you punched in, isn't it?
No, I typed in coriander.
Oh, well, hell, I don't know what coriander looks like when it's a leaf. I've actually never seen it I've seen it only dried.
I've only seen it as a herb, yeah. Is this it?
Yeah, the powdered form. I don't recognize the little balls, but
I don't
sure.
know what the balls are, yeah.
But
there's little balls as well. Must become some kind of seed pod?
I don't know. Oh, it says the dried seeds are edible, so are the leaves. So I guess that's it. Yeah, the seeds must be ground up. Yeah. Whenever I see coriander, I guess it's the ground seeds and it's in little jars. Like I've never
seen this shit before. It looks like sawdust or nutmeg or something.
It's an extremely potent spice.
And what was the other spice that's the other way on? You said cilantro. Am I lagging or are you guys lagging? I'm lagging.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. What was the other other herb that you guys mentioned?
See, that's cilantro for us. What you're looking at is cilantro for us.
Okay, because I've never seen this before in my life, and I know that we have coriander on stuff.
Yeah, and that's coriander.
So what's the other one? Cilantro? Cilantro. Okay.
With the C, yeah.
Isn't that the same thing?
Fucking thing, yeah. That's so weird how it comes up with the same thing for you.
I don't know.
See, in America, coriander is a spice, and cilantro is what you're looking at. In the UK, it's the opposite.
Weird. That's so weird. I'm trying to think what coriander is now. I might go into the kitchen and have a look at the herbs and see if I can find coriander. I'll be back momentarily.
I was watching, I think it was Gordon Ramsay, and he was talking about coriander, and they were looking at talking cilantro, and I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? It's coriander, and so I had to figure it out. That's what I figured out is in the UK, they reverse the meaning of the words for some reason, or we reversed it, whatever. Am I talking to myself? Oh, he left. I am talking to myself. Well, it's the Harry Balzac show. 9/11 was an inside job. Watching New Pearl Harbor. Scientifically proven. So what's going on in the chat over here? Not big on talking to myself, if anybody's even here. Damn right they can't.
Hello.
Oh, you're back.
Yes, I fell over. Sorry about that.
It was the Harry Balzac show for a moment.
Why, did we both leave? That's fine.
Yeah, it's probably pretty boring.
What happened? Did the coriander knock him out?
He said he is going to his kitchen to go look at the spice rack to figure out what the fuck, if he has any coriander or whatever.
Oh, look, we got a guy in the chat that says steel beams can't melt jet fuel. Actually, that's kind of funny. That's quite funny.
It's a reversal of the classic meme.
Yeah.
Is it meme or meme?
Meme, yeah.
Meme.
On XKCD, you know, the webcomic, they were talking about yeah, this guy likes to fuck with conspiracy people, so by mixing conspiracies together. So a fella says, yeah, but the jet fuel can't melt steel beams. And the other guy says, yeah, but with that contrail chemicals in the jet, who knows how hot that stuff burns at?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But chemtrails are real, right? As an educated man, I would assume you'd know that.
No, I do not know the chemtrails are real. In fact, I'm morally certain that they're not.
Well, it's open information. It's not even a conspiracy or anything.
Well, I don't know what you're referring to. I don't know what you're referring to, but
they tend to call it cloud seeding.
Well, cloud seeding is its own thing. It's been around a long time, but that's not what contrails are. That's not the lines you see in the sky aren't cloud seeding.
I'm not saying that the lines that everybody looks at and goes, chemtrails are chemtrails. I'm just saying that they do dump shit into the atmosphere with the intention of changing the weather, and some of that stuff is mildly toxic. Well, of course, everything's toxic depending on the dose.
I know a little bit about cloud seeding, and it's actually not that effective. It can sometimes work, but it's really iffy as to whether it's going to succeed. And they only do it where it's like it hasn't rained for so fucking long. There's a real huge issue.
I'm burpy tonight. Excuse me. Yeah, I know. I'm not saying it's. I'm not trying to be a conspiracy nut. I'm just saying it does exist. There is the technology to do it, and I think that people have taken that information and ran with it. Yeah.
I mean, the idea that you can drop things from a plane. I mean, they crop dust all the time, right? But so yeah, you can drop chemicals from a plane, but that's not this. That's not what these idiots are going on about.
I agree. They are they learned about something and they became paranoid, and they look up in the sky and everything is chemtrails now, which is ludicrous.
And have you seen the super stupid ones think you can get rid of them with apple cider vinegar? I shit you not. There's all sorts of videos with people opening a jar of apple cider vinegar, holding it up to the sky under the cloud. And then they say, well, then you go indoors, and when you come out a couple hours later, it's gone. So it works. I'm not making this up.
I like the one where I think it's a lady, I can't remember, it was a while ago I saw it, but she's videotaping a sprinkler in her backyard, and there's a rainbow in it, and she's like, look at this. What is this?
Chemicals in the water. Yes, she was doing. I remember it well, yeah.
Oh my god. So funny. And you like, there was a time when I was like, this lady's just messing with us, but the more time you spend on the internet exposed to stupid, the more you realize that
there are no depths.
Probably.
There's no bottom to it. Yeah.
Einstein was so right.
Yeah. Hydrogen and stupidity.
Okay, I went through every herb in the house and I discovered that I have a lot more herbs than I knew ever existed, and none of them look anything like what we were talking about.
So you don't have any cilantro, you Philistine.
There was no coriander, but I've never heard of cilantro before.
You would know cilantro if you tasted it, and I'll bet you have tasted it. It's a very specific taste that some people just absolutely don't like.
That's not like anise? No, not anise.
Yeah, it's a love-hate thing for sure.
Yeah. Or some kind of mint leaf thing, or what is it?
I think it is in the mint family because it does have that sort of air to it.
It has that sort of shape to its leaves, yeah.
Yeah, but it tastes like that too. It tastes like it's somewhere in like the catnip family or something.
It's like a more
Here we go. Difference between cilantro and coriander.
Well, there it is. What's the difference? It says right there. You should look at that.
Okay, cilantro is extracted from the plant, and coriander is extracted from the seeds. It's the same thing.
Oh, okay. See, I learned something new today.
Yeah, no wonder it was confusing. Oh wait, hang on. Look at its reasons for use. It's like woo-woo shit.
This guy says CHL is a Freemason shill. So I think when I said Richard Weston in our chat here was funny, he was actually getting it wrong. He was trying to say something about the other way around.
Wait, who's a Freemason shill?
CHL, cold, cool, hard logic, I guess.
Oh, hard logic. Okay.
I think Weston is pulling our chain, actually. If I have to guess, I'd say he's yanking.
Yeah, I don't think cool hard logic's ever been accused of that before.
No.
Why can coriander taste soapy? That's terrifying. Why would you eat something that tastes soapy?
I think it just triggers that taste. Like it's one of these plants that is very specific to the individual taste buds.
Yeah, yeah. That's creepy. Wait, here's parsley and cilantro, and they look almost the same.
Yeah, they're
It's
very
very
similar.
hard to tell the difference.
It's why they call it Chinese parsley, but it doesn't taste the same.
Yeah, okay.
If it's flat leaf parsley, you're gonna have a hard time by eye differentiating.
Yeah, I believe that. But
Really?
the taste and smell are both different. They're both fairly unpleasant to eat in their raw state. Like they're not.
Yeah, I don't know why anyone puts parsley on anything. It always tastes like shit.
I don't like parsley, but cilantro is fucking amazing to me. I love it.
Is it?
You wouldn't eat it just as the leaf, right?
Alone?
Yeah.
No. In a salad, yes. In a
Don't you
salsa,
put it on meat?
yes.
Like this? Don't you put it on meat?
That's parsley,
Season
isn't it?
with it?
Yeah, that's what
no.
you do with parsley, and I don't like that. I'm not a fan of parsley at all. I can't think of anything I've ever had parsley in, and I was like, that was good.
That's supposed to be cilantro and coriander.
I've had things that were rubbed on parsley, some meats, and they're not bad. And parsley's mostly a garnish up here, anyway.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
They put it on the
Something to
dish.
stick off the plate.
Yeah, you're supposed to smile at it.
They put it on the dish so you can throw it away later.
Yeah, and actually, what it does do if you eat it is freshen your breath, like amazingly well. So there's that.
Oh, that's it? I didn't know that. I'd rather an after dinner mint, to be honest. You're not going to get an after dinner mint stuck between your teeth and look like a dickhead for the rest of the day either.
True.
Whereas parsley's like cancer for that sort of stuff. Mugwort?
Yeah, mugwort's a plant. I think it's British.
I've never heard of that.
I think it's a native to England. But, my track record's not good on these herbs, so I'm not going to stick my neck out.
Well, the fact that you guys even know this shit is pretty amazing. Like, guys in this area just would never know anything like this at all, ever.
Yeah, okay, so mugwort is European. Don't know if it's English. Let's see.
What do you mean? I don't understand that statement.
Like, guys
I'm just
in this
curious,
country don't really know herbs. They wouldn't be able to tell, like, herbs from fucking grass from the backyard. If you gave them lawnmower clippings and a bunch of herbs, they'd eat them all the same and think that they're all the same. There's just no differentiation.
Wow. That's great.
Australian guys are very blokey with that sort of stuff. They're weird. They think it's, like, gay to know what that stuff is.
So I may have led you astray. It is in Europe, but it's also in China. So there's different breeds of this mugwort.
Okay.
There's Japanese mugwort, Chinese mugwort, European mugwort, North American mugwort.
Wow, okay, it's everywhere.
Yeah, it's an herb. I don't know what it's used for. I think it's medicinal. It's not a food herb at all. Well, they flavor drinks with it, apparently. That's interesting. I wonder if I've ever had it.
Does everyone in Canada say herb with a soft H? Or a silent H?
Not silent, herb. It's a herb.
I thought you said herb before.
My mother's British. I might have goofed. Sometimes slips.
Yeah, English, I've noticed some people are either way. It depends on the area. Some people will say herb and other people will say herb, and it's like, you're the same damn country. Make up your mind, you know?
Yeah. I think I might have said an herb, which I would do.
Yes. Yeah, that makes sense.
I say herb if I'm talking about the plant. I say herb if I'm talking about the person.
Yeah.
There's a person named Herb?
There's a name, Herbert, short form Herb. So, yeah.
God, I've never met someone named Herbert. That's such an unfortunate name. That's up there with, like, Rudolph or Olga.
It's not a modern name at all. I think it might be Germanic.
Yeah, I could picture that. Well,
Herb
Rudolph
Dean
and Olga as well, I suppose. And that
Herb Dean is an MMA ref, very famous. Yeah. And I think that's actually his name is just Herb. I don't think it's Herbert.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Weird.
You can name your kid anything, but I met a guy at work named Larry, and I said, "Hey, how you doing, Lawrence?" one day, and he said, "No, my name's actually Larry. My mother didn't know it was a short form."
Oh, right, that's interesting.
Yeah.
In UK, you cannot name your kid everything. They have laws about that. I think Australia as well.
Portugal too.
If they do, I'll be very disappointed. I haven't looked at that legislation before, and I wanted to name myself something in extended ASCII just to be a fuckwit. Just so that way, if the cops have to, like, run me, and I don't have my license on me or something, and they can't, like, use the magnetic stripe, they have to type it in, they'll have to know the ASCII codes. And they'll be sitting there, like, Alt 138. I'll be there for hours.
That'd be
Just
awesome.
letting me go.
It reminds me of someone who figured out that there's almost no difference between D, 0, and O on license plates.
Yeah,
and they made
that.
it like a random series of that, and the cameras couldn't figure it out, so they never got any tickets.
In some countries, it's I and 1, and they'll have like I1, 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 and every time they go through the red light, the cameras are just like, forget it. The guy who goes through the cameras at the end of the time, you know. We have so many speed cameras in this country. They're fucking everywhere, man. It's really
Iron cops, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what they're called? Iron cops?
For a while, people were sort of, well, not protesting against them, but they'd like get a truck or something that's got a lot of clout and just pull it back a little bit so it was aiming slightly up in the air, and it would be enough to fuck them up so that for like a month or so they couldn't get any hits. But then they put a camera watching the camera, and then there'll always be a camera watching the second camera. So you have to take out 3 cameras, each getting progressively higher and each having progressively more fortifications around them to be able to take out the speed camera.
They outlawed that shit in California. I don't know about the rest of the U.S., but no more.
Speed cameras?
Speed cameras, light cameras, all that shit.
I'm moving to California. Well, no, because they have really stupid gun laws.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. So. If they fix their gun laws, I'd move to California in a heartbeat then, if they don't have speed cameras.
But you can still own guns. I have an AR-15 and several pistols, you know.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought they banned AR-15s there or some shit, and pistols.
No. AR-15 is just a standard issue rifle.
But they're scared of it because it's black and it's scary and they don't know what it is.
But the AR-15 is not an assault weapon. It just looks a little bit badass. It's actually
it's a glorified machine gun or submachine gun.
Liberals are very confused by it because it's black and it looks kind of
tough,
like something in a movie. So they think, it's an assault weapon, you know.
Well, AR doesn't stand for assault rifle.
Of course not.
For the name of the
company
that made it. Yeah,
Armalite, yeah. Have you guys seen Steven Crowder's Common Sense Gun Laws video?
No.
Yes, I think I have.
Yeah, he sets up like a polling booth to get signatures for like gun laws, and he basically argues the anti-gun line, and he's like trying to get them to pick which gun should be legal and which shouldn't be, and like he just plays them for fools, man. He punks them so hard, and every single one of them who's anti-guns, and I found this myself personally, every single person who's anti-guns has never owned a gun or been around people who work with guns.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think the big issue that he exposed there, which I agree with, but I don't like the way he did it because he's just actually spreading more disinformation. But he exposed that most people think rifles are responsible for mass shootings or murders, but vast majority are handguns.
Yeah, handguns.
Every single one. And when he asked which one should be banned, they almost always said, well, these are okay, pointing to the handguns, but those over there, pointing to the rifles.
And they always
scary, like he had like an semi-automatic AK and something else, and they're like, those are bad. You wouldn't need those.
Yeah. The ones that they all said was okay was a lever action 3006, which you can spray with those motherfuckers, you know, and that's 7.62 chamber, isn't it?
Yes.
So you could do some serious fucking damage with that, you know. But they all said that it was because it had a wooden stock. So as soon as I saw a wooden stock, it was like a hunting rifle. That's okay. Yeah. And they all said that the Uzi should be perfectly legal. They were fine with an Uzi because they didn't know it was an Uzi because it just
they had no idea.
Yeah. They're just completely uninformed, and it's funny because even when I've spoken to air quotes rationalists who are batshit lefties and anti-gun nuts, which there's a lot of us unfortunately, every single one of them regurgitated the same cliches that he sort of addresses, and it's all rationalist.
Well, one guy didn't.
Yeah, there were a couple of people who called him out on it actually.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There was that dude who was like, well, he called him out and he was like,
he said, "There's no such thing as fully semi-automatic."
Yeah, he called him out on all of it. Yeah, and also the round size or something rather. He called bullshit on that. I can't remember it specifically. Steven Crowder is actually really good. I like his shows. I don't agree with him on everything, but he's a really based motherfucker.
When I first found him, I sent him a message saying, "I'm getting close to subscribing to your channel. I like your content." And he goes, "Don't do it. Turn back now." That was his response to me.
That was the instant subscribe.
Yeah.
Hello, Tim's here. He's working straight into the winter. Bless him. What day is this one done? Hello.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. What was that?
Oh, I thought maybe I couldn't hear you guys. I said, what day was this one done? To Bash, but I don't know if he can hear me or not.
No, I dropped out completely for a while then. I don't know what happened.
Yeah,
But
I had that happen too. I think it was rolling.
Okay,
I think all of us did, yeah. What's the date stamp on this one?
On that video with Stephen Crowder, I'm not sure. It'll be
this Tim video.
This one. Yeah, 7th of March,
wow,
2015.
He's got his woolies on, so.
And he's still got his phone in one piece.
Part of this is he doesn't work on this in the winter at all, so that's part of the reason it's taken so long.
Okay. Yeah, it did sort of skip that, didn't it?
You guys ever broken your cell phone?
I did, yeah, I fell on the street once and smashed my phone into smithereens and drove it into my spleen. I pissed blood for 2 days.
Ah, shit. Jesus.
You know what Pokemon Go is?
Yeah.
Do you know the game that it's based on, Ingress?
No,
yes. I do.
I was playing Ingress and I was trying to capture a portal and I was running around a giant, like, not paddock, it's sort of like a forested area in the dark, and there was this giant lake, and the lake was covered with all these little clovers, and the grass around the lake was all clovers, so it just looked like I was running on solid earth, and the next thing I knew, I was like completely submerged 3 foot over my head in murky water. My phone copped it. It was a brand new iPhone 6, like the week they came out. The only phone I've ever lost. I was so fucking annoyed.
That would have been something to capture on video. This idiot running after someone.
The worst part was
straight into the
worst fucking part was the guy who was attacking my portal. When I finally surfaced, I heard this cackling laughter, and I saw him riding off in the distance. And then when I finally got another phone and logged back in, there was all this full fucking report on how I was just running along like a fucking idiot, and just started. I Jesused for about 10 paces. I just ran on water and then just slowly sunk down straight into it and disappeared, and he never saw me again. He wanted to go back to see if I drowned, but he was laughing too hard, and he just rode home. You know, it was so embarrassing. So I stopped playing the game after that. It was like, fuck my life. I couldn't show my face again.
This is hurting me. Stop.
It was the stupidest fucking thing I've ever done, man. Because I know Australia. I know everything here is out to kill you, even the ground. You know.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, the air.
Yeah. Oh,
I read something that they use that game. Sorry to interrupt you. I read something that they use that game as like they use the data they got from that game to help get Pokemon Go started or something. I can't remember exactly, but
yeah, it's exactly it's the same game except they've put a different skin over it, and instead of having like a heads-up display of the portal and the animation and stuff, it's just basically they activate your camera and then they project like a little Pokemon on it somewhere, and you got to like flick a ball on it. Do you remember that game where you flick a scrunched up piece of paper into like a bin, a waste paper basket?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's like that, where they throw the Pokeball with their finger, because I see a lot of people flicking things.
Could be, yeah.
So they've just skinned that and meshed that with the other and activate your camera, and voila, you've got Pokemon Go for free from Ingress and the other thing.
I have no idea what Tim is doing with all these dicky bits of wood. Sorry,
I don't know, man.
I was just saying, speaking on Pokemon Go, the what is that, the Lame Duck or whatever, that channel I showed you earlier, he has a Pokemon Go hack. You might enjoy it.
Does he? Okay, I'll have to watch that later. He was fucking nuts.
A friend of mine ran Pokemon Go without leaving his house by GPS spoofing.
That's pretty good. I was thinking of doing that with Ingress because I was just starting to get lazy, but I don't know. I thought I need the exercise. It's a good thing to get me out the house and keep me active, you know?
Well, there's a nuclear recycling plant, and there was a Pokemon in it, and he couldn't get past the guards, so he needed to figure out some way to get in there and get the Pokemon. So.
Kids in Bosnia are wandering into minefields trying to get Pokemon.
Oh Jesus!
That's one way to clear. That's one way to clear minefields.
It is. Send the children in. Yeah.
None of the articles I read specified on whether the children were ignoring the signs or just so focused on the game that they didn't notice the signs.
Yeah, well, you're talking to a man here with an IQ of 156 who clearly just ran into a lake covered in clover. So.
Oh God, that's embarrassing. But then again, the people who like who claim that they like walked through traffic and got hit.
every single one of them, if you look at like the second or third paragraph of the article, it turns out they weren't actually they were out playing Pokemon Go, and then they were like walking home or something, and then they got hit. But I think it just sounds better for the journalist if they say they got hit while playing Pokemon Go.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I tried it for 10 minutes because my girlfriend was playing it. I thought, oh, I'll try it, and it pissed me off so badly. I stopped. But when I was wandering around trying to find these things, I did walk into the street a couple times. Like, it's just stupid. It's just an insanely dangerous game.
Yeah, yeah.
Waving my phone around in front of me, just oh, there's a thing over there. I'll just cross the do. Like, you're not paying it. You're just nothing.
That was the worst part about Ingress though, because it didn't activate your camera. So when you were looking at your phone, you were blind to your environment. Whereas with Pokemon, you're at least seeing through your phone. Your phone's semi-transparent. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like in Japan, they brought out that app. It was a messaging app that used your camera as well, and it put your messaging like as a transparency over your camera, so you could walk and message people, because people were like breaking their nose and breaking their faces and shit walking into each other because people were just always messaging.
Right, yeah.
So
That's
it's
awful.
Imagine how bad Pokemon Go would be if they didn't have that feature.
Oh yeah.
I think the better remedy to that situation is stop fucking staring at your phone so much.
Yep.
Yeah, stop playing
That's the
Pokemon
answer, isn't it?
Go. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, what are you doing?
I'm a very hands-off person with my phone. I'm not interested in it. That's like, if you've messaged me, you can wait until I get home. I'll message you back.
Mm-hmm.
I
And
really
also,
hate cell phones. I think they're a curse.
Yeah.
Because say I forget my phone, I get home and I have 8 angry people who think I'm ignoring them. I'm not
It'll
ignoring
progressively
you.
get more panicked and then angry. Yeah.
I didn't even have my phone. Why are you people freaking out? I remember when I wasn't home, you had to leave a message with somebody that lived with me and hope they remembered to give it to me.
Yeah.
Or put it on the answering machine and hope I listened to it.
Yeah. Do you remember,
people weren't like, you didn't call me.
People? Do you remember meeting up with people before GPSs and fucking mobile phones to message each other, I'm here,
Oh, yeah.
Kids
these days had to go to where you just had to wait.
Yeah.
When you wanted to watch a TV program back in the day, you had to be home when it was on.
Yeah, that's very true as well. That was such a pain in the ass, wasn't it?
Yeah. Forget pause. If you had to use the washroom, you had to wait for a commercial and run out and run back.
Yeah. It does seem more of a curse than anything else, and women seem to have it much worse than we do. They can't get off the fucking thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. My brother, he's bad, man. He is hooked. Oh, yeah. He's 38, and he's completely hooked on anything cell phone. He has every app, and he plays Pokemon Go and everything. He texts constantly, like not even. It's almost like a reflex. Like I'll see him look at his phone when there isn't even anything there. He just has to check it. It's really weird.
That's weird, yeah.
Yeah, that is.
That is very odd.
I really hate it when I'm like talking to somebody and they get a text or something and they take out their phone.
That's so rude. Rude.
If I get my phone will ring and I'm talking to somebody, I won't even take it out of my pocket. I'll grab my pocket and mute it.
And you squeeze it. You squeeze it through your pocket. Yeah.
Continue my conversation. I won't even break stride when what I was saying.
I'm exactly the fucking same, dude. Like,
yeah.
But you get those people who they like sit down for like dinner or something on a date, and the first thing they do is they pull out their phone and sit it on the table, and it's like, well, fuck you, bitch. That's when you pull out your laptop and set it up on the table, and then turn your back on them and start playing games.
I remember I had a really cool friend in college, and I went to his house once, and it was in the evening, and he was watching some show, and I came in, and I was like, I'm sorry to interrupt, and he was like, oh, don't be sorry, man, you're a human being, that's just a television.
Yeah.
You can interrupt anytime. I was like,
that's the right attitude.
I never really thought about it like that, and I never heard anybody say anything like that, but it was really kind of eye-opening for me.
Yeah. That's true, eh? But it's sad that some people just don't get that. They don't think that.
Yeah, they like to be constantly connected to their group of people.
Everyone's constantly connected, but we're all so damn isolated.
Yeah.
That's the saddest part about it.
I think some of it's too meeting expectations. Like you say, you get home, there's your phone, and there's 9 people who screaming at you because they think you're dead or you're rude or something. So there's an obligation. There's an obligation
There's
to respond.
pressure to use it. Yeah. It's like a cult in that way. Yeah.
I refused to get a phone for a long time, and when I did, I kept it in my car as for an emergency. But like you said, eventually people were like, "I can't get a hold of you when I need to," and blah blah blah. And it's just like after a while, you just give in, you know. It's
like conform and use this piece of technology, or I'll be angry at you.
Yep.
Yeah.
I still don't have Facebook. I have a Twitter account, but it's under the same name I have here because I have no interest in displaying myself on the internet.
Yeah. I stopped using Facebook after they changed their information collection policy. Why is that board vibrating like crazy?
I was just wondering that.
Oh, he's got a power drill on it? No, it's a jigsaw?
Oh, it's so pixelated, I can't see anything.
Yeah, that's a little saber saw, yeah.
Yeah. Oh god,
what is he doing? What he's doing with these dicky little bits of wood, because there's nothing he needs short bits of wood for, so I really don't.
Yeah, I don't know.
I may have skipped a bunch of these when I first watched his Opus Magnum.
He's fucking crazy.
Yeah. Like he can't be building the top. That piece isn't tall enough to be a side piece, I don't think.
We're probably going to get disconnected soon and have to reconnect, aren't we?
No. Well, let me refresh. Actually, you might be right.
How can you tell?
No, it says 5 hours ago here, so it's still 3 hours left.
Does it? Okay. Good,
well, good. 2 and whatever hours left.
Remind me, you'll see a pop-up in this window, in the Hangouts window. You'll see a little pop-up, and it'll be like, this Hangout will terminate in 30 minutes. I think the first warning.
I think that only shows up for mods.
Oh, does it? Crap. Oh, you aren't mods? I modded you last time. Do I have to mod you every time, do I?
Am I now modded? Let me see.
I don't know. You should be.
No, I can't bounce anyone, so no, I'm not a mod.
You just tried to kick me.
I tried to see if I could kick him, actually, truth be told. But,
Chiropractic. Icarus is in the chat. I didn't see him. I feel like I should do it. And so is Richard. Richard's here. We're horrible people. We should have given them the link to come hang out with us. It's because I'm half asleep. It's up to you guys.
I told you guys Richard was here hours ago. I even told you what he said.
Yeah, I told you Richard Weston was here. I think I'm gonna have to eat something after this one, so I don't know if I'll come on for the next one right away at least. So
I'll probably fall asleep if that's the case.
Yeah, you need some sleep, man. Man, you know what the hell? You are.
Yeah, but if I go to sleep now, it's 4 o'clock. So if I stay up to like 9 or 10 and then go to bed, I'll be still in sleep mode, you know.
You're going to sound like a zombie in 4 hours. You're sitting going, "Oh, what's going on? I don't understand. What did you just say? Everything's fuzzy."
I'm already like that. I've got like an actual lag in my brain when you guys say something until it actually makes sense inside my head. There's like a 1.5 second lag.
You're going to be
actually surprised how well you're doing.
Yeah.
You're going to itch all over all of a sudden, and yeah, you're going to be like,
I've already had the itches. I hate the itches. The itches are the worst part, man.
Mm-hmm.
I used to call them bed bugs. It's like when you really need bed and you've been up way too late, you start to really get itchy all over, like crack bugs almost.
Yeah. I remember the lyric from the old Thomas Dolby song, "I itch all over, let me sleep."
I've never heard of that before. That's true.
It's a lyric in one of his songs.
Yeah.
Figure out which one.
Oh, Icarus can't talk out loud. His roommate is sleeping. Slash waves.
Is it like an in the room roommate? Because I don't get that.
You what?
You mean if it's in like the apartment or house or something? He can talk, but he just has to talk quietly.
What are you talking about?
About Icarus.
Oh, Airwaves. It's the Thomas Dolby song, Airwaves.
Is it?
From the golden age of wireless, one of his classic albums, yeah.
Oh, I remember that, yeah. Next door. Yeah, they shouldn't hear, as long as you don't yell. What you do is you move the mic really close to your mouth.
Lord Stephen Christ, is that you?
Then you can whisper. What does he whisper? What?
No, he gets into the microphone and says, "So, do you find my voice sexy?"
That's creepy.
He hit on a whole channel full of me and everybody else at one point.
Yeah, no, I'd never want him to hit on me ever.
That's when I told him I wasn't interested in skeezy ex-con douchebags from Wisconsin, and he told me, "No, I'm from Illinois."
Well, at least he's honest.
Yeah, he didn't correct any of the rest of it.
Yeah.
It's like, I'll take it, yeah.
Yeah.
FP skeezy, yep, douchebag, ex-con.
Who is he? What's his story? He's got to just be a troll, right?
No, he's insane. He at the age of 40, I think, or roughly, because he's 49 now, he decided he was God. I think he must have had a brain accident. He told his wife this, God knows, probably covered in pig's blood, standing naked in his living room. He told his wife that he was God. She took their 4 kids and fucked off and never came back.
Oh, well, she's smart.
Is that
he
true
then went
story?
on being God for a while and threatened Obama's life online and wound up doing something like 2 years in stir in jail for this offense.
Yeah.
And so he is an ex-con. And no, I seriously think he thinks he's God. I think his brain is broken.
Yeah, no, that's
I think he
not
had
normal.
an ischemic event. I think he had a brain accident.
Yeah, ischemic events are quite common there, especially around that age.
Mm-hmm.
There's got to be something to it. But do the people who pretend that they worship him, are they actually legitimate, or are they trolling?
I don't know, because I've only ever
Anybody
seen
in
them
Flat
post.
Earth legitimate? Like seriously, it's impossible to tell. Like what's her name?
It's
said
hard,
the other
isn't
day.
it? Yeah.
It doesn't exist. They're all trolls, and you're falling for it. What's that girl's name? I love her. Just
Tiffany?
get her in here.
Talking about
What's
Tiffany?
that?
The epic troll. I don't remember her name.
Tiffany Contreras? You'd know her if you saw her. She's blonde. She has her icon.
No. Her icon was like a unicorn stuffed animal or something.
I don't know.
Kara? Is that the one you're talking about?
I don't know, but she was an epic troll.
Cher was another one.
Somebody
There's another
said
young girl.
nobody knows her true stance because she's always trolling.
Oh, okay.
Nobody knows if she's a flat earther or a glober or religious or not. She just constantly trolls.
The problem is, though, that they're not just joking. They're not just trolling. They're, like, seriously mentally ill people out there, and it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, but this girl is an actual troll, and she made a great point that it's impossible to tell the difference between a troll and not a troll in Flat Earth because
that's true. Yeah, it is, unfortunately.
They are
it's hard to tell. Mine too. The ones who try to play at it, you can usually tell pretty quick.
Yeah.
Like if you invite one into a hangout and he knows how to get there, then he's probably a troll because most of them you have to teach them how to use the internet before they can do anything.
That's very true. You always have to teach them how to use the fucking internet.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Explain that again.
Many times when we've invited someone into the hangout, they don't have a way to contact them, and then they get stuck at the screen that says "click this box to join." They just stare at it. Like you have to walk them through every step of getting into the room.
You do. They never understand. They never even have G+ set up though.
Yeah, they never have it properly configured, and they're not intelligent people. You say PM me through YouTube, they don't know how. You say go to my screen, go to the about, go to messages, send message, and then you have to walk them through every fucking step.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's a bit crazy, isn't it?
How does that define them as a troll, though? Doesn't that just make them actually
it defines
retarded?
them as not a troll. The ones that are trolls, the ones that come in suddenly and say, "Oh yeah, it's flat," they got in real easy. They're not stupid. They're trolling. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
The ones that have trouble getting in are definitely the real thing. That's what I'm saying.
Actual flat earthers, yeah.
You like to compare it to weed. I think it's more like they're constantly on NOS. I don't know if you've ever done nitrous oxide,
nitrous,
but it makes you fucking retarded.
If that's what you meant. Yeah, well, nitrous makes you giggle, so I don't know. But
it makes you think weird things as well.
Yeah.
You sort of, well, it depends on how badly oxygen-starved your brain is.
Yeah.
But you can start to feel that you're on the edge of something really amazing, a really amazing level of understanding, and you've just got to keep going, And that's the problem with it. And it's usually like where people start to get brain damage and shit like that.
What is this? Zysis has a channel going. And Atheist Rex is in it. What is fucking going on here? No, can't be. It is.
What, Zysis is awake again?
Zysis is running his own Globe Earth debate.
Oh,
he doesn't know about this one, I guess. But Rex knows. What the fuck is going on?
Well, I heard some Muslims can use translations, like telling you, well, use Shredded translation.
Yep, they're having some discussion.
With who?
Some guy named Zim, I think it is. It's hard to see it here. Atheist Rex is in there, and Zysis.
Weird. Is it a flat earther?
What's that?
Is it a flat earther? I don't think I can do another flat earther.
I don't know. I'd have to listen for a second and tell you. Hang on.
Okay, I'll shut up. What's your phone?
Well, they call it Jacobin, but it's pretty much Elizabethan because it was just 2 years after she died. To understand it, to read the...
No, atheist is filibustering, so I don't know what's going on.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, then we'll listen again in like 3 hours, and if you're still talking...
Yeah. Well, just to summarize my first point,
yeah. Yeah. Mind you, that's 45 minutes in, but we're all like that once we get started.
Yeah, but Rex reads the entire script of Titus Andronicus every time you give him the microphone.
Does he?
Yeah, he just, really, from curtain open to curtain close, curtain calls, everything, the after party, everything, right? As soon as he gets the microphone.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
let me tell you, and it just goes on for ages.
I'm somewhat glad, though. I really don't think that I could do another conspiratard.
No, I'm not in the mood for it either.
Yeah, I think I've hit peak conspiratard level.
They just keep repeating themselves, and it's just the same shit. And if you manage to drag them some, because they don't know the answers, the real answers. They honestly don't. There's not one of them that actually knows the real truth and is just faking it. They're idiots. So, and they're committed to their idiocy. So if you actually teach them something and go, no, the moon is far away, and here's how you prove it, or whatever, the next day they'll be back again going, the moon's right here in my backyard. I just touched it.
I wonder how that guy we were talking to earlier, what was his name? Fuck, how have I forgotten his name? Jibby Jedi.
Jibby Jedi, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll actually make the very small calculations required and take the photo and actually realize that it's three-dimensional.
Yeah, maybe.
Because it's a bulletproof method. There's no way that you can have that in anything but a three-dimensional field,
Mm-hmm. He has to take it for read that the South Hemisphere view is what you said it was, though. So.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure he will. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's it. I mean, but he can extrapolate the points and figure out that the convex point of the southern part of the convergence of the stars will be around a area that's below the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to either assume that I'm not seeing that and that we're all in the same disk and that like the sphere around us is at a slant. I don't know how he could justify that.
No. He tried to say, well, maybe the dome has the stars on it and moves in some magical way that makes this happen.
That's right.
But you're right. It couldn't. Yeah, it couldn't do that.
Yeah.
But look at Hive Mind yesterday. These people are just scoop shooby. I mean, I don't know if Jibby is, but yesterday he said, the word profane? You know how it breaks down into pro and fane? Turns out that if you put those together, they don't actually mean the same thing. Like, they're nuts. They're nuts,
yeah.
Right?
It is, yeah. But I love it, especially when, like, we had that guy and he was, like, trying to tell me stuff about Freemasonry, and it's like, you fucking serious?
Yeah.
You watch a video by some retard on the internet, and that's correct, and it's teaching me about Freemasonry.
And when you talk to an actual Freemason who's done the work and everything, and then they're like, no, you're totally wrong about that, man. Jay-Z's a Freemason. I know it for sure. This was yesterday, Harry.
Yeah, that was so bad, man. That was so fucking bad.
Yeah.
And he just didn't seem to understand, like, for example, Kesha. Kesha has so many Masonic symbols and Illuminati symbols all over. Well, no, they're not Illuminati symbols. They're mostly Masonic symbols, aren't they? I can't think of any...
I haven't studied her carcass, so I don't know.
Yeah, neither have I. She's probably got all sorts of weird shit, but she does it for attention because it generates massive discussion around the planet. So, the only thing worse than being talked about is not being talked about. So she cashes in on it.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan. She can actually sing, and I wish she would, because the stuff she shouts, it doesn't interest me in the least.
Yeah. Can she sing?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she can. So can Rihanna, which is amazing. Most of her stuff, she's just chanting, and it doesn't interest me, shouting or chanting. And I don't have any interest because the music's too simple to engage me. But when she sings, her voice is amazing. She reminds me of Eartha Kitt.
Yeah, I can see that, yeah.
And it's powerful, and it's got great range and quality to it. And
yeah,
I watched the latest. What's that?
That doesn't sell a pop song.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I watched the latest Star Trek film that just came out, the Star Trek Beyond, I guess it was. Well, if you wait through the credits, she sings the end song, and it's very good.
Yeah.
Like vocally very good. The lyrics are lame and the music isn't particularly engaging, but her singing
Her
is.
voice is, yeah. I don't think I've seen that one. What's the storylines of that?
Well, Kirk and his friends are off. They find a stray person who says
Is that with the Gaysians, the gay Asian guys and the little gay baby?
No, I don't know what that is actually. So
Sulu, doesn't Sulu have a boyfriend?
No, I think they're going to give Sulu a boyfriend, but Sulu doesn't make out with anybody in this that I saw. So
okay, because the last one that I saw was filmed off a movie screen, so I'm guessing it's very, very recent. And Sulu they dock, and Sulu walks up and hugs and kisses his husband, and then they walk off with their little kid.
I might have missed that just on account of I live in Toronto, which has next to San Francisco, it's probably the gay capital. So I wouldn't even faze me. I wouldn't blink.
It's possible. Just as soon as I saw it, I was like, "Lol, secret Gaysian man."
That's funny. They did say they were going to make him gay, and soon
yeah.
Hikaru, and the guy who used to play Sulu, whose name is George Takei, of course. Said he was against it because the character's not gay, just because he is. Which I agree with, but I didn't actually notice that, so maybe that's it. Anyway, they get lured to a planet by Idris Elba. Is that the one you saw?
By who?
Idris. It turns out the actor Idris Elba. Do you know Idris Elba?
Vaguely. He was the Black Viking guy, wasn't he?
Yeah, and he was the villain in this one.
No,
Enterprise is destroyed right out of the gate.
Yes, that's it. Yeah. I didn't end up watching it. I got up to the secret Gaysian man, and I was just like, typical J.J. Abrams, man. He's gone so full SJW.
Let me tell you though, J.J. was the executive producer on this one, but he didn't direct, which is why it's probably the best one they've done so far.
Is it? Yeah.
Of the three, or I guess it's three. It's the best one for sure. Yeah.
I might give it a better watch. I'll wait till it comes out on DVD and I can get a burn of it.
It's worth a watch. It isn't bad. It's certainly better than the last two by far. It's better directed. So.
Yeah. Although I did love what's his face, Benedict Cumberbatch.
Oh, you liked him as Khan, did you?
Yeah, there was just something about him as Khan. He just plays a really good bad guy. He plays a better bad guy than a good guy.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I liked him in Turing, the movie they made about Turing. His name.
Oh, I love that. That was really well done. Yeah.
It was. Again,
it was fucking depressing.
It was
really
depressing.
Condensed history.
I watched that movie, and at the end, I was like, "Wait, who won World War II?" It ended around a book bonfire, and they were fucking making homos kill themselves. Fuck.
Yeah, it did go a bit that way, didn't it? Yeah.
There's some speculation it was an accident that he killed himself, and it is possible. He was on chemical castration, which is basically progesterone injections.
Is it?
It keeps your testosterone down. It was how they treated homosexuals.
Oh wait, hang on. So he can go off it and he's fine?
Yeah, you can recover from it, although you might have gynecomastia or something. But.
What's that? Is that small balls?
No, gynecomastia is breasts on a man.
Breasts. Okay, I knew it was something to do with weird shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's bitch tits, as they call it in weightlifting. Because guys who take testosterone get increased endogenic estrogen, and it makes them grow tits and shrinks their balls. But normally that's reversible without, if you're not on the hormones for a long time.
I never knew that. I never knew that. I always thought it was I don't know. When you think of chemical castration, you think of chemical hair removal.
Yeah, no, they're not boiling your nuts off.
They rub Veet on your nuts. Have you ever rubbed Veet on your nuts? Never do that. A mate of mine did that. He was too scared to go to the hospital.
If they were going to, cut my nuts off with acid or something, I'd kill myself first too. But that's not what he did. Yeah, he was on the treatment for a while, but he used to play around with the chemicals all the time, and he might have touched something and he picked up an apple and ate it, and he might have poisoned himself accidentally.
That's possible. Yeah.
It is also possible he did it deliberately, but it's hard to ask him. He didn't leave a note.
Yeah, well, that's the problem, isn't it? Yeah.
He would have left a note, I think. So I don't know if it was deliberate or not.
Yeah. The Veet thing on the balls. One of my mates. It was the middle of the night, and I get a bang on the door. No phone call beforehand, nothing. And he's like, "I need help. I'm like, "What's going on?" I thought someone was out to kill him or something. His balls were about the size of tennis balls. Each ball was the size of a tennis ball, and they were bright red and had purple veins bulging out of them. It looked like they were about to burst. And he thought that he could put hair removal stuff from his arms and his hair and shit, on his nuts. And it fucked him up, man. It was so bad. And I was just like, why are you showing me this? Go to the fucking emergency room now. Just go,
and he couldn't really sit in the seat, so I laid him in the back seat and drove him down to the emergency room. I don't know like how long it lasted because I just sort of I didn't want to see those things again. I didn't want ever see that again. So yeah, I dropped him off, and yeah, well he must have been fine because he has a girlfriend now, and she hasn't commented that he has no testicles or anything.
She doesn't mind his high-pitched voice and love of show.
Yeah.
To it, yeah.
Or maybe he kept the size and they're still 10^4 sized. Now that would be worse because then your dick would look tiny.
Not knowledgeable at all, but just enough in that sort of.
Sorry, I'm just looking at Zeiss's feed.
Oh, okay. I thought I can hear voices again, man. I need sleep. I'm glad it wasn't voices in my head.
Yeah, you're hearing Zeiss. That would be creepy. I can just imagine. Yes, you reach a certain stage of hallucination. It's like, hey, how you doing, mate?
Yeah, no, honest to God, I was listening to it and I thought, am I hearing myself?
Yeah.
I honestly thought that I was hearing me with some kind of lag, and then I thought, well, no, that's not even saying words I'm saying. Why am I saying things I didn't say? What the fuck's going on? When you're really tired, your fabric of reality becomes very fragile. It's very tenuous, isn't it?
Yeah. No, it looks like all sane people in that room over there. So.
Oh, that's no fun. Oh no, they're just fun, I suppose.
Yeah, they're just having a jaw like we are.
Should we swap over, you reckon?
Well, we could. I mean, Rex is over there.
How many people do they have watching?
9 are watching. There are 4 people in the room. 5 people in the room.
Well, that's only 4 people watching. We've only got 6 people watching here. That's not that much. We can all migrate.
Yeah, I reckon. So here, I'll paste the whatchamacallit into the doohickey.
Okay.
All right, the whatchamacallit into the doohickey.
Yeah, I'm sorry to use technical terms there, man. I know you're American. There we go. And I'll just go ask Charles in charge if he'll give us the link.
Okay, I'll stay put somewhere where you can message me it, so they don't have to message it in chat.
Well, you don't have to bail just yet. Let me make sure we can get in.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay. Oh, you're gonna ask first? Oh, of course, I'm an idiot. You can just message in the chat. The only upside about cats in winter is they're like lap warmers. It's brilliant.
Yeah, it's true. I miss my cats.
Yeah, they're good for that.
They sure are. They're wonderful people. Oh, he's given us me a link here, so I'm just going to grab a file, copy, and pastemate. And here we are. There's your link. Click on that, and Robert is your father's brother.
Okay, I'll see you guys there.
Yep, see you on the flip side.
Alrighty.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
Ciao.